Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with everyone's favorite Sunday show. And today I'm joined by Adam, who's wearing a Pac-Man shirt with a ghost.
What's up, everybody? And we also have a great guest with us today, Spoon. How you doing,
Hello.
Spoon?
Hello, Spoon.
Hello.
Are you going to survive the heat wave? You're not going to die, right?
It's not really that warm here, unless you mean here in the stream.
Okay. I just saw these memes that was like, everyone in the UK is going to die because it's like 80 degrees and no one has air conditioning.
I'm not in the UK, so.
Oh, you're not? Okay, I don't know.
You're in New Zealand, right?
I'm in South Africa.
Oh, South Africa.
Well, fuck me then. I'm just a retard.
Oh my
what a racist I am. I just hear that accent. I'm like, well, it's obviously British.
Well, no, there's like 4 or 5 places it could be. So
I know. Whatever.
We've guessed all incorrectly.
I did. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever. I'm racist. I just assume you're a white Brit. Okay, it's fine. Okay. Whatever.
Anyway, you can be racist around me. In fact, I'd encourage it.
Oh, well, there you go. So you'll love this video, actually.
Well, look, Spoon has been on before, and I think we had some contentious live streams in the past. Have I told you recently how great America is, Spoon? How much better Americans are than other people in the world?
Adam, it's too late in the evening to debate me.
Well, look, I think that was our previous contention, right? You were like, all you Americans, you're so full of yourself, and I think, he's not wrong.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the concession. I suppose it's better late than never.
Okay, so look, I guess we've mended fences here, but look, I do think
if awareness, fine.
You're technically a monarchist, right? You do a podcast called The Broken Crown with Aiden Paladin, where you're both monarchists and talk about monarchy things, right?
Yeah, I would say it's more. This is that would be our chosen ideal form of government, but I wouldn't say that we are actively trying to usurp the English state and put, well, dear God, not King Charles on the throne, at least not in any kind of legislative capacity kind of manner. I wonder if his offspring might do a better job.
Okay, well, look, we wholeheartedly disagree, but it doesn't necessarily mean we can't be friends.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't really expect Americans to desire monarchy because of their history. So,
oh, of course,
understandable. Yeah. Like if you went to a Russian and go, "Do you want to give communism another try?" Like, maybe not.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. That's a great analogy.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, yeah. Also, someone else, what happened to my voice?
If you had a monarchy,
it sound like normally.
If you had a monarchy in the UK, I mean, how would that affect South Africa?
I don't think it probably kind of depends what the crown would do with us, I suppose. I mean, if they were like going to invade us, I wouldn't exactly oppose. I think oh God, Baldwin's kind of come back, but no, I mean, if I was king of the place, I would do a lot of how can I say this politely? Not very 21st century things. I would do more 20th century things, maybe 19th even things.
Wow. Okay.
Why not 18th? Hey, 16th was a good century.
Yeah, there you go.
In the old days, yeah.
So you actually sent me this video and said we should cover it. So that's why I invited you to come on.
Yeah, because it's really, really funny.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I don't know if you've ever watched any Birdman videos. Have you?
Oh, yeah, we've covered them before.
Yeah, we've covered some on the stream.
Old Bird Brain? Oh, hell yeah. He's a regular around here.
Okay, so you guys know how like unbelievably stupid he is.
Yes.
Like in a way that is like worrying.
He's very smug too, which is a deadly combination.
Yes, ego and idiocy.
And smugness, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And also, why does he have this tough guy persona thing going on?
Yeah, no.
If you're correct, you don't need to like shove it down people's throat. It's just a weird combination to have. I am better than you, and also I'll kick your ass, and I'm wrong about everything. Like, why? It's so strange.
Well, I'm going to hazard a guess that Birdman is actually correct on monarchy, but that's neither here nor there. I keep trying to go forward just to get an image up, and it keeps bouncing back. So it's like I have no control here. What's going on?
I don't know.
Okay.
We're
Anyway,
gonna-
I think you
shall we
guys are
begin, fellas?
Well,
Or
You've got to join the
Yeah.
watch together.
oh yeah, I didn't even send him the link.
No. So wait, so you saw this video? What prompted you to send to Adam? You're like, Adam would love this.
because it's really stupid.
You just do how many stupid things do you send to Adam like a week?
This is the first he's reached out to me in forever. That's why I was like,
Okay,
hey,
I'm just curious.
you
I'm
should
just
come
curious.
on. We haven't had you on
Okay.
in a long
Yeah.
time.
It's like a giant pinata that is just begging to be whacked. So I just
True.
went like, yeah, you should just put this on because it's Birdman, and every time he opens his mouth, you guaranteed retarded shit's gonna fall out of his face.
True.
How big is your channel now, Spoon? 'Cause-
I think it's only about 58,000 because
oh really? I'm
every so often-
surprised. Oh,
Nice.
Well, every so often I'll go on a tear against a specific group that comprises a large portion of my audience, and they will get annoyed with me, especially
Mhm.
gamers.
oh, okay,
Um,
okay. All right.
Gamers.
Yeah.
You go after your
Yeah.
audience.
What's wrong with gamers?
How long have you got?
the monarchists? Are not down with the gamers.
Give me the 60-second pitch on gaming.
The anti-woke crowd they're beginning to be just as insufferable as the wokies.
Wow. Okay.
Like
Why?
the one side just screams constantly diversity, DI, and the other opposite just screams tits must be in everything. And it's just like, can I have a middle ground where, as a gamer, sex appeal isn't the most important thing in a game?
Oh my God. Are you trying to become a centrist? Is that what you're saying?
I know, right? It's just like unholy of me. Essentially, that is and it drives me insane because like there's no discourse for like the silent majority. Because all the people that scream loud about this kind of shit are like the small like yuppie chihuahua types that like make a fuss out of every fucking woman that doesn't look like a supermodel. Like it used to be like that back in the day, but if you're starved for one thing for fucking like years on end, apparently, then it's like the only thing you wish to see in a game. And there's some of us who like don't value this as like the apex of our hierarchy of desires in games. And I feel like I'm one of those people that go, yeah, if the boobs aren't really there, I can just play something that doesn't need boobs. Like,
So is the real problem you're playing a game and then they got the hot chick with the boobs out and you see it and it distracts you. Like, okay, well now I got to go whack off and not play the game, right? So it takes away from your gaming time, guys.
No, I feel like that's the people that I don't like.
Oh, okay.
I just go, oh look, boobs, whatever, and then just boobs are like the flake in the ice cream, but it's not the thing that makes the ice cream. It's just like garnish or decoration,
Right.
but it's not the end all and be all.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Interesting. So you want boobs, you just want them to be tasteful boobs.
Well, yeah, like, but this, the thing is for me, I feel like if I go to your Twitter wall and it's nothing but tits, that says a lot about you.
Oh, it does.
That you can't get help.
Obsession.
Yeah, like that kind of like if the thing is if there's like a hint of cleavage, like an inch of it more than the previous model, and like you go out of your way to tell people this bothers you, that to me is weird.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know why would you tell people that, oh, I'm upset by not seeing like an inch of pixelated tits? Like fucking get a real woman, you jackass. That's a weird thing to get upset about in public.
Well, I think people, it's like a secondary effect. They view, I don't know if they're mad about the lack of boobs, more that they feel like the lack of boobs indicates that the woke side is winning the culture war.
No, I thought it was just the ugly chicks in your face over and over again.
Well,
right?
that's
it's not just the lack of boobs. It's that every single woman looks like she's a dude. Right?
Yeah. Like if you led with that, like that is more like an eyesore that can generate rage.
Yeah, totally.
It's more just like you are offensively damaging the aesthetics. Like I can get on board with that because that's more offensive.
The garnish has become a dead rat.
Like that. Yeah. It's about like what would appeal to me more to like get on your side. But if you have a bunch of people that can't oogle tits without turning into like a dribbling 13-year-old that needs to crack one out, that's off-putting. But if you want like, this is offensive to me because this is aesthetically unpleasing, like, yeah, I can get on board with that.
Bald chicks is the new beauty. These are the new beauty standards, fellas.
No standards at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right. So let's get into this video. What do you think?
Yes. Exposing the grift. Asmongold doesn't understand DEI and affirmative action.
Lord of the Fleas has blessed us with yet another shit take on Twitter, this time alleging that black people benefit from systematic racism. We're going to debunk this nonsensical claim. And this time, I'll try to be as brief as I can for old double-digit...
You think he did that on purpose? Systematic racism?
Instead of systemic racism?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I think it just mistyped it or didn't care, doesn't know.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
think
it
it's
is
probably
systemic
negative.
racism and systematic racism are pretty much synonyms. So
IQ here, because my last video was too long for him. So I'll have to re-explain the start-stop buttons for you, Zach, because you were too pussy to respond to my previous video.
It's so interesting because I think you said, Spoon, that this is like internet tough guy-ism kind of coming through hard. But it reaches the point where, like, so early, just in the beginning of this video, he's so angry. He's so seething at the beginning of this video. It makes him look bad. Like, he's just so triggered that Asmon didn't respond to his video.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, because really audiences want YouTubers to channel their rage. So it looks silly to us. Obviously, I can't help but laugh just because it seems like a childish thing for him to do. I don't know how old this guy is. He looks like he's in his 30s or 40s, right? So he's here trying to start a fight. How old is he, Spoon? Do you know?
I think he's in his early 40s.
Okay. So it just...
Really? I would have thought he was like 20, depending on how he's acting in this video.
Like, yeah, look, this is the kind of thing I did when I was 20 and had a couple beers, right? Like, I don't know if I jump on the internet and be like, you fucking pussy, didn't watch my video. I just, okay. Adults tend to get over this stuff. You move on, right?
Adults aside, I don't know, it's too try-hardy to me. It's like the try-hard is like times 1,000 in this.
Okay.
I do like the thumbnail because just the facial expressions from each people in it is so indicative of the entire video. It's just him raging fucking mad, and Asmongold's like, "You mad, bro?" That's basically it.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Why did he choose? He chose that as the thumbnail, and it makes Asmon look better than him. Why would you do that?
I know. That's
so strange.
Probably because maybe he doesn't understand. Look, self-awareness seems low in this guy. So
no. You understand him. He has a 140 IQ. He is much smarter than all of us, and this is something that we don't even understand. This is like, you need to be higher tier to understand this thumbnail.
As I said, self-awareness seemed to be his strong suit, right?
Video where I cooked your monkey ass for over an hour.
Oh my God. Monkey ass.
Look,
wow.
if Asmongold called the Birdman a monkey,
God, trouble.
Systematic racism.
Yes.
No, the one where your excuse for ducking me was, an hour is too long for me to grift. That's like 12 large Dr. Peppers, and even I can't rot my teeth out with that much. Isn't it strange how you respond to the video where I barely talk about you at all, where you lied and claimed I called you racist the whole video?
That's sad. Wow, mic drops, I know. So basically, this guy spent his entire video calling me racist.
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
I could go my whole life and never see that clip again. Oh my God. I'm so fucking sick of this. You sure about that, guy? What show is that from?
Someone needs to teach him as well. If you're going to go for the punchline, just say it once.
Oh,
like
yes. Cut back away from it.
Yeah.
Look, Birdman, we're giving you free editing advice, okay?
He's not. He's too big a pussy to watch this fucking video, and it's going to be way, way too long for him.
Oh, my God. You know, I forget, when we responded to his first video, he was like responding to a bunch of people that were responding to that video. And then notably, didn't respond to us.
I
responding to
don't
him.
even remember any of that.
I was like, oh,
taking
isn't that
place on Twitter?
curious? Just so curious. He was just too pussy to respond to us. I think that's what happened. He was just too much of a pussy.
Oh my God.
Ah!
That's great.
So apparently with him, it's endurance.
yeah.
Because,
Yes.
doesn't that just tell you that you just do too much stupid shit? That after an hour, it's like, this is just exhausting.
Yeah.
Why
yeah.
do we do an hour of you? Like, we can just like finish you in 10 minutes and then fuck off. We don't need no need for an hour of this.
I mean, we argued
You
with a
say that
guest for 5.5 hours last week. So I guess, look, endurance is kind of on the card here.
Hey, didn't we argue with you for like 4 hours?
Yeah, you were on here for a long time. You and Aiden.
Listen, we all have
Yeah.
endurance here. All right. We're
We're prepared.
marathoners.
We're prepared to argue.
I have done a video on him as well. I did like a short video where he said something about Critical Drinker that was just like really retarded and was easily debunkable.
Yes.
And then he did a video on me where he did the most schizo thing I've ever seen any YouTuber do. He took every instance of my avatar and replaced it with the Toy Story character, which is like really deranged. And I got so annoyed by that. I made a response because he conveniently, as people do, he just skipped parts of the video that is inconvenient. So I went like, okay, fuck you. I'm going to respond to this in autistic detail. And I did every single second of that video. The video that I made on him was like over 2 hours long.
Wow.
I noticed he didn't
I love
respond to that.
No.
I love
I
when
wonder
people
why.
get into
That's
the
also too long
autistic
for you.
detail.
Okay, so if you're just listening, because he's playing music,
Because this guy's a retarded editor.
Well, yeah, so he's going to the little AI summary tool that exists on YouTube now, and he's going to ask the AI if he calls Asmin racist in his own video, okay? And the response from the AI may not surprise you.
Does the Birdman specifically call Asmongold a racist in this video? What does the AI say?
Okay, so he doesn't read it, and this is hilarious. I don't know, like, when you talk about this guy thinking he's much smarter than he is, why would you include this? This is so stupid. So it zooms in, and he doesn't say it, but if you pause the video and read it, it says, the Birdman does not explicitly label Asmongold as racist, but he does argue that the claim Asmongold made on social media is racist.
Yeah, which...
Okay, well, are you just proving Asmon's point? And he brings us up like, no, see, didn't call you racist. Gotcha.
Doesn't he know what the word explicitly means?
Yes, he's very big brained, obviously.
But you implicitly called him racist, you dumbass.
So that
and not actually telling people what's going on the screen. How is YouTube? How is this still going on in YouTube this day? And never mind.
That was a fucking lie. But the video where I spent the length of a short film ramming my fist up your ass is the one you ran away from. So, since you missed it, red means shut the fuck up, I'm still talking. Green means it's your turn to speak. You seem to have difficulty understanding when someone hasn't finished making a point, so I have to get elementary on your ass. You are low IQ after all.
So that's him complaining about him pausing at the wrong times? Asmongold pausing his videos at the wrong times?
So he's complaining that he didn't respond to a video, and then he's complaining that when he did respond to a video, he paused it at the wrong times.
Right.
Okay.
Interesting.
Interesting.
He's reacting to it live.
Yeah.
So what is he supposed to do? Like, wait till you finish a sentence, pause, and say, when does anyone ever do that?
No, not
Ever.
at all.
Exactly.
Anyway, a few days ago, Zachariah here posted this tweet in response to Joe Bartolozzi refuting the claim that black people are more likely to commit crimes than white people. Let's have a listen.
They are.
do not commit more crimes than white people on a personality basis. If you're going to say statistically they do, that is only because of impoverished areas in the lives that they've been given because of the implications that have been put on them through, what is it called? Systemic racism. They've been given a shit hand and therefore live in that shit hand and are more likely to commit crimes if they're impoverished, living in areas where they have to survive. If you were to take a group of people and put them in an impoverished area, they're likely to commit more crimes because they have not been helped in the way that they need to be. But if you meet a black guy on the street and you say to his face, he's more likely to commit a crime than you're fucking racist. Yes, whatever statistical fact you're going to throw is clouded by the idiocy of yourself to not recognize why that fact is in existence. Not because black people are genetically more likely to commit a crime. That's stupid.
So
the white nationalists always respond that poor white people don't commit more crime in a per capita sense. So they filter out for the poverty argument that the left always makes.
Well, I mean,
This may be the case.
What's
But
that?
I would say if you look at the people, because the assumption is that if everyone is equally poor, they all equally commit the same amount of crime. Right? That's just not true.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
poverty is going to be correlated to increased criminal activity, obviously.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like a
But
poor
that's-
white person more likely
yeah.
to commit crime than a rich white person, but there's still going to be differences among groups.
I kind
Well,
of
they
think-
always point to poor white communities and look at the low crime rates in these poor white communities, but look at the high crime rates in these poor black communities.
There's going to be a higher, yeah, but it's not really accurate. There's going to be a higher crime rate in a poor white community than in a rich white community.
Of course there is.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they're saying if you compare apples to apples, there's going to be a higher crime rate in the black community.
Yeah, I
And
know.
what's going on there?
Yeah.
And I mean, I
Right.
guess if they're including the poor white community with the poor, with the rich white community, and that's what skews the per capita statistics. I'm not sure that that's the case. I mean, I haven't really looked
You know who we
closely
need for
at
this
the
conversation? We
statistics.
need JonTron for this conversation.
Oh yeah, he'd be perfect. Actually, actual Justice Warrior would get right into the stats and give us
Yeah.
everything on it. So
Well,
Well-
it's, I mean, like people like Birdman, and I don't know that guy, I'm unfamiliar with that guy that was kind of talking. Like, it is silly for people to just lean so heavily on poverty because, like, that's like one factor of many factors. It's not across the
Yeah.
board. I think, and I don't know why, because I was looking into this after I was kind of like researching for this video, that there has been a somewhat decent amount of research into cultural effects on crime and criminality. It's
Yep.
not something like, because I was assuming it was going to be like, oh, it's taboo, right? You can't talk about it. But it's like some of them like don't ever want to talk about it. But there still has been a lot of it from black sociologists, black criminologists, and it does seem like this is sort of like one of the biggest missing keys here is just if you have different cultural memes are obviously going to produce very vastly different cultural outcomes between different groups.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's the excuse making. Obviously, if you give poor whites an excuse to be criminals, guess what? The crime rate is going to go up. It is.
Of course.
It should be
Yes.
glorified.
Yes.
Exactly. Yes. It's a
Yeah.
combination of those things. The
Yeah.
glorification in culture and also the excuse making by obviously people on the left who are like, oh, they're oppressed. They should be criminals.
We only glorify it when you're wearing a suit and you're called a politician.
Yeah, exactly. That's called business.
Correct, but his argument can do with a bit of cleaning up, and that's what I'm here for. What Joe is referring to is the correlation of poverty and crime. This is a very well understood phenomenon that those placed under economic strain, limited opportunities, and weakened social structures often resort to property and violent crime. A large body of criminology and sociology research has found a consistent relationship between poverty, inequality.
Okay, wasn't the claim that the whole video was based on is that black people benefit from like DEI programs and like affirmative action?
Seemed
Well,
like
that was
the
Asmon's
case.
tweet. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, what does this have to do with that, though?
Well, because Asmon said, he said socioeconomic, he's responding to that guy. And he said socioeconomic conditions are a cope. And then that guy responded with, I guess, the crime thing. And so that's
Because
what
I
led to
feel like
this.
I feel like Birdman is more responding to that guy than Asmon's tweet. At least
Yes.
that's how I'm watching it now. So I'm just kind of like, okay,
Yes.
where are you actually going with this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I did watch
Inequality.
Asmon respond to this too, and it's very silly because he agrees that obviously poverty is going to like have an impact and increase criminal activity. No one
Yeah,
really
but it's not
disagrees
the
with
only
that.
factor.
Right. Yeah, that's the question is really, is
Yeah.
it the only factor? How much of a factor it is? And even some of the studies that I kind of like scanned through some of the studies that Birdman posted, and even some of the studies he posted kind of contradict him to an extent. Like one of the ones he posts about Europe, it even says that like the poverty connection, it was kind of interesting. It was like the poverty connection really only correlated with crime in like North and Eastern Europe, and it didn't have any correlation with crime in South and West Europe.
Or Western.
You're like, well, that's kind of interesting. So,
Mm.
and then also there's like I saw a lot of the studies he talked about, or he shows here that he kind of just flips through very quickly. It would also say that poverty would only correlate with some crimes. Like it wouldn't necessarily crime with murder, but it would correlate with like shoplifting or something to that effect.
Yeah, petty theft.
Mm-hmm. Which obviously logically we can deduce makes sense.
And crime across many different countries and ethnic groups. Studies from the United States, Indonesia, Latin America, Europe, and cross-national datasets all show that areas with higher poverty, unemployment, and economic deprivation tend to experience higher rates of certain crimes, particularly violent and property crime. A 2021 study published in the NLM found that more unequal societies tend to have higher crime, as well as lower social trust. Interestingly, the study also found that the more equal the distribution of
I mean, let's be real for a second. When you think of poor Western European people, no one thinks of violent or property crime.
I mean, I don't know really anything about Western European people, so I don't think anything about poor Western Europeans.
Let's say white Americans.
Okay.
I don't think white Americans are like inherently violent criminals. Like maybe theft, yeah, because of certain situations, but like I don't consider, like, if you just gave me, that's going to be like that the Family Guy meme of like, these are the races that are bad and these are the ones that are good. Like, I'm gonna look at that chart and go, which one of these, like, just by skin color alone, is more likely to commit violent crime? I'm like, well, statistically speaking, I don't know why. Like, you're comparing 3 different continents with this and saying, hey, look, one variable is responsible for a certain amount of crime. Like, okay, yes, but the question that everyone wants to know is how to what extent is that responsible for each group? Because, like, yes, resource deprivation may be responsible, but I can damn well guarantee you it is not the main thing for a whole bunch of different ethnic groups across 3 different continents.
Right.
Like, you don't even need stats for that. You can just look at the civilizations and go like, duh.
Well, and also, like, if you look at crime statistics in the Asian population, usually it's less than even the white population, even accounting for socioeconomic conditions. So there's obviously cultural attitudes play a significant part here, which, again, I think they just don't want to, I think they don't want to like talk about that, because if there's like a cultural difference, that's the problem, then it's more, I guess the responsibility is more like on the group of people to sort of kind of change themselves, change the culture themselves. Because I don't think you really like, maybe, I guess you could, but it'd be very difficult to sort of like force a culture in a community to change. Where if it's more like a poverty or policing or whatever, it's kind of more indicative on like, well, the government will do X, Y, Z, right?
Well, it goes against their belief.
Can kind of do something.
It goes against their belief that the culture should be able to have some sort of self-determination, right? Every single culture needs to be distinct and self-determinative. So if you're saying, look, you have to change the culture because this culture is bad for society, they're like, oh my God, that's their culture.
Right. Well, it goes against multiculturalism because they don't want anyone to have to assimilate. It goes against, like, if a lot of these people are coming from the perspective that American culture is bad because it's white and white culture is bad and anything associated with whites and Americans are bad, and obviously they don't want anyone to sort of like assimilate into that. But they should be receptive to it because these are the same people that are like hyper believe that the cultural environment does shape your personality 100% because they don't believe in any level they're almost like fully blank slateism. They don't believe like in any level of biological impact whatsoever. So they should, if they're being consistent, they should be hyper aware of cultural and environmental influences.
I just think if you went into any community of any race and you started making a bunch of excuses about how all these people are oppressed and that they're only doing this because they're lashing out at their oppressors, the crime rate is going to go up in that population. Those people are going to feel justified in doing property crime and all kinds of things against the people that are oppressing them.
Right. Of course.
Seems
Of course.
perfectly logical. But look, you can't say that to these people because that goes against their whole belief system.
Well, and also a lot of the studies, they don't really say poverty, they say income inequality, which is different. And this is something that Jordan Peterson was brought up, where it was really not poverty, but the income disparity, income inequality disparity between people that would motivate crime. Because it makes people very jealous.
Exactly.
Sad if they see like, there's a lot of success and they're not part of it. Or if like everyone's poor, maybe, crime isn't such a big factor, which is interesting because then it means that the crime is really a factor of not like, oh my God, I'm starving to death. It's more of a factor of like, I am being unfairly pushed into a bad status place in society. So I need to like steal to either increase my status, or I don't care about stealing because society sucks anyway.
Yep.
Resources, the higher the trust equilibrium, and that increasing punishment severity is not effective at this goal. And that particular piece of information relates to our pal Pigpen here, where he has routinely argued for more severe punishment. Looks like the science disagrees with him. So
yeah, do you know who also advocates more severe punishment? Black people that are affected by black on black crime.
Like they do, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this is one of the reasons why Clinton was so popular with black people, is because he put a lot of black people in jail.
Well, you have to separate the criminal element from the law-abiding element. That's the only way that you can deal with this shit.
Yeah. Well, and again, he didn't really read the studies he linked, or if he did, he's just kind of cherry picking, because a lot of the studies he linked, probably, but a lot of the studies that he linked, they did say that the severity of police enforcement does deter property crime specifically. And there's kind of like when people talk about, yes, and
that's exactly right. Throw their asses in jail.
Like when a lot of people talk about this, they kind of conflate a bunch of things, because usually, and I feel like there's a sleight of hand going on with people that are very anti like policing, is that it's true that in a lot of studies, when they look at like, okay, if they're increasing like sentencing and things to that effect, like, yeah, that's not necessarily going to prevent someone from doing a crime, because, most people, they're not sitting around reading the statutes, right? They don't know exactly that, well, they increase, I'm going to go to jail longer. Or even if they do, like most people don't think they're going to get caught. So that maybe doesn't do that much. But what does do a lot is if they believe they're going to get arrested because there has been an increase in police presence or an increase of people being arrested, regardless of, what the severity is.
Yeah, all their friends get caught.
Right. That does always show a statistical impact on lowering crime. And then even on the severity of the punishment, that does actually show a lowering of crime rates when it comes to like, especially when it comes to gang related activities, because you're essentially just putting gang people and repeat offenders in prison, and you're keeping them off the street so they physically cannot commit the crime.
Right. What happens if their friend gets popped and gets off with a slap on the wrist?
Well, then they're going to get increased crime. Obviously.
Then they're going to do more. Exactly. They're going to be like, oh, everyone's getting away with it.
Right.
Surprise, surprise.
What?
What's going on?
So he says on the screen, you can pause and say dumb shit now. No, seriously, I'm going to make these pauses awkward until you learn to wait your turn, little puppy. It's
I'm
hard
to
for
make
me.
My
Listen,
videos suck.
I know, like, it's hard for me to imagine that people in his audience think that this level of like condescending, smug, seething anger it comes off so like desperate to me.
No, they love this stuff. Are you kidding me?
I don't know.
They're big sycophants.
Maybe if they're like in high school, that would make sense.
Oh my God, you totally burned him, the Birdman.
Okay.
I mean, have you read his comment section?
No.
Listen, I don't want brain damage. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. It's God, it is pretty embarrassing. Because I don't know who this kind of attitude appeals to.
Children.
Like
children.
Yeah. Yeah. Because it's just basically like big chest thumping gorilla mode, like, I'm bigger. And that's
right.
And I can cite studies. And that's his entire gimmick is I'm smart because I cherry pick studies. I'll say woe is
So
me, but hooray me. Yeah. Like, please rub my dick and tell me how intelligent I am because I can quote cherry pick studies. Like, that's it. That's it. And half the time, like Sitch said, it debunks what he's saying in the fucking video, which tells me he doesn't even fucking read what he's putting on the screen.
The next time I go to one of those like Asian massage places, I'm going to tell them like, hey, listen, you got to tell me how smart I am. Give me the happy ending. I'm curious. I'm curious to see if that works. Okay.
Sammy doesn't mind if you go to those places. Man, my wife always gets mad when I go in there.
You got to be a man, Adam. You got to be a red pill. You got to tell her what's what, all right?
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm going to get my dick pulled on by the massage lady.
I'm going to go get my hand up. Have fun, honey. My hands are tired from last time.
Oh, man.
Anyway, similar findings have appeared in studies examining crime in Mexico, Indonesia, Canada, and across the European Union, like this one here, where it's shown that people who are at...
I wonder why crime is such a problem in Los Angeles with these fucking idiots running around. Why? Why does our city suck?
But again, even look at what he's got here. So it says in 2023, 10% of people in the EU reported experiencing crime, violence, or vandalism in their neighborhood. Percentage was higher for people at risk of poverty at 12.3% compared with the 9.6% not at risk of poverty. So you have only a 3% difference.
Yeah.
This is the big chart. He's like, oh, gotcha. 3% annihilated. And even then it's interesting because if you look at, they have like all the different countries, you can see there's like a pretty substantial difference between countries. It's not like it's a steady average across the same. That's for all of them, which again shows you that there's something else going on here.
Yeah, culture would be a big indicator there, especially if it's so radically different between the cultures.
Mm-hmm.
And also, how many of those places there at the top there come from mass migration?
I don't know.
I couldn't tell you. Yeah. I know you want to blame the immigrants for everything, but I don't know the answer to that, Spoon. See, Greece.
I mean, I'm just saying. I look at the places where they come from and go, do you have high crime rate where you come from? Yes, there's more of you here. Suddenly the crime is higher. Wonder why that is. I'm just saying.
I thought the Greeks were just naturally shifty, honestly, but you know.
Report experiencing higher crime in their local area. So you see, this pattern is global and not unique to any ethnic group. Poor communities in parts of Eastern Europe and impoverished regions in Asia all experienced elevated crime rates compared to the wealthier populations around them. The same socioeconomic mechanisms observed in poor Black American neighborhoods are observed worldwide amongst people of entirely different ethnicities and cultures. Even the white supremacist's favorite non-white country, Japan...
That makes them really shit white supremacists, by the way, if they're glorifying the Asians. Just saying.
Everyone loves Japan. Who doesn't like? Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. How do you feel about anime?
The Chinese, maybe.
Do you not like anime too? You don't like gaming and you don't like big titties in anime?
No, I don't mind big boobs. It's just like don't make them front and center and everything.
Oh my god, buzzkill!
You don't want boobs in your face? Is that what you're saying?
Well, not always. There's a time
not always. Not 24/7. What is this?
If it's between always and never, which one are you going to pick?
Really, Adam?
Just asking. Go. Well, all right, we can move on. Look, obviously, he doesn't want to answer always, which is the correct answer. So.
Crime rates when poverty and unemployment rates rise, as shown in this study. Moving slightly west, South Korea is experiencing what they call a silver crime wave, where the rise of poverty and its aging population has seen a commensurate rise in crime. All of this does not...
I mean, again, they also, because I read that article, they also talk about how there was a huge uptick, and obviously part is related to poverty, but it was a huge uptick in social isolation, mental health problems, depression, loneliness, all these other things. So it's just, again, it's so silly to just always poke at just being poor. Now, if you were just to say, listen, X is Twitter, people always make these like very simplistic broad points on X. And then when you ask them, it's always like, oh, they bring it back, they nuance it. So was Asmon's post probably too overly generalized, probably. I think he even admitted that himself to some extent in his response video. But to just then do that exact thing in your video is silly. If you're just like, well, no, it's actually all just poverty.
Right. Yeah. Ignore all the other factors.
Mean poverty mechanically causes every individual to commit crime, nor does every poor community become highly violent. But the broader statistical relationship between resource deprivation and crime appears repeatedly across continents and populations. This is why.
Okay, I find that bit weird because that was Asmongold's point. There's more than just one factor. I mean, he didn't say it's the only factor. So, like, what was the purpose of this 5 fucking minutes?
To establish
bad
the
is the point.
factor.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and to call him pussy and whatnot.
Yes.
Yeah. And also a white monkey or something?
Oh, yeah.
Monkey ass.
Yeah, monkey ass. There we go.
Why many scholars argue that racial disparities in crime are better understood through the lens of concentrated poverty, inequality, historical segregation, and access to opportunity rather than race itself.
Well, yeah, there's a reason for that. It's because the people in power want that, because if the assumption is if you give us more power, we can fix this. The people in power don't want to go, oh, by the way, this problem is completely out of our fucking control. That would kind of be the reason why. I would imagine, because people don't really like to look into, like, if I just listen to like 5 minutes of that video, my immediate response would be, okay, so you've admitted that it isn't just resource deprivation. It's for some, but that is felt more acutely with certain groups and other groups. Why is that the case?
Right.
And I don't think he actually answers that. So
I think they gravitate towards this because income inequality is an issue that is front and center for people on the left. So they want to argue that their issue will fix crime. They want to argue that their issue will fix everything, right? If you just get rid of the billionaires, if you just get rid of income inequality, we'll live in a utopia. There'll be no crime. So I think that's why they turned to this.
For the right as well, actually.
What is
like
for the right?
The whole income inequality and a lot of these things are sort of coming into the lens of the right as well.
Really?
Just for a different reason. Oh, yeah. Like, there's a lot of right-wingers that are slowly becoming anti-capitalist.
Wow.
Which I'm all for, by the way.
Why are you for that?
Are you an anti-capitalist?
Yeah, okay. Put it this way. When people say they're anti-capitalist, they mean like your entire society revolves around production. They're not against private property, obviously. They just think that if like your entire civilization should just be down to we are ruled by basically liberalism and everyone can contribute to the machine, essentially. Like they want a society where
that's more
people are valued for
neoliberalism.
more than just their economics. Yeah, but they're essentially, their argument is human beings are worth more than just what they are to the economy.
Yeah, economically. They're not just economic units. There's like a cultural component that's important too. I've heard this a lot, on the right, obviously.
Yeah. But then the thing that people default to is they are basically, a nation is its people. And if you just replace it, then it basically becomes like the individuals and their race, their group matters. And then it's just, well, you're basically going down the Nazi route. It's like, you do realize people being valued for who they are as a group has nothing to do with any political thing. That's just basic biology. People like to be with their own kin. That's just normal mammalian behavior. That's not in any way political. And then you boil down that to essentially, like, something that I've said in a video before is, if you look at your own private property, you can discriminate against anyone for any particular reason. The state doesn't tell you you can't discriminate because it's your private property. But the moment you scale that past, like, say, the family unit, then the state says you cannot discriminate based on X, Y, and Z. Like, okay, at what point scaling it past the family unit does it become so untenable the state needs to intervene and tell you what you can and cannot discriminate against?
Well, I just want to go back to what you said in the beginning about, I mean, I don't think it's, when some people say they're anti-capitalist, I mean, they do mean they're against private property. Like,
yeah, but it kind of depends. Like, if you ask a communist that, they're going to say that. But if you ask a right winger that, it's going to be, it's because they think capitalism becomes like the main thing that their elites focus on, which is just basically extracting
Well,
wealth,
it seems like
labor.
as not in this circle, right? As an outsider, I'm going to say it seems like that that feeling stems from this idea of like, okay, we want to be really hard against immigration, and one of the biggest reasons given for immigration is because you need to have people work to do jobs, right? You need to have labor, and that's not blah 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 blah. And so it seems like that kind of meshes into this. Oh well, so I don't like that reason, so I don't really like capitalism now. I don't like this idea of like working being a valid excuse for allowing immigrants in the country. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I would think it's more the consumerist culture. And I also think it's because people look at their places where there's a massive amount of immigration. It doesn't look the way that it used to look like when they were a child. And when they see certain people come in, the place gets worse, their immediate response is, well, you made this worse because when there was less of you and there was more of me, it didn't look like this, which is true. So it's a...
Well, why? How's that tying to consumerism, I guess?
Yeah, well, I would think the reason why those people are there is either because the state wants them for labor value or because they're just trying to destroy Europe. It's kind of difficult to argue against it when people can see it in their day to day. And then when people say, "Oh, what about statistics?" Like, motherfucker, I don't care about statistics. I can see with my own eyes. Your stats don't tell me shit. My own eyes tell me more than your stats. That's the reason for many of the people.
If immigrants were coming in and the community was actually improving, do you think they would have less of a problem with like the browning of the community?
Yeah, I imagine some of them would. But if everything gets worse, then the immediate response would
be look, but the worst could be some third factor. I mean, it could be the immigrants. I don't know the cultural makeup. It would be interesting if there was a very different culture that came in and the community actually started improving, right? The streets were getting cleaner, like crime was going down.
Yeah.
If the people would still be upset because they're looking at all these brown people, and that's really what's upsetting them.
I think it's because the brown people bring something that's foreign to their culture.
Right. But what if that foreign thing is great though? What if it's like prosperity?
Well, yeah, but that's not.
What if it's more boobs in your face?
I think
what if they all have great cleavage and it's out all the time?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, come on, Adam. You sound like all the people right now.
Yeah, I don't know. It's obviously it's not that situation because most immigrants are fleeing desperate economic conditions, right? So their way of living is much different than the places that they're fleeing to. So I do think you can make an argument that it is obviously bringing down the living situation where they immigrate to.
Yeah. I can understand from a purely pragmatic perspective. Like, get told, hey, look, if you go over here, you can get a job or be on the state or whatever. I can understand it from like a human perspective, but there seems to be absolutely no regard for the native populations of Europe.
No, not at all.
The country's tank, and people are going like, why the hell is this happening?
The elites often benefit from the immigration with cheap labor and voters. So they're like, gun ho.
Yeah, it's great for them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with like a lot of mass immigration, I mean, you're going to have people generally who are from a lower socioeconomic class. So you're going to have all the problems of anyone in a lower socioeconomic class, regardless of country, is probably going to have different cultural attitudes that are probably on average
anti-immigrant,
not as great as a higher socioeconomic cultural attitudes about situations. And so that's going to cause a lot of friction. Plus, as you're saying, that now they're going to suddenly start competing with cheaper labor. And then the fact that just, a lot of people, and it's understandable, a lot of people, if they live in an area, they get upset if all of a sudden the area they live in starts to shift dramatically in some way that they, doesn't really go with what they like, the way things used to be, essentially.
If it's drugs, crime, and homelessness, it's the fucking shit show, which is the big problem. I mean, that's what's affecting Los Angeles.
Right. Yeah. No, I think the problem is it's like, unfortunately, we're as humans, we're really bad, I think, at determining why things are kind of spiraling, why things are moving the direction that they are. We are very good at determining whether something's getting worse or better generally, but we're bad at understanding why. And so it's kind of like the left already has in their mind, okay, like the reason for the ills, as you were saying, the reason for the ills
Poverty,
are poverty and
income
racism
inequality,
are
racism.
generally
Yeah, exactly.
like the two, maybe I should say poverty and like xenophobia are like no, I guess racism's fine, are like the two sort of things, and so everything has to map onto that. And then the right has kind of a similar thing, only it's kind of like the reverse. It's like, well, everything
Soft on
is
crime.
going down because there's some sort of like degeneration away from tradition, and also there's too many new things or new people coming in. So, and
I
everyone's
think
kind of
soft on crime is really the backbone of it, and also the leftist philosophy. It's excuse making for criminality, and they're just, so many of them are not willing to admit that. If you're going to make excuses, if your kid is acting up, and instead of punishing that kid, you're going to make excuses for their behavior, what's going to happen with that kid? That kid's going to act up more and more and more and more and more.
Yeah.
All you're doing is making excuses for the fucking kid.
right.
Which is part of the problem we have with kids today, because all their parents do is make excuses for them. Oh, he's got ADHD. No, he needs a fucking slap in the face. That's what that kid needs.
Yeah, it is weird because it is always seemingly, and I guess not seemingly, but it's always definitely associated with like the left with a much more like pervasive attitude or permissive attitude towards, as you're saying, like, oh, letting your kid kind of be crazy, right? Or, letting criminals kind of run amok, which it's kind of interesting. I wonder how that comes to be psychologically, because the left is more inclined to believe that people are born good and then are corrupted by society.
Yes.
So you would think that therefore they should be more in favor of like stricter parenting and stricter control on people in that way.
I don't think so. I think they're
not. I know. I'm saying, but it's kind of a
No.
contradiction.
They're too much empathy for the people who are bringing society down. All it is excuse making, even for the homeless, who are just, the homeless don't give a shit about you or your family or your home or any of that. But they have the utmost empathy for these people who would just stab them in the neck if they had the chance. It's so ridiculous.
White savior
It's
complex.
pathological. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're like, we have to save these people from themselves. I'm like, no, you have to save me from those fucking people. Like, save the law-abiding citizens, save the innocent families.
They do this calculation, which I've talked about. I don't agree with this calculation. They do this calculation where they say, okay, if a person is living on the street, then their life obviously is like substantially worse than the average person's. So therefore, the inconvenience, like, even let's take safety out of it, right? Because
they think they're forced to also, that they don't do it by choice, which is the problem, a huge problem.
Right. But just taking the safety, like, assume it's like a homeless person, but they're not going to like stab you in the neck, right? That they're going to say, well, the inconvenience or the mental anguish that like you as an individual person have, that you have to like not use the sidewalk or walk around the person or they smell or whatever, like, is so much less than that person's, the suffering that individual person faces because of their, homeless and in this fucked up situation. And that's sort of the calculation I think that they make, and why they're like, just kind of like, oh, let them do whatever. But I think the way that I start to look at it now is, well, it's true that obviously on an individual level, that person is going to, has a lot more like fucked up things going on in their lives. They still, I think you have to add it up to like, yeah, even if it's an inconvenience to a person on a smaller level, it's still inconveniencing like
the entire population,
or 10,000 people, right? Because everyone has to interact with it. And then you multiply it by like every homeless person or every person in kind of that situation. And so they're not really looking at, ironically, from the left, which is more collectively oriented, is not kind of looking at it from this perspective of like, okay, but it's like affecting everyone. You can't just look at it on this like person by person level, because that's not really how it
minor
functions.
Inconvenience for all of those people stacks up to way more inconvenience than the one person who's having a world of inconvenience. But look, they elect to live that way because they're drug addicts or they're insane.
Well, actually, I guess to answer my own question now, I'm thinking about the like, why are they kind of psychologically like this? If they're kind of in this more blank slate way of thinking, they're
women.
Well, that is high, very high in empathy too, right?
Disproportionately.
Though women also are supposed to be like the mama bears, so get like hyper aggressive if you
Well, they're
attack their
childless
children, right?
women, which is that's
Well,
part
then
of the
they take an
problem, too.
issue on as their child, right? But that's
Yeah, the homeless people, they become
Sure,
their children.
sure.
So they're mama bears to protect these fucking homeless people.
I think they look at it from the perspective of like, okay, if these people are, doing crime or they're homeless or whatever, it's not their fault. It must be like something environmental or societal happened to them to make them that way. And so therefore there's like an extra level of empathy, which I would say maybe is like some people are obviously just kind of born fucked up, obviously. But even if that wasn't the case and yeah, like someone had like really bad life experiences and it made them that way, that's terrible. But and maybe this is just like you have to have a little bit more callousness to be like, okay, but just because you had like bad things happen to you doesn't mean you could like fuck everything up for everyone else.
Yeah, we don't let wild animals roam the fucking city.
Right.
Why are we letting these people
Unless
roam
you
the
live in
city?
Detroit, in which case you do.
Are you okay, Sitch?
Huh? Yeah. Oh, there was just a pause in the video. I didn't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because he wrote the little thing at the bottom waiting for him. Which is like, why are you doing this in a video that's live? You fucking idiot.
It's because he wants to have
do a
that
video like that?
He thinks it's so cute.
Weird.
He thinks
this
it's
is
funny, I
this
guess?
is so amazing. He's like, oh, the audience
Yeah.
is loving this, as they're not really paying attention.
The reason black people are associated with crime in the United States is because black Americans have
It's 'cause they
historically
commit more
faced
crime.
disproportionate levels of concentrated poverty, segregation, underinvestment, and systemic exclusion from economic opportunity.
Do you guys think that there's more excuse making for black crime or white crime?
Obviously for black crime.
More excuses.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
obviously, yeah.
who has more excuses made for criminality? The white population or the black population? It's the black population by a fucking
obviously.
by a million miles. Yeah, exactly. But nobody ever throws that in as a factor. You've got all of academia making excuses for black criminals. Fucking so it's infuriating. It's fucking infuriating. And look, this video is a part of that excuse making, right? Oh, they're all poor. This is part of the excuse making complex.
Well, it's and it doesn't even make sense too, because it's like, okay, the majority of black people that are poor are not committing crimes anyway.
Of
So
course
obviously,
not. Yeah.
like, to be like, okay, well, obviously there's something else
Crimes
going
are being
on here.
committed against them.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
They want to throw all these fucking all these criminals in jail. They're like, bring in the Republicans. Throw these bastards in jail. Clean up the community.
well, that's what I mean. We've talked about this a lot too. That's the problem, is that like all this, it really just creates this cycle of poverty that makes it almost impossible to get out of, as long as there's like crime going on.
Yeah, crime creates poverty. As soon as the criminals are allowed, as soon as the excuse-making complex comes in from Harvard and allows the criminals to run amok, soon the Safeway's pulling out of the neighborhood, and they don't even have a grocery store. They got to go 18 miles just to get groceries.
Conditions that criminologists and sociologists have repeatedly linked to higher crime rates across every population on Earth, regardless of ethnicity. Once black American slaves were freed, they immediately faced discrimination, a lack of economic opportunities, exclusion from wealth-building institutions, segregated housing, unequal education, targeted policing, and widespread racial violence. Each of those things on their own contribute to...
He forgot excuse making. He forgot the excuse making.
We get in this situation where it's like, okay, sure, but we also had the civil rights movement in like the 60s, right? So it's been almost 60 years.
Yeah. We had a black president in 2008.
Sure. Where it's like, okay, you have to get to a point where you're like, okay, well, if there's continual problems, there needs to be some sort of change. Like it can't just be like forever, this forever reliant on the past, I guess. I think the problem here with this whole video, this is all Sitch's law, okay? Sitch's law, which is that most arguments are arguments about definitions, but people don't realize it, because what the Birdman and Asmon are using to define systemic racism is completely different. Because Asmon is saying like obviously his tweet was about, okay, black people are benefiting from systemic racism because there's all these DI policies that exist that look to either intentionally hire non-white people generally, and to intentionally lower in like the standards for admission for non-white people and Asians to get into college, to make it easier for black people to get into college, essentially. So he's saying, like, from a systemic racism, therefore they're benefiting from it. And what Birdman is saying, and what other people are saying, is like, no. When they say systemic racism, what they mean is because in the past there was all this racism against black people embedded in American law, that created a bunch of situations which still to this day, the ripples of like being a slave for hundreds of years, the ripples of being second-class citizens for 100 years have basically created a situation for black people that has put them in a much lower starting place in the race of life than the average white person, which that's true. But then the question is, okay, well, how do you solve that problem? And I don't think this sort of forever excuse making is ever going to solve that problem.
It's not. It's just going to create it's a cycle of the problem persisting.
Right. And they can make the argument, and it's 100% true. If there are cultural issues in the black communities in America that are keeping black people in poverty or making more likely for people to do crimes and things of that nature, that is the fault of systemic racism in the past. That is the fault of all the things that happened in the past. But what do you do about it now? You can say, okay, sure, that was a fault, but like, you have to do something to change it now. You can't just forever be like, well, it's not my fault, so therefore I never have to change. It's kind of like the attitude of, I didn't ask to be born, mom and dad, so therefore, why should I have to actually, be a productive moral person in life?
Yeah, it's very unfortunate, very sad.
Poverty, which I have just proven correlates with crime. Black people were subjected to all of them at the same time. The United States created a permanent underclass in the form of Black Americans by freeing formerly enslaved people without providing meaningful economic restitution, equal protection under the law, or fair access to housing, education, and employment, while simultaneously enforcing systems that kept many Black communities segregated, impoverished, and politically marginalized.
So if you want to carjack some white people, you go, feel free. Okay?
Yeah. And
you've
also,
earned it.
When was it the American founding ideal to do any of that?
What was that?
Where is that an American ideal to do that for everyone? Like the American founding fathers is about free white people. Like it literally says so in like the first Immigration Act. So this idea that, oh, look, after all of this should happen,
how is it like how is it modern day? How is it our fault now? Is basically what you're saying.
Yeah, and also if you look at all that stuff, I don't think white people have access to all those things mentioned there fucking either.
Yeah,
all those things are basically earned, because I've noticed that Asians don't really face that discrimination as much. Wonder why that is.
Yeah,
maybe
of course.
that's a behavior reason, because I imagine the reason why that whole stereotype and perception and bias exists is because of, actions repeatedly for decades on end. I mean, you put it this way: like if it's purely just discrimination and Black people have something to offer, you wouldn't need DEI, affirmative action, in perpetuity.
Well, a lot
You could just prove it.
A lot of immigrants come in and take advantage, obviously, of the DEI, right? They're not native-born Black people, but they realize that just their skin color gives them some sort of advantage. I mean, a lot of the Somali fraud was taking advantage of a sort of kind of DEI. People were afraid to call it out because of their skin color, because they didn't want to be called racist. So
I feel like the Somalis are a special case, because you can tell they're Somalis just by their physiognomy. Let's put it
but
that
they're
way.
they're still like brown people, though. So I mean, obviously,
yeah. Well, you could just look at them and go, like,
Oh
you
my
are
God.
clearly Somali from a fucking mile off.
Really? Like, I haven't done the facial calipers to determine the
Like, really?
Somali
Like,
physiognometry. Okay, I don't know what that is, but I'll take your word for it.
yes, you do.
I
Come
think
on.
I don't know
I
which is
think-
more racist, that you can't tell the different types of Black people. You think all Black people
or
look
that
the
you
same?
can tell. The
is that the
difference between
yeah?
different Black-
Well, look, it
That's
seems
right.
like
Pay attention.
damned if
Yeah.
you do, damned if you don't now, right?
Right. That was like there's that character in Community who was it was like Pierce's like racist father who could like look at a white person and he'd know like the exact like ethnic branch of white that they were because he was like so racist. But no, I mean I think every person, white, black, even Somali, I think every person as an individual, the average I shouldn't say every person because some people fucking suck. I think the average person has something that they definitely can contribute to society and be a productive member of society. And the way it's kind of the structure of these programs, and even Asman brought this up, and it's funny because it sort of used to be like the way to look at it was, okay, these programs, if you want to have programs that help poor people, like that's great, that's fine. I support that. Asman supports that. I think a lot of people, I think most people
Don't
support.
tie it to race.
Yeah, most people do support. Say, okay, like if people are in lower economic conditions, I'm not saying just like give free money, but make it so that there are ways that can make it so that they can help themselves. So you can teach a man to fish as opposed to giving the man a fish, right? I think most people are kind of in favor of those things. It's just that as soon as you tie it into race, all of a sudden you add this extra element to it, which starts to piss everyone else off. Seems very fucking racist. It's like, why are you doing this? When if it was just based on like, socioeconomics, like kind of like in this video, I mean, you would disproportionately help a disproportionate number of black people, which you should be in favor of if that was the case, that you wanted to help these populations.
They don't want to help white people though, because white people are privileged even if they're poor.
Yeah,
even
I
if they're
think
dirt poor.
I think it's a combination of they don't want to help. Some people don't want to help white people because they just don't like white people. And then there's some people that are like so conspiracy brained or so like, oh, well, if you have the program and it helps white people too, they'll somehow like those sneaky white people will like construct a way so it only helps white people.
That's
right?
not
It won't actually help
racist.
black people.
That's not racist at all to think that. Those
It's
sneaky
true.
white people.
Those white people are sneaky. You can't trust them. As a person of shadow, let me tell you.
There's two things about these people. They either don't like white people or they think that we're actually better. Because if you're saying we don't need help, that's because you think we're better and we don't need it.
Yeah.
That was my argument.
Pop quiz, ass on mold.
That was unbelievably cringe. Don't ever fucking do that again. That's why.
I like it.
What do you do when you don't have access to decent education, can't get a job, live in a slum, and can barely feed yourself?
Deal drugs?
I mean, probably, yeah. I think that is probably what you're going to do. You're going to join a gang. You're going to join a criminal gang and do gang activities. Yeah, that's true.
Statistically, you turn to crime. It's not a black thing. It's a human thing. So this is what Joe was trying to communicate, that black Americans face conditions that overwhelmingly correlate with higher crime rates, and that this is due to systemic racism.
I don't know. How often do poor white people turn to like dealing drugs?
Yeah, no, that's what
compared to other groups.
Why wouldn't they just turn to welfare, right?
Well, you can't really compete in a status hierarchy on welfare, right?
No, of course not.
You got to kind of do something to get above that. I'd be curious if there are studies that look at like what are the social attitudes in terms of like if you're part of a majority population and you believe that society is working towards your benefit, or maybe not your benefit, because if you're poor, you'd be like, fuck society, right? Maybe it shouldn't even be looked at that perspective of like, what if you're part of the majority group? It should just be like, is if you as a person believe that society is fair, or that there's some way in which either you can move up, or that if you're in a bad situation, it's your fault. Like if you have that attitude versus if you have an attitude of like, society's working against me and it's not my fault, I'm assuming that attitude, that latter attitude is going to have an increased correlation with sort of people turning to crime and doing things of that nature.
The excuse-making complex. That's what I'm calling it now. Yeah, exactly.
That's a good name.
Yeah.
If the excuse-making complex comes in, you're like, oh yeah, I'm morally justified to do this. If the excuse-making complex came in there for the white community, the poor white community, crime would skyrocket. They would match the black community's crime rates.
Well, I would be curious. I don't know the history. This would be interesting. Like when you had, because there's all this, friction when the Irish first started immigrating to America, you had the Irish mafia and all this other shit going on, like New York. I'd be curious if there was like a big crime spike when the Irish first came, and then if it goes down after some time period, like people stop they start assimilating. They stop viewing themselves as like not part of the community.
Right. The excuse making ceases. Like, oh fuck,
Or it's
we
just
gotta
like,
get jobs and join society like normal people. Shit.
There's that, and there's also just if you live in a situation where, I mean, we talk about this a lot too when we talk about like Iran and Venezuela and stuff, where if you live in a situation where they're really like the government is corrupt, like the law enforcement mechanism is corrupt, the only way you can like participate safely is to participate in that corruption, right? That's obviously going to create much different outcomes. Now,
Yeah, definitely.
I would hope, I don't really think there are places in America that the law enforcement is going to be on the level of corruption. I would hope that it would be like comparable to Iran or Venezuela or something.
Yeah.
All those factors I just named were racist, and all of them were systemic. Redlining, or the process of systematically denying minority communities access to mortgages, loans, and investment based on their race, helped trap many Black Americans in impoverished and underdeveloped neighborhoods for generations.
That's true.
They love
But-
this redlining stuff. Oh my
That,
god.
no, I mean, that is true, but it's interesting.
Also, a
'cause
whole bunch of other groups is listed
Yeah.
there as well, not just
if you
blacks.
pause it and read it, it says it was directed against
Yeah.
African Americans, Mexican Americans, Southwestern United States, Jewish Americans, Italian
Boy, it
Americans.
really hurt the Jewish Americans there. Oh my god.
Listen, we're pretty
Yeah.
based, okay.
The Italian Americans are still suffering from that. I like the chart from 1937.
Also, the thing that
90
I just
years
find
ago.
bizarre. The thing that I just find bizarre about like people who argue for this kind of shit is that there's never any reason why the discrimination happened in the first place, which I find very, very suspect. Because if I
What
look
do
at
you
like my
mean?
own country, well, because people don't have a prejudice for no fucking reason. Tends
Hmm.
to be based on action.
I mean,
Like, if I look at-
I disagree. People
You're
have
saying
all
they
kinds
deserve
of,
to be redlined? Is that what you're saying?
all kinds of people have prejudice for no reason though. I mean, I guess they have a reason, but their reason is not based in reality. That's the problem.
I don't know many people that have biases or prejudice that's based on nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you ask a whole
No,
bunch of people
it's-
why
they're-
don't you like certain
look,
groups,
they're-
they'll give you like an essay fucking answer.
They are based on stereotypes, but those stereotypes obviously don't apply to the entire population, right? There are Jewish people who are not greedy. There are black people who are not criminals. There are white people who are not racists, right?
No,
There,
no, I agree, but those stereotypes are based on truth, and it is enough that it became a stereotype.
well,
It's
but
because
it's
it's enough of
inherently
an
in,
accident
inherently
before
in
it
any stereotype there is innocent victims, right? The people who
Yes.
are who do not meet that stereotype, and the stereotype is usually negative, right? It's meant to
Yes.
malign an entire community. It's meant to say that every black person
Except
is
for
a
Asians,
criminal.
they're very good at math.
The negative stereotype about Asians, I think, has something to do with their anatomy. It's not about their being good at math. It's the negative
It's usually because they can't
stereotypes.
drive.
Well, look, that's a
And it's
negative
usually
one
made fun of
too.
by other Asians.
That's a
Right.
negative one
Well, it's
too.
because if you see their roads, they're fucking crazy. So yeah, that's where that comes from. And also, like, there's videos of them like driving over people and they're just like not giving a fuck.
But look,
So just
you can't endorse
things like
those
that.
you can't endorse those stereotypes without realizing you're maligning innocent people, right?
I wouldn't say you're maligning the people. I would say, I
Well, look,
imagine, like,
even if
you-
the stereotype is 50-50, which is insane for these kind of stereotypes. I mean, obviously 50% of the black population are not criminals, right?
no, obviously.
It's a
But
much
I-
smaller percentage of the black community that have some criminal element. So to say
Okay, but-
that stereotype maligns what 95% of the black community, that's not right. That ain't right.
Yeah, okay, but here's my point: is that if you are gonna look at someone and go, there's a statistical chance this person could be bad news just by being near me.
Mm-hmm.
The person is going to weigh up and go, what is the damage going to do if I base my behavior on that stereotype versus the negative feedback if I don't?
Depends on the
They're gonna look
situation.
at
If it's
the
just
cost.
like
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it depends upon the situation, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, if it's walking down the street, you want to cross the other side of the street, that's fine. But if it's like we can't have any black people in here working with us, oh my God, they might kill us. Then it is
Yeah,
going to
but-
damage a lot of people, right?
Yeah. Unless you don't hire them, in which case you're fine, because that situation then never arises. My point
then
is
you're,
that
you're damaging the black community.
Look, the
you don't
reason
reclaim your
the
state. Like,
reason
you're
why
looking
people
after
don't
your
want to
own.
hire the reason why people don't look, the people that go around and they talk about they're sick of white people, like they have white people fatigue, why are they saying that? They say that because they believe the stereotype that all white people are racist. That's not a good stereotype. Those people don't want to they don't want to work with white people because white people are racist. So that's the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
Would you condone that?
but
Would you say, look, they shouldn't have to hire white people because obviously
Hey, look,
white
if there's
people
a
are
whole bunch
racist.
if there's a whole bunch of minorities that don't like me and they want to get the hell away from me, I have absolutely no problem with that whatsoever.
Right.
As long as it goes both ways.
They should put up a sign. We don't hire white people.
Yeah, because then all the white people will be with themselves.
I just look, I always think that when I see
Basically,
like a
segregation is
black-owned business, the black-owned business signage really, to me, just screams, "Oh, we don't hire white people." But look, the white people love those businesses. They're like, "Oh my God, we gotta look. It's a black business. We have to patronize them." I guess that's good patronization, though.
Yeah.
Anyway, you get what I'm saying. Stereotypes are bad. Spoon. Stereotypes are dumb. You shouldn't give in. I know you're arguing. You're arguing in favor of them.
No, I'm saying that there is a reason why that behavior comes out. Yes. But it isn't always, it's not based on falsehood. It's based on enough to the point where it becomes a stereotype. All stereotypes are based on an element of truth.
Yeah, but that's not really the way.
5% of the population versus 95% of the population, you're calling it an element of truth.
Well, yeah. It doesn't apply to everyone.
The stereotype is the claim that all black people have low impulse control and can't help themselves from committing crime.
Is that the stereotype?
Yeah, that's a stereotype.
All of them.
What?
Okay, no, that's just an American thing.
How is that not?
Well, no, but that's how the stereotype functions. Is that you have some stereotype exists, like, okay, black people have. It won't even be like, oh, it's just black people have blank, or black people are criminals, and then the assumption is, okay, well, if you're interacting with a black person, you're going to be assuming that this person is a criminal until they prove they're not, right?
Yeah, guilty until proven innocent.
Right, which is not really a good. I don't think it's a very healthy way for an individual or for society
to interact.
Or interact with each other.
Well, and it sucks if you're a black person and you think, oh my God, every white person thinks I'm a criminal. Then you're like, every white person is racist, and then they're promoting the stereotype.
Right, and then they say, well, the stereotype is based in reality because every time a white person sees me, they make all these stereotypical assumptions about me. So I guess my stereotype's true too.
And then you've got 5% of the white population who's racist, and you're saying basically, oh no, all white people are racist. It's just,
I don't really mind if they avoid me because I think I'm racist. Like, as far as the effect is
Spoon,
concerned,
it seems obvious you are in the 5%. I'm assuming you're white. I'm not sure.
I also live in South Africa, and I have a very, 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 very stark examination in front of me of what happens when demographics get flipped and certain people get power. So,
no, look,
my prejudice is based on reality. It isn't based on like, oh, this is like some statistics. Like, no, I can fucking see with my own eyes.
If you're in a situation where, you went to school and your daily routine was like getting beat up by black people, I could see why you would have that stereotype and why. I mean, I would understand it. So if 99% of the people you interact with meet the stereotype, then you are like, okay, well, I can generalize this out to the entire population, even though you're just experiencing a super small sample size.
Yeah. No, but the point I was trying to make is that if you see this shit like day in, day out, like if you like doom scroll on Twitter and you see like a certain behavior pattern over and over and over.
Well, that's why they do it. This is part of the grift. This is part of
Okay,
the
no,
people.
yes.
There's stereotype warfare going on, right? The people
Yes.
who want to keep posting black people committing crimes are the same as the CRT people who want to keep news stories running about white people being racist. They're like, we have a stereotype. We want to promote it. We want everyone to believe all white people are racist. We want everyone to believe all black people are criminals. That's the game that's going on here.
Right.
Yeah, but I don't.
But
You think it's a good idea to play the game? I think we should probably stop the game.
what do I gain if that game stops?
Better coherent society that functions without people being horrible to each other.
I feel like that's more biological in nature. I don't really think it's political.
I think
feel like different
this.
groups, if you put them together, they will just clash automatically. People side with their own.
If they believe the stereotypes, they're clashing because of the stereotypes.
No. I don't think it's a stereotypical thing. I just think it's just if you have different groups with different belief systems. I don't think it's a racial thing. Like you have different tribes of the same place, they will clash as well. People clash for all kinds of fucking reasons. I feel like race is just the one people focus on because it's the one thing that we notice is different between people.
People can clash constructively, though. Obviously, this is one of the benefits of capitalism, right? There's a clash of product development.
I think that's more a male thing.
What's that? Sports?
I think
that's a
more
good
male. Yeah,
sports
but
is
I think
constructive clashing.
Yes, but I think that's more of a male spirit. The whole you can better someone by bettering yourself. I think if you put women together and you give them a capitalistic environment, they just tear each other apart. I mean, that's true. Like if you look at women, the first thing women do is like, you're an evil bitch, I must take you down a peg. Men look at that and go, oh, look, that guy's better than me. I have to do something to make myself stand out and be more than him. Like men look each other like that. Women don't
compete constructively.
Fair. I think like if we look at this from like a biological evolutionary perspective, okay, so we're like looking like hunter-gatherer tribe. I mean, yeah, you could have some men that are like that could have like a more positively masculine attitude of like, sure, that guy's better at me, so like let me learn from him or let me better myself. But there's also tons of guys that have very negative masculine attitudes of like, well, let me kill that guy so I can supplant him. And that's why more men are in jail for violent crimes than women ever will be.
Right.
So like, I don't think it's fair to compare a positive masculine version of something to a toxic or a negative female version of something.
But on average, which behavior is more common?
I have no clue.
I would say
do you think that humans as a species could have even existed if like the average female experience would be to cause problems within the tribe and tear each other apart? Because I don't think humans could have even propagated and survived.
No. I mean in a competitive environment.
Well, all women are in a competitive environment.
Yeah, they're all competing for mates.
Yeah, but I mean like in a business environment.
Oh,
like who gossips more, men or women?
Who does what more in a competitive environment? In a business environment? Sorry, I didn't hear you again.
Gossips.
Gossips? Oh, well, women gossip more. That's just their nature to gossip.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but okay, but that has nothing to do with. I don't think what we're talking about.
No, in an environment that you said that causes more problems.
Well, gossip can cause problems, sure.
Yes.
But trying to take someone out can also cause a lot of problems too, right? Like I don't.
But that's not really. Yeah, but it's more likely women will gossip than a bunch of men will go crazy and kill people.
Well, now, in a business setting, they're not going to kill people, but they are going to try. Like the business world is super cutthroat. Companies are super cutthroat.
Yes.
Like men are very
they
fucking.
Get them fired. Yeah.
Men are like hyper cutthroat in like these like very high competitive, positions, and they're going to be going against each other like left, right, and center. Like it's not an uncommon thing.
How did we get here, by the way? I'm kind of confused at this point.
I don't remember. Well, I don't know. You brought up that women.
Well, you were making excuses for stereotypes.
Oh yeah, you said the way it's all started was that you said that redlining was justified.
No, okay. In any situation, any animosity that any group faces, it doesn't come from nothing.
Yeah, it comes from the derelicts of that community. Yeah.
Do you think? Well, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Do you think if there was let's just use A group and B group. Let's say there's like A group exists for the majority in some area, right? B group starts to immigrate into that area. And let's say that the B group is very successful economically for whatever reason, right? You don't think that A group, and there's no crime, right? Zero crimes, hypothetical. There's zero crime in the B group. You don't think that the A group is going to start to become angry and pissed off at B group and start causing trouble?
It depends what the group is, because I don't think everyone has a kind of envious nature. Especially like to make the place nicer. Like you said.
What?
Okay, did you not say earlier on that if people come? No. Did you not?
They're going to be like,
earlier,
oh yes, these foreigners are so great. I'm so glad they're out
but
competing me economically.
Did you not make the point earlier that
I love all these rich foreigners.
Nicer? Yeah, did you not make the point earlier that if a bunch of people come into the place and they make it nicer, they'll be greeted as like heroes? Now you're saying that now you're saying that people will react badly. So which one is it?
Well, look, first of all, Sitch laid it out perfectly. No,
don't deflect the Sitch. I want your answer.
What is the question?
Because you said before that if like the foreigners come in and make the place better, then the locals will be okay with it because the foreigners bring in something better.
Right.
Now you're saying if a group B comes in and they do the
Sitch has convinced me that the envy and the resentment would still be a problem. It becomes obvious when he lays out his hypothetical that of course people are going to be upset. They're going to be upset because the foreigners are driving nicer cars. They're tipping more at the restaurants. They're in general having a better life than you. They outwardly appear to be higher status than you. So they're out competing you in your own territory. Yeah, that's going to be painful for people. It's going to be psychologically painful for people.
One is more likely.
If you're a waiter at the restaurant, these people are tipping more and having better lives, you're going to feel.
I don't think it's like an if
jaded.
then. It's like you're going to have some people that are fine with it, and you're going to have some people that become resentful. Right?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, but the resentful people are always going to present a problem.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course, but that's not like any group of people. It's just the resentment, regardless of whether a group is or not. It's just
of course
which one is more likely to act on it.
But that's, I guess, like the way that I look at it is, you said like tribalism is natural. Yeah, 100%. Tribalism is 100% a natural, evolved tendency for humans. And I think the only way to really get around that in a modern society is that you need to expand the person's how they view what is the tribe. And so sort of like the whole American melting pot idea is that we're supposed to expand the tribe away from, white or black or whatever, to like, you're American, like you're part of this American tribe. And that's the only way really to get around that. I think that's why multiculturalism doesn't work. But I think people can, that's where I disagree with you. I think people can obviously expand their idea of who constitutes it in their tribe. That's why people can, be in mixed communities, can be in mixed relationships and be totally fine. Obviously humans are able to do that and have done that, for a long period of time.
People have that kind of resentment just in people in their area rising in status. But the fact that it's just foreigners is going to be a little extra twist of the knife.
Well, it's humans, the brain is a pattern recognition machine and it always wants to see the pattern. But so this can cause a problem because like if you're white and you are in a community and you're not doing very well and you see there's some other white guy who's doing very well, maybe, you're not going to be like create some sort of racial stereotype or something about like that individual person.
No, but you are going to think, oh my God, what's he doing?
You're part of that same group, right? But you might be like, oh, well, the system is unfair and this guy is for whatever reason, or this guy's
a nepo
richer,
baby,
whatever, right? or he's hot, I need the Chad Max, right? Like there's going to be like a million other excuses. You're going to have the excuse making that's going to come out. It's just not going to be impact on that. Where if you're, white and some Japanese guy comes in and something, he's really successful, then maybe, not necessarily, but maybe you'll be like, oh, those damn Japos coming into my country and
exactly.
Stealing my jobs or whatever, right? So people just kind of, the human mind always wants to kind of like latch on to the excuse that they can in the situation.
Yeah. And college has become the industrial excuse-making enterprise.
Right. So I guess my only point was like, yes, stereotypes can be created because there is a disproportionate like belief or attitude in a community, but also stereotypes can also just come into being because people are resentful or jealous or whatever. And I think it's really a combination of these factors kind of merged together to create various stereotypes.
Yeah, it's basically
Okay, so,
gossip and rumor spreading.
Women
yeah,
behavior.
It is. It totally is. It's like saying,
Yeah.
you know, she's a slut.
you guys are coming around to my idea.
There you go.
Okay, I'll give you a spicy example of this.
Okay.
Several years ago, because back in when my family lived in Ireland, because the church that my family went to, there's a whole bunch of South Africans there, and you know everyone speaks Afrikaans regardless of race, so everyone sort of gets along because of a language thing. And we have a saying in South Africa: "Do not discuss South African politics with non-South Africans because it's very racial and it's very kind of divisive for people who are not really of a local mindset, especially Western civilization nowadays." But I asked the lady one day, the friend of my family, I said to the whole racial situation back home, what do you make of that? And she said something very interesting to me. She said to me, "Why do you think we hang out with your parents?" I went, "Oh, that's an interesting answer." And she said to me that her and her sister, when they got the right to vote in the early 90s, her father said to her and her sister, "If you give the blacks power, they'll destroy the country." This is like early 90s, and he's colored himself. So like, when I hear shit like that, and several years ago, there was a video that that same lady sent to me, and it's this black lady sitting in her car, and she's just like, literally just saying, "Give power back to the white people. We as black people, this democracy thing does not work. We have failed. Black people cannot rule. They cannot govern. Give power back to the white people because when white people rule, we had dignity, we had jobs, the place was actually functional." And I look at that and I go, this is someone who was under an oppressive regime and actually says like the people that we were oppressing were actually better than our own kin. Like that to me is a level of self-awareness and like honesty that I can actually admire. And if their own kin can see the mess, I don't understand like why my kin can't see the mess and come to the same conclusion.
Do you think what races have to adopt a certain culture? Do you think it's like,
Well, put it this way: if one group comes from a different place and like makes society and civilization, you have two choices. You can either force the people that are trying to come in to acclimate to it, and or failing that they don't actually acclimate to it, or they make it worse to get rid of them. Like that's just the reality. That you either have to integrate or exclude them. Otherwise, your own civilization will crumble.
I mean, I'm not talking about like one culture exists in a place and another culture comes in and tries to supplant that culture, or just changes the culture by new participants coming in with a different culture. I'm talking about just at its heart, are cultures tied to certain races? Like, is the race only capable of absorbing and acting out certain cultures, or can any race act out any culture? That's like the root belief here. Yeah, see, I think any race can adopt any culture.
Yeah, I don't think that at all.
So why,
I don't think
if you take
Africans can't like adopt Chinese culture.
If you take a black baby from Africa and you bring it to any nation and have it raised in that culture, you don't think that person would just adopt the culture?
No.
See, I completely disagree. That baby would be raised just as like in that culture, in that same culture. It's the same reason why, I mean, they even adopt the accent of the people that of the culture that they grow up in. They adopt the religion. They adopt everything.
No, that to me is blank slate theory.
It's not blank slate theory. No, because there's aspects that there are aspects that are in every culture though that are obviously there's a biological.
What is the point of culture and tradition?
Yeah, that's a good question.
To preserve your race and kin, I would imagine.
No, to preserve certain behaviors, right? You have to pass down.
No,
a
I would say it's
behavior.
preserve your own kin. I don't think it's fair
Tradition
to
is to
it's
preserve your kin. It's not to preserve a behavior, an action.
no, I
The
think
the
I
culture is
think
to serve
it's
the
to preserve your
biological
kin.
imperatives of the people that adopt the culture.
Okay, tell me right now, do you think English people in England would be fine being supplanted by like Indians so long as they adapted British culture?
Well, when you say supplanted, like what is that? Like, I don't think anyone wants to be supplanted. What do you mean?
Well, that's
Okay,
that's like a
there's no
question
more
of
ethnic
aesthetics.
native English people. They're only Indians, but they have a British
That's a
tendency.
question of aesthetics.
Well, no one, like people
No,
want to
that's
exist. I
race
don't
and
understand what
lineage.
you're asking. You're saying there's
What
going
if
to be
But
no more British people? Like,
you're saying that if you take like anyone from anywhere and birth them in that country, they will adopt the exact same standards. They will be
not
exactly
that they
the same as
will,
the
they
outside
can,
region.
they could. Not that they will.
Yeah, I don't think that.
Okay, I understand. I'm being clear. That's our position because obviously
Yeah.
a lot of people don't assimilate, right? I think that's a big problem.
What if
Yeah,
if
that's
there
easy
was
to
some
American
radical climate change, right? And all of a sudden the British people started getting darker and darker and darker because the sun, there was more sunshine. So they developed more melanin in their skin. And soon the British people were all brown people. Would they still be British people?
Well, yeah, because it's just a suntan, Adam.
Okay. There you go. There
I mean,
you
like,
go.
These are genetics.
So the browning isn't the problem as long
Well,
as
wait
they
a
have
minute.
the
I mean,
culture, the
you
British
have-
culture. It's
No,
fine.
that's genetics and lineage.
Isn't British culture and American culture, there's overlap, but they're pretty different. American culture, British culture is very different than Canadian culture. It's very different than Australian culture, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
But like
obviously,
I don't
it's not
think
like
like
it
if
was
you
like
take like a whole bunch of Africans, you put them in Japan, and then all of a sudden all the like the native Japanese people that have been there for centuries are just bred out by other like Africans, and because they can speak Japanese or whatever, they're now Japanese. Like no.
I don't. Who's saying that?
But that's your argument. Is you can just move anyone anywhere, and as long as they're born there, they will adapt to the culture.
That's not the. Again, I keep saying that's not the argument.
And
It's
that's
that
no, that's
people.
Adam's.
No, that's not even Adam's argument. Adam's argument is that there's not an inherent that a culture that is being produced by society is not a genetic inheritance. That it's a set of learned behaviors that people learn to emulate as they get older. That's the claim he's making. He's not making some sort of claim about replacing all of Japanese people with black people or something.
Joseph Henrik, in one of his books, tells a story about these native tribes. I don't know where the tribes were, but whenever the tribe was going through like a downturn, a lot of times they would send emissaries out to other tribes to figure out how the tribes were doing things, right? Their various cultural behaviors. And whichever tribe seemed to be the most thriving, they would adopt those cultural norms. Even to the point of they sung to the pigs for some reason or other. So because they didn't know which cultural norms were working for the tribe and which weren't. So if those tribes could do that, how can you say that certain races can't adopt other cultures? It just seems like, and people change their religion all the time. They're like, I was raised this religion and now I'm going to adopt another religion because I think it's better for me. Like the elasticity to change culture, it seems there's a lot of evidence for that.
Yeah, I kind of disagree with that because like when you say like certain groups thrive, what is thrive to you? That's like saying one person is happy because they're rich. Therefore, if we make everyone richer, they'd be happy.
In the context of the tribes, it was producing families and productive crops and a lot of livestock. I mean, that's how they judged thriving in that sort of condition. So, if their pigs weren't reproducing, they were like, maybe we need to sing to these pigs. Then they'll really get humble. We'll have lots of pigs.
Yeah.
We'll have more bacon. Who doesn't want more bacon?
I don't know. Jewish people not fans of bacon?
I love bacon.
Islamic people, Arabics. Yeah, so I imagine it's probably just
aren't Japanese people and Chinese people like? I mean, they're like very similar genetically. They only diverged, I think, a few thousand years ago, and yet their cultures are vastly different.
And they also had kind of sketchy Second World War
Look,
true.
Even in the context of you talking about cultural decay, you're saying there is a culture here that produces a thriving society, and that culture is changing for the worse. I would argue the excuse making for criminality is a cultural adaptation that's harmful for society.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
So we need to fight that cultural adaptation, and Birdman making these stupid fucking videos that play into that culture and promote that culture is how we attack it. We attack his videos and call him stupid. Right?
I wonder how much of this is what he actually believes versus just crazy clickbait shit.
No, this is just, I mean, most people, this is how stereotypes work. They're designed
I
for
think the
stupid
animosity
people.
is genuine.
Stereotypes are designed for stupid people. The stereotype does the thinking for the person, so the person doesn't have to. There are a lot of people in the world that aren't very intelligent. So these are little shortcuts, little I don't have to think shortcuts, right? You don't have to judge every single person as an individual because you're just like, oh, skin color. I know everything about that person.
I wouldn't
see,
say
look,
it's more
we
like
tap
that.
now, right now. Spoon is thinking, am I dumb? Am I a dumb one?
No, I've never thought
He's
that
like,
for quite a number of years, Adam.
Good.
I know, but look, why are you using the stereotypes then? Why do you need that crutch?
Because they're accurate.
You seem smarter than that. You seem way too intelligent. You seem way too intelligent for these stereotypes.
That's pretty good. I like that.
That's the one.
You're too smart for this.
I actually hate that. When someone does that to me, Spoon, it fucking makes me so angry.
So why are you doing it to me?
It's basically adopt my point of view or you're an idiot. No, look, at least I'm hoping we're presenting you with an actual argument why stereotypes are bad. We have the innocent people argument, lots of different arguments. So I think if you reflect on your own sometime, you'll come to our conclusion.
Yeah. Now, would you mind reflecting?
You're too smart not to.
Yeah. Now, would you mind reflecting on what my my parents' friend told me, and their very real experience with the sister?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the way that I look at it is, I think that envy and resentment is such a problem because, and I kind of looked at this with like, I actually looked into this and I didn't realize there's actually a lot of literature into like, why is this? That was kind of interesting is that Japan after World War II was able to become so successful and adapt to like kind of a Western idea of things. And a lot of the reason for that was based on the fact that there was, unlike most societies around the world, there was sort of like an acceptance of like, okay, we lost and we need to like move on, as opposed to this like nursing this grudge of forever, like, never, like the resentment of never wanting to admit defeat or that you lost. And I think that completely fucks people's heads. I think that's a lot of the problems that's going on in the Middle East is that, a lot of people have adopted a religion or an idea of like supremacy, and they kind of like fucks with their head when you look at the West is, doing better in a lot of other metrics. And it kind of like, how do you like deal with that? How do you cope with that? How do you square that circle? And I think like, I'm just American. I don't know what exactly was going on in South Africa, but I would imagine it's something very similar where you have a group of people who they're like, okay, now that we're in charge, we're going to we can't like adapt and assimilate and do the things that like the people that dominated us did because they're the bad people. Right. So we're going to do the opposite, or we're just not going to, take any lessons from the way that they did things. And unfortunately, they probably did things in a lot of ways that were, good and made societies function. And so if you're just going to do the opposite of that, then you're going to, fuck everything up.
Yeah. So can I go blunt force trauma here?
Sure. Go blunt force trauma.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the idea that sub-Saharan Africans can run the European civilization as well as the Europeans is completely fucking insane.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think they will ever be because it's not theirs. Like the whole structure of bureaucracy and just sort of competence of European civilization and values is not something that the Africans made. It's not their own. So they have no need for it.
I think
they'd be better off in a tribal society, the way that like Europeans would do really shit with their culture. We're different people. And we have like centuries of civilizations that developed this. You can't just force around people that have like not made the wheel like 1,000 years.
I think the issue is that you can't force ideas onto a group of people. I agree with that.
Yes.
And I think that if a culture or a group of people comes to something on their own, obviously it's going to be easier for them to adapt to whatever that thing is.
It-
So I
it-
agree
it
with
has
that
to have
aspect,
meaning-
but
It has to have meaning for them. Like,
well,
okay, so
I
I'll
don't know
give
if
you an
it's
example.
meaning. Again, I think a lot of it is resentment. It's because if you do it on your own, you're not going to be resentful of the idea because you did it on your own, right? But if you have to copy someone else that you've been kind of taught is a bad person, right? Then it's kind of like, oh, well, the bad person was able to accomplish something that I'm not. Like, how does that make you feel?
Are they really bad?
Yeah, it's going to make you feel shitty.
No, but okay, but put it like this. If you look at like, say for example, in Zimbabwe, all the white people like ran the farms. They had the farming equipment and they basically had industrial sized farms because that's what they did. And then when the land was given to people who never did that, you can't just give them the equipment and go run it as well as the previous people. Like A, they don't have the knowledge, and B, they don't care. Like you can't give some people tools and go, this is the tool that made us prosperous.
But
this
aren't
is
you
what
making
made
the
our
argument?
civilization.
You're making the argument though that you can't teach them, that they can't learn.
No. It's that it's not the teaching. It's that you have to get them to want to do the same
No,
thing
I agree.
that you did.
You're making
same reasons you did. But you can't do that. That's not how humans work. They're not like blank slates or like here's just an update code. That's not how humans work. If that was the case, then everyone would just adopt a better thing and everyone would thrive.
Well, look, we're
That's
getting
not how
somewhere.
humans are.
We're getting somewhere. You accept that if they put their minds to it, they are capable of learning those things and adopting that culture. It's not impossible for them to do. You're saying that the desire to do it is what's not going to happen, right? Because there's a difference between those.
I do think there's a genetic component to it.
So you're saying even if they put their mind, even if they're like, I want to do this more than anything, this is my Mount Everest, I'm going to climb it. You're saying no, they just can't do it.
No, I think some people can't do that. Like, I don't think you can like make anyone an astronaut just by giving them an education or like physical training. Some people have limitations. That's just the hard reality.
I mean,
of life.
singing to the pigs is not
with a
being an
shitty hand.
astronaut. Okay.
Like, farming isn't necessarily.
It depends. It depends on how difficult the culture. Like not committing crimes is not becoming an astronaut, right? Not not being nice to your neighbor or shaking hands over fist bumps or fist bumps over shaking. It's not. Culture is not impossible to adopt, right?
No, I just don't think it's universally desired. Because
okay, so but look, you're saying two different things here. Is it the desire? Is it they don't? Is it it's not happening because they don't desire, but if they did desire, they could do it, or they just can't do it. It's incapable. So we should, even if they did desire, it'd be very sad because obviously they're incapable of doing it.
I think if you told me the current people in charge of my country want to do as good as the Europeans, I would tell you you're insane.
Yeah, but look, want over ability. It's still not very clear what side you come down on in that question. I think desire is you have a good argument when it comes to desire because of the resentment thing, but capability, I don't think you have a good argument at all because obviously, I mean,
what drives your capability? Your capability so far, all I've heard is just desire.
What do you mean?
Like you can desire to be a basketball player, but if you're 5'6" up against people who are 6'2", like.
But there are people who are 6 foot. There are people who are 7 foot that they are capable. There are smarter people in a society, and there are capable people in a society, and more capable and less capable people in a society. You're basically saying it's irrelevant. You're saying there's no capable people in the society. You're saying no one is, because of their skin color, is able to achieve this kind of culture. That's what you're saying. I think it's anything
with skin color. No, yeah. When it comes to certain things, yes, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Like what makes you
believe that?
In Africa, centuries of civilization.
Mm.
Like I don't think anyone in sub-Saharan Africa is going to have the intellectual, mathematical prowess of anyone in, say, like China or Japan.
None of the people are.
That's just no. Like as far as like as civilization, like a value, like take it. You look at like China and Japan.
You're saying like the dumbest Japanese person is smarter than the smartest black South African.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like as a
I mean, it
as a
sounds like that's
culture.
what you're saying.
No. I'm just saying like as a civilization, like the thing that they value is like engineering, mathematics, and basically like a high education society
Yeah, but
because that's what builds their civilization.
there's probably
Yeah, but but here's the point. Like
the one
that
person that you pointed
cultural
out.
attitude,
Listen, the one person
that
that you
cultural
pointed
attitude
out
is
in
not
your
in
example
the same
is
as
the woman that
as
wants to turn the civilization back over to the white people. Are you telling me that that woman doesn't value architecture and engineering and low crime and all those things? Why does she want to
okay,
turn the
now you can
the
get into his
civilization back over to the white people if she doesn't value those things? So look, you found the one person that does value those things.
Okay, you're like going off the rails here. I'm saying if you
I'm
look at
going
a
off the
group-
rails.
No, yes, you are going off the rail because I'm talking about a whole group and you're focusing on one person. I'm saying that if you look at the culture and the civilizations that made Japan and made China,
Yes, they
you
value
can't
certain
take those
things. I
same
got that.
values. Yes, yeah, but you can't take that and then tell people this is what made Japan and China successful, so do it in sub-Saharan Africa.
Do you accept that some people in that society, in the Black South African society, will value those things? Or are you saying
Yes,
no? Nobody
but I'm
values
talking about
those
as a
things?
group overall. No,
Right,
obviously some of them obviously do because they're smarter than the rest.
Okay.
But like as a group, that's not what they value like as a culture.
Yeah, but
You-
I guess where the conflation or the confusion that I'm trying to get at is
It's like what made their civilization great and powerful. It can't just be like this is what made the civilization great and powerful. Let's redo that because we also want that because that's what made them great. Like greatness differs from group to group.
yeah,
And
but
also restore civilization thousands of years. Like that's my point. It's like when you guys say that anyone could be anyone, for me it comes down to why should we value that thing? Like we are not Japanese, we are not Chinese, we value our own cultures and customs, and it's not just mappable like through like borders. People
well,
are
as it
people, and
as
if
it,
people go different places, they take their experience and lineage with them.
I
Like
mean,
you guys did that. If you like your civilization is made of Europeans.
as
They
an
brought Christianity and they
individual,
brought
I
British stay with
mean,
them.
you're going as an individual, you'd say it depends. Like, well, whatever you value. If you're happy living however you're living, then sure, you could just be like, well, I'm not going to change, right? But if you're unhappy because where you're living kind of sucks, or it's in a shitty situation or there's rampant corruption, then yeah, you could change and say, okay, well, obviously this isn't working. We need to change whatever the system is going on. We need to change sort of the cultural attitude that's going on here. I guess, I mean, my issue, I guess, was sort of like in the question why I asked about like, what is the point of culture and tradition is I think if like what you were laying out was true, we wouldn't see the civilizational churn that we've seen. Like you would have a situation where like Egypt, thousands of years ago becomes the most powerful society in the world. And then obviously whatever made them the most powerful societies like baked into their DNA. So then they would forever be, the most powerful society. But that's not what happens. Obviously, then they fall. Then, the Greeks become like a very dominant society, but then they kind of get overshadowed by the Romans, and the Romans are like the most dominant society. But obviously, right now, they're not very dominant. Italy is not the most dominant society,
Ottomans,
really,
Persians,
by far. Then it's the Persians, and then I mean, so it's just the fact that there's all these like massive cultural civilizational shifts to me shows that it's not like inherent in this ethnic group's DNA was something to make those societies. Because otherwise, why like they would just keep doing that.
Yeah, but now you're going from like centuries to century.
Yeah.
Like put it this way, like if I take a whole bunch of say like Germans and like ethnic Germans and I move them to a place and I take like ethnic Indians, move them to a place, they're all going to make different cultures and civilizations based on what they know.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, exactly. And they're not interchangeable is my point.
Yeah, but
you can't
if
say, look,
you
this is what makes this successful, so we can copy that. Like
if you took ethnic Germans and you took ethnic Indians and you moved them to an island and you erased their memories of what everything they knew that was personal information, and you gave them a little book on how to start civilization and it was based on a Japanese civilization, I'm saying I think they would basically emulate and create a Japanese civilization. And you're saying you don't think that. You think inherent in their biology, the Germans would still somehow engineer a German society and the Indians would somehow engineer Indian society. Oh, if you didn't say that, then I misunderstood your position.
No, I'm saying like they do that because they come from centuries of civilization. I'm not just saying like if you give people absolutely fucking nothing in an instruction manual, yes, that they might do that. And in case in point, they're in an island and they need to survive. Like here's an instruction manual, they might adapt that. But if you if you took like Germans and you take them out of Germany and say, hey, look, make a civilization, they're gonna make what they know, obviously.
Sure.
But if you add another variable, like you know absolutely fuck all, and here's a manual, yeah, they might go with the manual because that's all they know. It's the manual in front of them.
No, but I mean, I guess that was the example. That's like that's like a extreme hypothetical of the sort of like if a Japanese family adopts a black baby, right, and they raise the black African baby to be Japanese, wouldn't it? I mean, maybe assuming there's a lot of racism in Japan, but like assuming theoretically there wasn't, like, why couldn't the black person should be able to completely assimilate, and emulate society, and they would reproduce all the cultural memes of Japanese society? I don't think they'd be like, oh, I yearn for like whatever the cultural differences are of Africa. Like, I don't think that's inherent within them.
Okay, can I ask maybe a question? Like, why do you think South Africa looks the way it does now versus when the Europeans ran it?
Because what do you mean? Because there's all these sorts of, they don't really have, I think it has to do with what I said earlier, where it's very difficult for a group of people to basically have cultural ideas forced upon them if they don't come to them themselves. And then when you kind of breed in, when you breed in a lot of like resentment, because there's like this idea like, well, these people dominated us. So it's like the kind of tamps off in a lot of people's minds, like, well, we can't emulate that functioning way of existing because those were like the bad guys.
Well, blank slate is saying that there's no genetic or biological component at all. So when you accuse me of blank slateism, I mean, that's not really fair, because obviously there are biological components. It's just
yes.
Yeah, so
like IQ.
Yeah, obviously IQ is biological. Yeah. No.
Yeah. Okay, at least we're on board with that one, because fucking Birdman over here says that's not a genetic.
Well, look,
thing.
this is why I think culturally you have to adopt a culture that takes into consideration that a large number of people are going to have low IQs. Like it has to be functional, even with dumb people, because you're not going to have a whole society of 140 IQ super geniuses. It's just not possible.
Yeah.
Maybe when we can do genetic engineering, a little.
Oh God, no, I'm in favor of that.
A little eugenics, and then we can really get things. No.
Yeah, baby.
I'm in favor of the latter.
Anyway, has Sitch convinced you?
Obviously.
Okay.
I've convinced the Goy to accept the immigrants. That's obviously the master planner. Thank you so much, JMac, for the $60. Says, this doesn't work because stereotypes are culturally linked. Take any one member of a race and supplant them elsewhere. They'll adapt that culture. Gender stereotypes are way more viable than race stereotypes. Even those exist at a 60-40. People are naturally tribal, but what constitutes a tribe changes drastically, and it's obviously not just tied to race. Also, U.S. halvesies are out of luck, I guess. Oh, us halvesies are out of luck, I guess. True.
I think JMac is half Hispanic and half European.
Yes.
Although isn't Hispanic European? I mean, it's from Spain, right?
I was about to say, so he's like 75% European then.
I guess it depends. I don't know how much do you do the racial math there.
Well, I mean, because if you're Hispanic, it means you have European blood in you somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Away from that dirty South American native blood, right?
Yeah.
Fair and practical.
I want to make jokes, but they're all offensive. So
fair and probably for the best. Fair and practical progress for 15 Aussie bucks says Spoon's anecdote of a black man saying to give power back to white people reminds me of jailed people who were once released without support. Say that they struggle to reintegrate without the structure of jail life. This should be an argument to assist people to transition and adopt a better culture, and to not simply give them a new thing and expect them to thrive, not throw them back. Another example is the sudden life downfall of lottery winners.
That's kind of a weird comparison. Maybe it's because like it was actually like a fully functional culture, and the one that's right now is a shit show. It could just be because they saw what the place looked like before and after. Like it's not like I was horribly oppressed and now I'm free and it's shit and I had no function. It was I'm in the same fucking place. There's no environmental change. It's that the environment itself got worse.
I mean, but there was an apartheid system, right? We're talking about the same place.
Yes.
Okay. So it's not, when you say fully functional, I mean do you mean by that? Like, what do you mean?
Well, doesn't it strike you weird to say that these people were oppressed, but they want, like, maybe the oppressive regime had some kind of function? Like it's
No.
saying like, hey, look, I'm free, but everyone around me is therefore free to commit way more fucking crime. Like the freedom comes with like a consequence, and the consequence of giving certain people freedom is those people fuck the place up.
Yeah.
It's not nice. I'm just saying like this is like this
Okay.
is the reality situation. You know, like this, like not, this is gonna sound fucked up, but like there's maybe a reason why certain people are oppressed. It's because if you give them freedom, they fuck up the place. Like why they're in jail. To give like a small example.
Yeah, I don't. Again,
but how are you grouping those people? I would group them on criminality. It feels like you would group them on skin color.
No, I would group them on crime.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm not like skin color to me means nothing. Like if put it this way, like if South Africa was like only white people, but like a certain group of white people from like a certain country in Europe was the one fucking the place up, I'd still have the same fucking issues because it isn't.
Yeah, you'd be like the Irish coming in drinking too much and causing chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People just think it's skin color because like that's the thing that they see. But if everyone was like, if the behavior was the exact same way, but the skin color was everyone was the same, you'd still focus on the behavior because the behavior is the thing you're focusing on.
Yeah, well, you'd create. You have the classification. Obviously, if everyone was same skin color, would be based on a different grouping, right?
Yes,
it'd be more ethnically tied to the region or whatever.
Yeah. But it is ultimately still behavior based. People just focus on the skin color because it's easier.
Hmm.
You got to read.
I imagine this is not controversial.
I got to read what?
Shadox for $10. I am a 100% ethnic Chinese guy born in Texas, and I like to say I blend in quite well here in Alabama. In fact, I can't name a close friend right now who is also Asian. So Shadox is Asian, and he's saying he was raised in Texas and now lives in Alabama. And he's fine being friends with ethnically white people, I'm assuming. Maybe black people in Alabama.
Yeah, I was about to say. Alabama's
both.
But culturally saying, look, I'm not Chinese at all. So look, he's saying
but he's also in America.
So American culture is easier to adopt? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, because America, you can say anyone can become America as long as you're here, you work hard, and you live here a couple of years. Like, don't cause trouble. Whereas, you know, like, because it's new.
England,
it's a new
they're all saying, "Nah, you can't become English. Get the fuck out of my country."
Yeah, that's based. I would prefer more people would be like that.
The French are like that. What do you do in South Africa, though? Aren't you the colonizer in South Africa?
Yes, I'm the Chad imperialist. I'm okay with that.
I hate that. Are you white? You're white South African. Okay.
I am, yes.
So
does the voice throw you off, as Adam?
Well, no, you probably do experience a lot of racism from black people, right? I mean, that's the word on the street.
No, not really.
Okay. Do you interact with a lot of black people? Or are you like in an all white area?
I'm in an all white area, yeah. But okay, this is going to sound kind of weird. Where I live now, all the houses here, this is like worth multi-millions. And everyone that works, it's just a reality situation. Like it's not a boast or anything. It's just where the area is. But everyone that works in like a shop or whatever, like locally, like everyone that works there is like every laborer is not white, and it looks really, really weird. I mean, if it's like a boutique place or like a place that works with security, then yeah, it's gonna be an Afrikaner or a boot or whatever. But the fact that like every laborer is not white, it looks really, really sketchy. It's like, oh look, we live in the 50s again. It's kind of weird. I mean, everyone is like friendly and everyone is very mannerly, and it's kind of weird because like you see like this very like polarization on the news, especially like on Twitter. And then I go to like my local shop and I speak to the people, and everyone's very nice and friendly, and like that animosity just doesn't exist.
Okay, but isn't that that's good though, right? That's the desirable thing.
Yeah,
everyone's getting along.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's
I mean,
like
if you go further up the road, go to the neighborhood,
society.
yeah, it's kind of sketchy. Well, yeah, kind of. But like that's how people are. Like people prefer to stay with their own.
What is
Unless they
sketchy?
get money, in which case when they want to live alone, they only want to live like white people.
Is it sketchy
there's
for you
less
to walk
crime.
down? Well, you said something was sketchy. What was?
If you go further up to like the road where like the people of color live, then yeah, you can just look at the place. It's way sketchier.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's
I mean, you
areas.
can see with your own eyes. Yeah,
There's
it's like
areas in
no-go.
Los Angeles that are obviously very sketchy. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
hmm.
Someone said, "Do I know that Don Kitty?" Yes, I do. But she's in Dubai, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, she's from
not-
South
yeah.
Africa but lives in Dubai. Yeah, she said South
Yeah.
Africa though is fucking horrible.
I guess it depends where you go, I guess.
Well, it sounds like, I mean,
I
you're
actually-
living the high life. You're living in all these. You're living in the ritzy area, the $1 million home area.
I wouldn't say it's ritzy. It's more in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, okay, it's a suburb. You live in
Yeah.
the suburbs.
Yeah. I mean, it's nice. I've it's not really a lot to do here except fish and drink. But I'm not really that bothered about it. Yeah.
In Los Angeles, you can live in a horrible neighborhood where you got tweakers smoking crack in your backyard, and it's still $1 million home. So, I mean, I don't like when you say $1 million homes. I'm like, ah. So he's only got
Yeah,
like a
that's-
couple tweakers.
I've not seen anyone do drugs there. I mean, there is a cannabis shop down the road. Now that I think about it.
Huh?
Which is-
What's scary then? Because the scary places in Los Angeles, it's always like, oh my God, this is zombies running the place.
Yeah. Okay. So, because the beach is pretty close for me. One thing that was just so fucking weird is that because all the farm hands are black or colored people, like during one day of the year is I think like the farmers or whatever like bust them down to the beach for a day, and there was just so many of them in one place at one
Mhm.
time. I just was like, there's no one hell I'm staying around here. And I just like left and I went home. But the next day, like they were all gone, and there was like no one at the beach. Like it was just really surreal. Like where the fuck did all these people come
so
from?
you were like one white person, and there was hundreds of black people at the beach.
Yeah, and they would
Okay.
normally never be there. It was just really, really.
And you were
really
like,
weird.
you're like, fuck.
Where they all
this.
come from was the main thing.
Mhm.
Was the thing that, yeah, because like it just looks sketchy. Like,
That
you
was
can see
it.
where
I
they
thought you were
hang
gonna
out.
be like, and then they destroyed the beach. I thought there was gonna be something that happened.
No. I will say you can tell when they were there because they just leave garbage and bottles and cans.
Right. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. I thought that's where to go. Not just like, oh, there's just so
Yeah,
many
no.
black people
Like,
here.
I will openly say this. I will advocate for segregation just to fucking keep the beach clean.
Okay. Wow.
I'll openly say that. Like I don't
Mhm.
fucking care. Like just like I deplore garbage with a fucking passion. And wherever they are, there's just garbage galore. You
Well,
can
look,
see, like,
I've been to
whenever
a
there's-
Grateful Dead concert where there's white people everywhere, and there's tons of garbage after that. So I don't know if it's just black people that leave their trash strewn about.
Well, those areas are specifically for them. That's how you know. Like when you go where the white areas are, because there's certain places on the beach that it's like right next to wealthier places that only white people can afford, and it's spotless constantly. So I'm not trying to like be sketchy or like say some like racist shit. Like you just see it with your own eyes constantly, and it's just a pattern beaten into your head over and over
Yeah,
again.
look,
with your own eyes.
they knew the oppressor. This was the oppressor's beach. They're like, we're gonna trash this fucking place. You kidding me? Make
No,
this
they just go-
oppressor pick up after us for a bit.
Yeah, except the government employs all the black people, so they're just making jobs for other black people.
Oh, okay.
What all works out.
Yeah.
Like,
Win-win.
yeah.
Or you couldn't just like not trash the beach and just put it in the garbage can that's like fucking 5 foot away. Like, or just do that, Like that's the kind of shit that makes people go like, that's what fuels racial resentment. Is because you can see the behavior, you can see the trash, you can see the mess, and go, there's literally a garbage can like right next to the place like you're parked. Like just put it there. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Right.
Yeah. I think it's cultures of resentment breed problems.
Yeah.
I agree. Well, I don't agree with you, but I agree with myself.
Is obviously racist, that is systemic because it was a government-sponsored organization that invented this, and it was legal. Systemic racism.
Oh, look,
The main way a family in the
long,
United States builds
uncomfortable
wealth
pause.
is through real estate. If you own a home, you generally pass that home down to your children. And since your children are now not required to use the majority of their income for housing, they are able to save, invest, pursue education, start businesses, and accumulate wealth more easily themselves, creating a compounding cycle of generational wealth. If you routinely deny Black families the opportunity to own valuable real estate, you rob them of the opportunity to create generational wealth.
What is the racial wealth gap and why is everyone talking about it? The racial wealth gap is a measure of wealth inequality between racial groups in the US. Here's a prime example. Black families make up 14% of the population but own only 5% of American wealth, while white households make up 65% of the population but control 80% of the wealth. The gap traces back to the 1863 Emancipation Proclamation, which led to freedom for almost 4 million Black Americans. By 1860, their labor accounted for 60% of U.S. exports, $200 million a year, but Black Americans received nothing. No land, no money. Without any money or land, how could newly free Black Americans create wealth? The second barrier to building wealth, housing discrimination.
One significant driver to the racial wealth gap, as I mentioned before, is going to be homeownership. Homeownership is a significant driver of wealth, whereby every year of homeownership, homeowners gain about $14,000 in equity. Conversely, if you don't have access to homeownership, you don't have access to that type of equity and that cushion that you could get from having money saved from homeownership.
Housing discrimination allows banks to deny home loans to the Black community through a practice called redlining. Redlining was a government-sponsored practice of denying mortgages and other financial services to segregated Black and brown neighborhoods. It's called redlining because bankers literally drew red lines around undesirable communities.
Why were they undesirable, though?
Why?
Because they didn't like Black people.
I'm wondering
That's
for
why.
him.
It was
'Cause he doesn't
perceived
say.
that they would lower the values of homes, that white people didn't want to live next to Black people, that it would lower their home
And
values.
is that perception based in reality?
Probably then, because people were generally more racist. So obviously the white people probably did not want to live next to Black people. So it would lower the value of the homes because there wouldn't be as much opportunity to sell the home.
Because I feel like I can't remember where was it, one of the mayors or whatever in one of the Black cities complained that a business that they frequently steal from left, and then they complained that the business left.
Well,
I
look,
feel like if you do
steal,
that kind
they
of shit,
steal
that's
from the. I always go back to the excuse making complex, like the
Robin Hood.
industrial excuse making complex, because they steal from the business because people fucking make excuses for them to steal from businesses. They have this whole narrative about how they're oppressed. This whole video gives them an excuse to go steal from the business, and this business pulls out of the neighborhood, and it's a vicious cycle because then they can't build wealth, right? There's another study that shows, you know, they would riot in the neighborhoods, right, over over systemic injustice, right, and that would lower the property values in the neighborhoods where they rioted, which were Black neighborhoods. So obviously they couldn't get a leg up because they didn't generate income from their homes, because all their homes lost value because of all the rioting. So this is a horrible problem. I don't know how to solve it.
I also feel like if you go out of your way to steal from a certain place, and when they leave to still complain that it's some kind of corporate thing and not your own behavior, that's the kind of thing that makes people go, "You people are morons."
Well, then they'll never admit that the excuse making is part of it as well. Sitch, what were you going to say?
Even if that is an excuse, like if you see this same behavior pattern for going on for decades, at one point you're going to go, okay, there's either a serious problem with the state, or these people have like some kind of mental disability. That's just my logical conclusion from that. Like if you see the same thing over and over again, and what they say they're trying to do doesn't work, you would go, okay, someone is fucking up here. Is that not logical?
You have a different belief than me. I
think
have
it's a belief. It's just like looking at.
No, it is.
Like,
it is totally a belief. It is a belief. You believe. Yeah, you believe that if all things were equal, that the Black community would still steal more disproportionately from the grocery store for whatever reason, cultural reasons, reasons of lineage, whatever your belief is, that would still exist. My belief is that if there wasn't, my belief is any community that has a bunch of excuses made for their criminality will have more criminality, because obviously you've got a big group of people that are making excuses for them. So they're like, I'm going to do it because why not? Everyone's making excuses for me. It has nothing to do with race. It has everything to do with just human nature. It's almost biological. People do what they perceive that they can get away with. So I believe if you stopped all the excuse making, then you would see the criminality in the black community go down. You don't believe that though, right?
No, it's not that I don't believe that. It's just that I've seen that same thing happen over and over again for decades, and it keeps persisting. So my thing is, what keeps that perpetuation in cycle? Or what keeps the cycle in perpetual motion, essentially?
Well, look, at one point, I do think there was a lot more oppression and racism aimed at the black community, that they got resentment from and engaged in criminality that was probably somewhat justified because they were being targeted, right? But as the targeting went away, there's this excuse making industry that kind of came in to take its place, and that excuse making industry has given them an excuse to engage in the criminality without actually being oppressed, without actually suffering the sort of targeting they did when redlining was ubiquitous.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. I'm asking what keeps that cycle in perpetual motion, the constantly blaming other people thing. Is it state sponsored? Is there some kind of NGO pushing it, or is it academia? And because I imagine if you genuinely want these people to do better by themselves, then you would have to find whatever is keeping that in motion and gut it brutally.
Well, look, I think obviously anti-capitalism on the left fits into this excuse-making complex. Like what sustains the excuse-making complex? I do think leftist politics do to some extent. It's really wound up in their politics and their belief system. I mean, their belief is at odds with the greater public, because their belief system it's really wealth inequality that's creating the crime. So
I would say it's just the state.
So we should get rid of the state?
No, I'm not an anarchist. Well, like I imagine that they're essentially like a client class, because I mean they're overwhelmingly though Democrats. So obviously the Democrats going to say, look, the state can solve these problems, and they constantly bitch about something to keep with the state in essentially a permanent jobs program.
Am I correct though in the difference between your belief and my belief?
I would imagine so.
If the excuse making complex went away, and I think there would be less criminality in the black community. So
I think,
but you don't believe that. Well, look, the lenient punishment
crime, you'd be better off.
The lenient punishment is part of the excuse making complex. Obviously, you have these liberal judges that you've got these offenders that are 35-time offenders, and because they're black, they're saying, look, this person's oppressed. The system has failed them. We need to give them another chance. We need to give them another 50 chances. And that's part of the excuse-making complex, because you're basically telling the entire black community, you're saying, look, you can engage in criminality and they'll just give you a slap on the wrist.
Yeah.
When the white poor person gets arrested for some sort of violent behavior, they're immediately, they throw the book at them. And that white person tells all their friends, oh, you're not going to get away with shit. So it dissuades them from doing it. The excuse-making complex is a huge part of the problem. This video is a huge part of the problem because they're just sitting here making excuses. The Birdman is making excuses. He's making excuses. Totally.
Someone said I got deported back to South Africa. Like, is that wrong? Who the hell said I was deported?
Were you were raised in South Africa?
Well, I was 10 and I moved. Yeah.
You were from? Are you from South Africa? You're from? Hold on. Where were you from?
I was born in South Africa.
Okay.
My family moved when I was 10 years old. I have an Irish citizenship. I wasn't deported.
Oh, you're
I
not.
don't know who the hell said I was
I
deported.
thought you were in. I thought you were still in South Africa.
No, I lived 25 years of my life in Ireland.
Okay.
Hence
so
why I am an Irish
Wait,
citizen.
where are you living now?
In South Africa, because I moved back.
So you moved back. Okay, you moved back to South Africa.
Yeah.
Okay, I was confused.
Yeah.
Why?
Because my family is here.
Oh,
Like, they
okay.
basically just said, you can either stay in Ireland or you can go back with the family. And I thought, well, I haven't seen my family in 15 years.
Is
And
so much for the lineage.
Is your family of Irish lineage?
No. I
Or
mean,
like-
my mother was contacted by someone from overseas because they were looking for workers. And my mother just said, no, I'm not interested. And my father opened his big mouth and just said, well, we should go for a year. And then my family was there for 25 years.
So
look how
are
that turned out.
you? Or where's your ethnic origin? Are you Dutch? Are you British? What are you?
I would.
Fuck are you? Okay.
Yeah, calm down.
We need to know how to judge you.
23
I want to know how to feel about you, Whitey. Where are you from?
Well, if I go by surnames of my grandparents, French, Dutch, and German.
You never done like one of the 23andMe's? It's like you're 50%.
Whatever. I think like
why
the
would
idea
you
of
give
giving, like,
your DNA to the
like,
state?
I know.
to a corporation. Yeah, it's like
Right.
fuck that. It's just sketchy as shit. Like, I'm white, lad. That's good enough for me.
I don't want to know.
Okay,
Too
well,
bad.
Okay.
No, you can ask questions. I don't mind.
Well, no, I mean, I thought you were like making distinction between. You're like, oh, race doesn't matter, right? I know you're just joking, but you're like, skin color doesn't matter. So I just want to know what specific ethnicity you are.
Yeah, German, French, and Dutch. I don't
German,
mind. Like, I
French.
like
So you're a
difference.
mutt. You're a white mutt. Is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Not very
Okay.
pure.
I'm okay with that, man.
I know.
No, neither is my dating history, I suppose.
Gotta
I'm a
forget-
horrible white supremacist, by the
I
way.
mean, he would survive like the first purge, but maybe not like the third purge. Okay. Then they'd be like, he's a little too mixed for us.
Yeah.
Black
He
household
doesn't
in a
have
middle
blonde hair
class
or blue eyes.
That's true.
community was enough to make the federal government deny mortgage loans in that area. As a result, Black families turned to
Historical racism made the Black community poor. Poor communities commit crime. That's the argument.
Yes.
predatory lenders or were shut out from home.
But who's to blame for that? It's the racism, right? We wouldn't have this crime if it wasn't for the racism. You did it, Whitey. It's your fault.
Ownership completely.
We just keep having to fight battles, but a lot of the things that have happened to...
The thing is, for me, like, if you have a bunch of people that say white people are horribly racist, it shouldn't be a surprise that they don't want to be around you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you go out, I hate you.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, whenever I see this kind of shit, I just look at this from like a purely behavioral standpoint. If I see the federal government say these people are undesirable, right? And I look into it, and they've done it to a whole bunch of freaking people. And if I look at it, like the group of people that did it to were like Mexicans, Italian Americans, certain Jewish people. So if like I look at that and go, okay, really sketchy behavior, and some of these were like part of the mob when they first came over. So I could sort of see like why the federal government would think like this is kind of sketchy behavior. Like these people need to be like segregated from everybody else. Like that to me would just be like what a functional state would do, regardless of like behave. Like the people they did it to is not what I'm paying attention to. It's the behavior that causes this problem. Like if
we should do that
people,
with murders. Like, why not just kill all the suspects?
Because some of them are innocent, I imagine.
Well, but then you're sure you get the guy though. I mean, you could have a trial and you could actually convict the
It's very
wrong person.
Stalinist.
If you kill all the suspects, then you definitely make sure you get the guy that did
If
it.
we
Right?
kill all the
That's a good
hungry
point.
people, we have no hunger problems. Yes.
This is the argument you are making.
No. I'm
Yes,
saying
it
that
is.
there's no.
You're like,
I'm saying
we need to deal with all these people, and then we're sure we get the bad ones. If we just deal with all of them, we're sure to get the bad ones.
Okay, but you can acknowledge that a group of really sketchy people together is gonna get
Those are
bunch
the
of people.
suspects. Yeah,
But yeah,
we
but
should just
you do
kill all
realize
the
if there's
suspects.
if there's a slummy neighborhood, then there's gonna be a whole bunch of people that's gonna be segregated. Like
There's going to be a
do you
lot
really
of
think that
suspects.
society?
I mean, you could get
but-
like
okay,
5
but-
at a time per crime.
Okay, but like, so, Adam, what is your solution to this? Is that you should just look at here's individual bad apples, and we can just remove them like some kind of insane autocrat with like mass surveillance.
I mean, it's your
'Cause it's
argument.
either-
What do you tell us?
Oh, this is your one.
Well, you're the one.
I'm saying that this. No, I'm saying that this sort of happened because this is like the best case scenario. I can understand why they look at go, this neighborhood looks really, really sketchy. Yes, there's going to be some good people that's going to fall to the wayside.
Yeah,
But I can also understand why. Yeah, I'm not saying it's I'm not
innocent
saying
people.
it's good. I'm not putting a judgment on it on whether or not it's good or bad. I'm saying I can see why they did it in terms of function.
I don't think that's
Is-
how
can
it.
it
I can see why they killed all the
manifested, though.
suspects. It's just
Like,
pragmatic.
But that's not the way that
Yeah.
these programs
Yeah,
manifest.
like, I agree with that. Like it is pragmatic. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying I can see why they did that. I can also see why Stalin killed a whole bunch of people saying they're impoverished. And like I can get rid of poverty by just killing everyone that's poor. That's functional. It's not right though.
Well, it didn't
But I
actually
can see
work
why.
either.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying like I can see why someone like I can see the logic of that,
But-
even if it isn't workable.
Yeah, but that's
or
not.
it's fine.
That's not. But that's not like the. It's not historically accurate though. It's not like we had a bunch of black people move to America and they're like, oh, all these black people moved to America are causing crimes. We got to segregate, right? That's not what happened. They're like, oh, we had a bunch of slaves. And then when they were free, the people were like, I don't like these people. Even if they're technically legally free, I don't want to be around them. Like they'd already made that decision. It's not like they like, you're acting like there was like a shot given to a group of people and then they failed. And then the government said, well, we gave you your shot. So now, you have to be segregated. Like that never actually happened.
Yeah, but I'm just saying I can see why the line was drawn because it isn't just particular to black people. It was a whole bunch of other people. And
Yeah,
at
but
one
like
point they were all
when
poor.
when Jews were moving to America, I don't think, they're like, all these Jews are causing, all this crime in America. We got a red line. I'm like, I don't think that happened.
No, but you can understand when they look at a certain place and like this place is sketchy, wall that place off. You can
Well, if
understand
it's
that, right?
sketch, I don't know, but I think what happens is basically just a lot of people just, and I think a lot of it is biological. I think a lot of people are just kind of xenophobic and they just don't like
Yeah,
other people
scared.
coming into the area.
They're scared
Yeah.
of people that look and talk different.
It's viewed as
Different foods.
biological
Normal.
competition.
Yeah.
Yes, because it is.
Yeah, to some extent, sure. From a biological level, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
I don't consider that bad though. I consider that's just human or mammalian because I don't think
I mean, lots of things are human that are bad, and we should try to
Yeah.
not do anymore, right?
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah, but, like,
having boobs in our face every
why-
24/7, right? That's
Mhm.
like that's pretty biological.
Yeah, but like
That
I
and
would
genocide.
Look at this and go, okay, why? Like, don't make me defend that.
Okay.
No, but for me, like, it's always a case of the change happens. Is the change beneficial to me? Yes or no? And if it's bad, can I do something about it? That's like a preservation. That's the fairly normal behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I'm
And
saying
if
I
you
don't
want
think
people-
people. I don't know how you feel about this. I don't think that the average person is a person who looks at a situation and says, "Let me try to like figure out all the logical facts here. Let me make a flow chart. Let me see if this is actually beneficial or detrimental to me, and then come to opinion." I don't think that's how most people work. I
No,
think
the
most people.
stereotype does the work for them.
Yeah, I think most people are just like they something happens to them. They have an immediate emotional reaction to something, and then that's their thought process forever, essentially.
Okay. Do I sound like that?
I don't know.
Do you
Well,
sound
you've
like
been talking to me
what?
for,
What do you
the past
mean?
3 hours, so you tell me.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to judge you that way.
Well,
I'm not
ask the
going to judge you.
chat. Do I sound like I'm coming off emotional based on what I've seen with my own eyes?
When I say emotional, what I mean is that people have an immediate emotional reaction to a situation, and then they use their intelligence to justify whatever they felt after the fact. I think that's how
Yes.
most people come to conclusions.
Right.
Do you agree with that? Do you think that's how most people like operate?
See, it's kind of weird to me to say it's emotion, because if I see something really fucked up happen repeatedly, and my reason is based on what I see, I don't really consider that emotional. Like I like it's experience to me is not emotional, because it's something like it's
Fear is
like
an emotion. I mean,
yeah, but like you can be scared for something like from a particular reason.
of course. Yeah.
Yeah, like if you see a whole bunch of lions constantly fucking people up and one is near you, it's fairly normal to say I'm kind of scared of the lion because I've seen
Sure.
fuck people up.
Of course.
Yeah.
But that's also,
Yeah.
you see something, you have some emotional reaction to something, and then you have a thought process based around that.
Yeah, but see, like to me, emotion is like clouded, whereas something that I can see that's like tangible, like someone being eaten as the lion, I don't consider that as an emotional
Well, no,
reaction.
like,
That's
so
just normal.
This is like an internet thing. The idea that the emotion is at odds with reason or rationality. It's like an internet debate
Yeah.
thing. But look, in truth, emotions are like the synthesis of reasoning, and usually are based in some sort of rational self-preservation or rational preservation of the tribe. So these emotional nudges have reasoning behind them. So if they're kind of intertwined, but it's really this internet thing where people say, "Oh, if you're emotional, that means you're not logical." Well, what if my emotion is the synthesis of something very logical, like self-preservation? Does that make sense?
I don't consider, but I don't consider self-preservation emotional. I just consider that
I mean, it
biological.
has
'Cause
to.
I mean, if you're in a life or death
animals don't have
situation,
emotions and they still do
Okay,
that.
maybe
if you're in a life or death situation, you're going to get emotional pretty quick.
The reason I believe that emotions exist at all is that all animals evolved emotions before any animal evolved any sort of higher cognitive function. It's a way for basically biology or nature to motivate an animal or an organism to do something.
Yeah,
That's what
influence
emotions
behavior.
are.
Yeah.
Right. And so, like, when you're talking about, like, you're seeing like a lion, eat someone, right? So you have this immediate emotional reaction, like, oh my God, right? A fear.
My life is in danger.
Yeah, right. A fear.
I'm
and it's
next.
not a bad thing.
It looks
right?
still hungry.
You're not going to be like, well, let me take out my phone and Google, like, what are the statistical chances of like a lion attacking me when I'm near them? I need to make a logical deduction about whether I should run away from, like, right?
What are the stereotypes of lions?
Yeah. Physically speaking, there's a high chance of fucking me up. So yeah, but like I don't
Anyway.
consider that reaction emotional. That's instinctual.
Well, instinct is emotion.
Is it?
Sure.
Yeah, totally. You could call it intuition. Sometimes that's better than emotion.
maybe this
I'm
is just
telling
me,
you,
like,
emotion is just that's a baggage laden word.
Yeah, I think we're just using different definitions. Maybe
Yeah, 'cause, when I think of emotion, I think like
womanly
anger.
things.
Mhm.
Like yeah, that as well. But I don't consider a basic survival mechanism is emotional. Like emotion, I think is a purely human thing, and a survival instinct.
You
like
don't think
fight or flight.
animals get scared?
No,
you don't
no,
think
they do.
animals
But I
feel
don't
fear
think.
or
Yeah, no, they
lust?
do. But yeah, but that's. No, I don't really think animals feel that. I think that's just an instinctive desire to breathe.
I think those are two emotions that animals probably most exclusively feel.
Put it this way.
Fear
I
and
would
lust.
consider
It's all
those-
about fear and lust riddles.
Yeah, but okay, I would consider those things sensations.
Mhm.
Emotions, I think, are intrinsically human. Like the feeling of like joy, I can express through certain things. Like when it's an animal, it's usually because of a certain kind of of behavior that you can see, but like with a human being, you can describe it. So I would say that is probably where I would draw the distinction. It's probably
You
through
think
speech.
when your little pupper looks up at you, when he's got the little smile and his tongue out, he's wagging
And
his
it's
little
wagging
tail,
his
he's happy to
tail?
see you, right? You don't think he has an
Tail
emotion of
wagging is
happiness? Okay.
No,
No? Oh,
Tail wagging is the
shitting on
signal
the
for
puppers
joy.
everywhere. So
no. I would say like he is like to us he is happy because we can sort of relate to that based on a similar facial expression. But I don't think like the dog can express that he is feeling happy with like
well, he
through
can't
verbs.
express it, but he could still feel.
Yeah.
He could still
Yeah,
feel
but
it.
that to me that's a human thing. Like you
He
look
can,
at that and
he
go,
can
that's
express
happy.
it. The tail wagging is the expression.
I guess the tail
of
wagging
it.
is the expression, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think most people think the way that you think. They think that they think that emotions are a human thing, and I completely disagree. I think higher cognition is a human thing. I think emotions are the animal thing. I think that's why animals do what they do, is that they have some sort of biochemical reaction to something that they experience through an emotion, and the emotion motivates them to do the behavior.
Oddly, logic is like the human thing. The dog doesn't do logic.
Right.
The dog isn't running around going premise, conclusion.
No, I think the dog is just running on instinct.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Eat shit, sleep, and fuck.
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah. And lick its own ass every once in a while.
Gotta get clean.
Black folks in America were orchestrated and they were legal. They were systemic. I mean, it wasn't like it just happened that way. It was designed to be that way.
And like all forms of systemic racism, the downstream effects are seen in the modern day. And by the way, this is the United States Treasury website literally admitting one of the factors for this gap is due to the United States government. They are admitting their policies stifled Black home ownership. Systemic racism.
Notice this still isn't addressing
Now,
anything
back-
Asmongold actually said.
Well, we're 11 minutes in, so maybe we're gonna finally get to
We got 5 more minutes.
tweet, right?
Put it this way, right? Let's just say that all happened, and now there are policies that they benefit from because of all that thing. Then Asmongold would be right and still so with the Birdman. So he's not actually made anything that's refuting Asmongold's point in any way.
No, well, it's because what I said were like, so in Asmon's first line is true blacks experience systemic racism, they benefit from it. So the entire lead up to this has just been because him and Asmon are just defining systemic racism differently.
Differently, yeah.
Yeah. So that's, but he
So
doesn't,
far
he's not aware that it's happening.
Yeah, so we've had basically 10 minutes of word wanking.
Yes. Which, and it's funny because as I said, I mean, I said when I watched Asmon's reactions, he agrees that all those, all these historical things happened and that they shouldn't happen. I mean, he agrees with all that. So it's just, it's silly that there's like, such anger and animosity.
This much hate with someone who
over
agrees
like
with him.
Definitions misunderstanding.
If you follow the chain of reasoning, redlining causes the disproportionate crime statistics.
Mm-hmm. Right. What's the argument?
They would never frame it that way though.
No, I think I think they do, don't they?
I'm not sure.
To Zach's dumbass tweet. The first fucking line from this genius is that Black people benefit from systemic racism. Now, I know what Zach is trying to say here, that through policies like affirmative action, Black people benefit.
Oh, he replaced the little avatar. Well, I guess that's like a staple, right? Like, you said he did that to your guy. Yeah.
Who is that guy? We did a live stream with him.
Oh, that's oh God, what's his name?
Yeah, what is his name?
Oh God.
He's got a bunch of videos hating on Ben Shapiro.
Was it like it's not I keep wanting to say it's not Chud Logic. I keep wanting to say Chud
No,
Logic.
it's not. No.
Isn't it?
It's
it was
Chud
Chud
Logic.
something, right?
I don't think so.
Chat, help us
The
out.
chat
here.
will always know.
Who's the guy? Who's the guy that had the little beanie avatar?
The leftist, far leftist. Soy Pill. There we go. Look at
Soy
this.
Pill.
They always know.
Okay, thank you.
Chat
and
is
that because
genius.
affirmative action is a governmental policy that is systemic. The problem with this line of logic is that it's not racism. Yes, affirmative action effectively produced outcomes where an equally qualified white man could be disqualified for an equally qualified black man. But this process also held that an equally qualified white woman would be chosen over an equally qualified black man. In fact, white women were the largest.
So it was weird. At first, I thought he was gonna say it's not racist because he's gonna give like the P
Power
plus P equals R.
privilege,
But then
yeah.
he kind of makes like this left turn to, well, it also helped white women. So it's like, okay. I mean, so it's funny. He's kind of making the anti-CRT argument, because the CRT argument is like a lot of CRT stuff started because they're like, oh, well, there were these, I forget what company it was. There's some company that was racist because I think they were only hiring like black women or black men or something, like one specific demographic. And they're like, well, you have to look at like the intersection of
this
things.
is intersectionalism.
So, but he's sort of like, so he's sort of saying like, well, it's fine to discriminate because it's just white men specifically, the intersection of white men that are being discriminated against. So therefore it's fine, I guess.
So let me get this straight. His argument is not it's not racist, it's sexist and racist.
Yes. So it's fine.
Why does he turn to this?
Because he's not that smart, maybe? I don't know.
Has anyone told him he reasons like a dumbass?
I mean, you can, I think.
Yeah, I tried to.
Yes.
You know he's going to listen to this whole video. He might pretend that he didn't, but he seems so self-absorbed that he's definitely going to listen to it. Oh my God, they're talking about me. I have to listen to every minute. Holy shit.
Yeah, if you really want to hear people's opinions, maybe open up your fucking comment section to everyone, you pussy.
Oh, is the comments locked?
Yeah.
Oh.
I see that in my comment.
Oh, you're right. Look at this.
All the time.
Only subscribers and members can comment.
Really? I didn't even know you could do that.
I didn't know you could do that either.
Whoa, now we really have power. Holy shit.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's funny that he calls everyone, he calls Zach a pussy, but he doesn't have the balls to
yeah, what the fuck? Bro, come on. You can't call him a pussy and then pussy out like that. It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Hypocrisy, leftism.
DEI and affirmative action policies. So by definition and by practice, affirmative action wasn't a systemically racist policy because all ethnic groups benefited from that policy and it disproportionately affected gender. So it is a lie that affirmative action was racist.
Okay. This doesn't make any sense because this still doesn't violate Zach's claim. His claim was blacks benefit from this policy. But you could just say, well, it benefited white women more. Okay, but it still benefited black people, you fucking moron.
Yeah, he's making like the hyper online autist argument where he's like, technically, it's not racist to you. You should just say it's prejudice against white people. So I win the argument. And it's like, oh,
yes.
Okay. Good job, I guess.
Racist. The best you could argue here is that it is somewhat discriminatory towards white men, and white men specifically, because it literally benefits every single other group. And even then, that would be a lie, as affirmative action includes mandates for hiring veterans and people with disabilities.
Why would he say that? You could say that, but that would be a lie. You should lie.
Well, it's not even true, because like you'd have to show like, well, is there like a disproportionate number of veterans and disabled people that are they lowering standards to hire these people for jobs?
Yeah.
That's usually what the issue is for most of the stuff. It's like you shouldn't be lowering standards really for anyone.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
You should be raising the standards.
That's right.
White men make up a significant portion. So no, affirmative action and DEI are not a form of systemic racism. And no,
I mean, if the majority of the country is white men and you actually have a policy that discriminates against the majority, then yeah, actually that is systemic racism.
He will redefine racism before he ever admits that.
Oh, yeah.
Black people and other minority groups do not enjoy preferential treatment at the expense of white and Asian people.
Yes,
well,
actually,
didn't he just say that they did?
Yeah.
He said you could claim that.
Yeah.
You
And
could claim
also,
it. He'd lie.
didn't
He
Zach,
did.
bring
He
up
did
a
just say
chart
that,
with
didn't
the-
he?
You hear is
Yeah,
that
he
it is
did.
somewhat discriminatory towards white men.
You could say that it's somewhat discriminatory towards white men.
But he did like a reverse Uno. He's like, you could say that, but you'd be wrong.
And
Oh.
white men specifically, because it literally benefits every single other group. And even then, that would be a lie.
Okay, so you could say that, but that would.
It's a very confused thought.
If you
Yeah.
could say that and it would be a lie, then how could you say that? The whole point is to avoid lying, right?
Affirmative action includes mandates for hiring veterans and people with disabilities. Both groups, white men make up a significant portion.
Yeah, but there are plenty of white men who aren't veterans or have disabilities.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
I like
it's
the
not
idea
You're
of,
like,
like,
okay, I have to fight in a war
important.
and get wounded before I can get a
Yeah.
job.
I like the idea
Oh,
of saying
a
like,
hell
well,
of a qualifier.
you can't say it's racist because there's some white guys out there that are crippled that were able to get this.
Exactly.
So you're like, what? Wait a
Exactly.
minute.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So
I can
no,
benefit from DI
This is-
too. I just
you're
need to
right,
lose
this
a
guy is
limb and
retarded.
arm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This guy is really dumb. I want to see the SAT tests.
Wow.
I do. Look, why not? Why not ask for the SAT test? If he's going around saying he's as smart as he is, he should be able to show us some proof, right?
I didn't do very well on the SATs. Okay. I guess I'm down.
Yeah, but look, I'm not going
Okay.
around telling everyone I'm 140 IQ either.
That's true.
I'm not out here claiming to be
That's
some
true.
super genius who wants to
Yeah,
fight
he-
everyone for being stupid.
He said so in, I think it was one of the videos, Asmongold. Someone sent him a tweet where Birdman pulls up like an online test score, and it was 141. I just looked at it and went, statistically speaking, your demographic is closer to being half that. Like,
Wait,
So he
141
did show his SAT scores? Is that what you're telling me?
I showed some
No,
IQ.
no,
he
he
did like an
didn't.
online IQ score or something. He's like,
Yeah,
look,
and
okay.
and he claimed it was 140.
He
And
really did that in a video.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Did he do it in a video, or did he
no,
actually
no,
just
I-
do
no.
it on the fly?
I think
Because I would
no, he
suspect him
posted it
of
in a-
like cheating. I really
Yeah.
would. I would suspect him of
there's
doing
that.
the online, like especially if it's in a video. He's
You're
going
only
to go
saying that
through
because
it.
you're a racist, though.
He's going to go through it once. No, I'm saying that because he's a fucking narcissist, not because
Right.
he's black. Okay, any narcissist would do this, even the white ones.
Yeah, I don't think he did it in a video. It was he
Yeah, of
posted
course
it
he
on
didn't.
Twitter.
That's okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
that-
Yeah,
that's
he
pretty
posted
bad
on
still.
Twitter.
He
and then
posted the
someone else-
results.
Yeah, on Twitter, and then someone I think in Asmongold's chat pulled up the tweet where he posted that.
Okay,
That's
Or-
pretty
or-
bad.
That
or
is
it actually Could
hilarious.
have been in the video.
that is hilarious.
Maybe it actually is in the video. Now that I think about it.
That feels pretty desperate. You're like, look, guys, here's
Yeah.
my. Oh, that'd be like if you're like walking and you're like you're like a party. You're like, oops, I dropped my Mensa card. You just
Yeah,
picked that up.
exactly.
It just flew right out of my pocket there, guys. So sorry about that.
Do you
No,
remember
it's
what?
just so slippery.
Do you remember your SAT scores? Because I do not remember my SAT scores.
No,
for the
I
life of me.
remember I did poorly on the first time. I had to go do like one of
You
the,
had to say, okay,
the
look,
prep course things, and then
I only
went
did
back
it-
and I did better the second time.
I only had to do it once, and I scored well enough to get into all the colleges. But look, I wasn't going for Ivy League schools, and I did do a bunch of those prep. Well, I think I did one prep course and a whole bunch of study before I actually took the test.
Oh, see, I did zero prep, and then I took it and did like not great, and then
Well,
I did
that's
the prep
not-
afterwards.
that's
So I guess
not-
I
yeah.
did the wrong order of
That's
operations.
not really a good way to roll there.
Probably not. Yeah, I was very lazy.
Yeah. But I did well enough to get it. I don't remember how well I did. I remember my friend's sister got like a perfect score. And I was like, what the
What?
fuck? Yeah. A perfect
Crazy.
score on her
Got a
SATs.
1600.
Yeah. I was like,
Wow, impressive.
fuck that. Jeez. Holy shit.
I think now there's a. I mean, we when we took it, there was only the two sections. Now it's a third section, so I think the score is like 2000. It's like 2400 or something now.
It sounds so painful to go in and take the SATs again.
Oh
Oh
God.
my God.
Even the
And how do
SATs
you-
are diversifying.
How do you, It's so weird that there's Chat GPT now because it seems like so many people. I mean, I had to write so many pages, like term papers and whatnot, on just fucking bullshit about.
It's so. I had this disturbing thought. It's completely unrelated to anything we're talking about. I had this disturbing thought where I don't know if you guys notice this. You'll see so many like long expos, and you click on it and you read it, and you realize as you're reading it that obviously this was written by like AI because there's like a very specific way in which like AI kind of talks, I guess. It always has like that punchy last sentence, you know, like it's not this, it's this, right? You know, it has
it asks you a question. That's how you know. And how are you feeling today?
Well, no, like there's a
Do you
very
want me
like
to investigate
I guess,
this more?
Like I don't know exactly how to verbalize it, but I feel like we all kind of there's like a way in which the AI kind of writes.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
And
I've suspected.
Right. And it annoys me how many of the long posts on X are like this. And then I had this like horrible thought where I realized there's going to be like the younger generation is going to grow up in tandem with AI writing so much that like I wonder if they're going to like perceive it like like they're going to learn literally to write like that, and that's going to be perceived.
No, they're
as
never going to learn
writing.
to write. They're not going to write. What do you mean?
Or even that. And I was like, oh god, that's a scary thought.
This is the thing I was getting at, because when I had to do all those all those fucking bullshit term papers that I hated, you know, I had to write 15 pages about some fucking mural. That really taught me how to think and how to write. And people are not experiencing that now. They're going to ChatGPT and just typing that shit in. And if I was a teacher, I mean, I would throw in the towel. I'd be like, oh, what the fuck am I doing?
What's going to happen? I mean, no, because like I think you learn so much about something by writing, and reasoning it out, and that's all going to be gone. And I don't know I don't know how humans are going to look in the next 20, 30 years with that gone.
We're headed for a Skynet future. Prepare for the
or
Terminator.
Wall-E future, maybe.
Oh God.
Have you read the book If Anyone Builds It, Everyone Dies, Spoon? That book is fucking terrifying. That book is completely terrifying.
If everyone builds it, everyone dies.
If anyone builds it, everyone dies. It's about AI. It's about AI basically destroying the world. Yeah, very terrifying book. So I don't know. All right. Back to the
affirmative action and
scheduled
DEI are
topic.
not a form of systemic racism.
Yeah, you
and
pussy.
No, black people and other minority groups do not enjoy preferential treatment at the expense of white and Asian people.
They do when they're getting out of jail.
Oh yeah, that's a good fucking point.
They do when they're getting out on parole. They definitely do. Are you kidding me? They do. They enjoy it when they're getting $1 million GoFundMe campaigns for their murder defense. Then they fucking love it.
I didn't even think of that.
Who doesn't? Look, what race doesn't like preferential treatment? What person doesn't like preferential treatment? This is retarded. This is totally retarded. What woman doesn't like preferential treatment, Spoon? What podcast host of yours doesn't like preferential treatment? Come on, tell us.
Like, are you unaware that Asians are a minority group in the United States too? Why would you group those two together, Zach? Are you referring to the...
Because they're the ones that get discriminated against, you fucking retard. That's the reason why you mentioned them.
Of course. Mm-hmm. It's not like there was a Supreme Court case on it. Holy shit.
Sakes.
Ridiculous Supreme Court ruling, students versus Harvard? Setting that aside for the moment.
He knows why. He knows why.
I know. I love the like just the derision dripping from his voice. Like set aside for the moment. Just like Emperor Palpatine over here.
Set aside the reason you're bringing it up because there was a Supreme Court case based on it. Why would you bring up the reason you should bring it up?
I know.
This is insane.
What other areas are black and Hispanic people benefiting at the expense of Asian people besides the overstated college admissions issue? Give examples.
I gave a few, right?
I mean, he did it in medical school.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He did in the medical hiring. Like, it's overwhelmingly black at the expense of Asians. to the point where like it's like actually quite worrying.
Well, I think if you looked at the crime sentencing, it's probably way disproportional at this point. Well, especially it might not be in right-wing states, but it probably is in left-wing areas. Oh my God, it's probably off the charts.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure everyone would like to hear them, Zach. And please, be very specific.
Okay, this is oh my God, oh my fucking, I'm gonna lose my mind at this. This is so cringy to do this because Asmongold already did, and he just brought up the stats.
Mm-hmm.
Like this, you don't realize if he's reacting live to this, he's pausing your fucking video, you Todd. There's no reason for the shit.
These are the comedy bits, though. This is like
theater,
supposed to be
yes.
funny for the audience.
Oh God.
What about the Somali daycare fraudsters? Can we include them? They're definitely benefiting at the expense.
Oh
yeah.
God.
At the expense of white people. Or Nick Shirley. Oh my God. We gonna get copyright hit for that song?
I mean, it's in the original video. So.
Well, it's in his video, so you'll be fine.
Okay.
Isn't it weird to be like, what other areas are they benefiting from besides going to college and getting hired for a job? You know, like, I mean, those are two very large areas. I don't know.
Large,
That's literally the thing that he was basing his entire fucking systemic racism on, is getting education and getting money to buy a home. So
like,
earning income is kind of a big one. You moron. It's like your whole fucking argument is built on it.
Getting away with murder, though, that's way bigger.
I think Asians, I don't know if it's true. I wouldn't be surprised if Asians are probably like, since Asians don't commit as much crimes than average, juries are probably more like less likely to believe that they're guilty or something like that.
Oh, really?
Probably. Sneaky Asians. So they sneak attack you with a Pearl Harbor.
So you're saying the Asians do get away with murder? They're like,
that's
oh,
what
he's
I'm
Asian.
saying.
Innocent.
I'm saying that Japan has been playing the long game, okay? They've been
Juries won't
slowly
convict.
putting all these like sleeper agents in America, and then one day they're gonna rip the mask off and be like, anime was all just to trick the boys into becoming furry femboys. Now we've weakened your society.
It's funny you say that. I literally had someone on my Twitter a couple of days ago actually making that claim.
Yeah, I've heard people. I've heard people make that claim. Yes.
I just thought, like, really, but the thing of it is that problem is in Japan right now. So I'm like, are you trying to say that they test this on their own population and then they're going to export that model just to get some kind of like weird dual suicide pack? Or like,
it doesn't make any sense.
Does that work? Yeah, it was very strange.
Yeah.
To the Supreme Court issue, we currently have a compromised Supreme Court that is doing its damnness to implement overwhelmingly conservative policies.
I'm glad that the Center for American Progress is obviously a very neutral, fact-based source that he's drawn from here. But okay.
Yes.
Also, I don't even know how. Like, this is a complete it's not a whataboutism, but it's a completely non sequitur to be like, well, they ruled something about racial admissions in the colleges. And you're like, yeah, but they're anti-democratic. It's like, okay, that has nothing to do with this.
Yeah, so it's the Supreme Court.
Policies and rulings, and these rulings almost always come at the expense of Black Americans. Its ruling in Students v. Harvard was a joke because the prosecution's claim hinged on the idea that American institutions like Harvard already operate on a level playing field, which we know they don't. At Harvard specifically, there are legacy admissions, donor preferences, networking advantages, and wealth inheritance that disproportionately benefit white students. Somehow,
yeah, but none of that's illegal. This is very, he's trying to do a legal analysis here. Okay. You get, like, under the law, a college cannot base admissions or requirements or standards or anything based on your race. What they can do is say, well, if you had a family member that came here, or if you gave us a lot of money or a legacy or whatever, right, then they can make, preferential treatment for that, which, maybe they shouldn't. That's fine. But that's not them making it on race. Now you could say, well, disproportionately, it's like, okay, but unless you're making the argument or have evidence that Harvard or Yale or any of these other like very woke schools, so it seems absurd, would be like, oh, we actually, the reason we're allowing legacy kids into our colleges isn't because we basically want people to just keep paying us. No, it's actually because we're secretly racist and we just want more white people coming into our school. Unless you could actually prove that, then it wouldn't be illegal.
The group suing Harvard ignored all of that to focus on the 18% of the class of 2027 who were black. 18%. This number decreased to 14% after the Supreme Court's ruling. The Asian cohort went from 37% to 37%. Literally zero change to them, but a 4% drop in black student admission. Which, if you haven't been paying attention, is the fucking goal. The group that sued Harvard, Students for Fair Admissions, headed by this guy.
I mean, we covered that case when it came out. They 100% proved, with without a shadow of a doubt, that when they said, okay, here are the SAT scores of people that are being admitted, here's the GPA of people that are being, admitted in the schools, and it was very, very clear as day shown. And everyone, I don't have the graph right in front of me, but everyone saw it at the time. I feel like you don't even have to bring it up, where it showed that Asians were massively being discriminated against, white people were being discriminated against, and then blacks were being discriminated in favor of in terms of lowering the standards to get into
they lowered the standards. They broke it up into SAT scores.
It was
they were like a black person could score 400 less points on their SAT and still get in.
Now, if the Birdman wants to make the argument that he thinks that it should be that way, then just make that argument, right? But don't try to lie about it and be like, well, the case was wrong and the legal justification for it was wrong. It's like, well, no, it's just, you just don't agree with the policy. You think they should discriminate on the basis of race.
Are you saying the Birdman is capable of not lying?
Introspection? No, I can neither.
Also, I hold out hope for all of God's children. Okay.
Sitch, come on.
That's a wishful thinking, Sitch.
Yes.
But notice what he has on the screen. It says there, Edward J. Bloom is an American conservative activist who opposes classification and preferences based on race and ethnicity.
Monster.
Okay, no, so let's run with this, and let's go with Michelle Obama, who literally said, people looked at my test scores and decided my test score says I don't belong in wherever the fucking hell she went, so she is literally a DI admission by her own admission. And if we have someone, if we look at using Michelle Obama as a case study of her literally admitting I don't have the scores, and if you run the experiment of we're going to just run on test scores, we don't discriminate based on race and ethnicity, and we just go by scores, and you see which group scores higher and which group scores lower, you're going to find more whites and Asians score higher, and you will have less black admissions. That is just a statistical reality.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So if you went by this gentleman right here, and that is the result that you get, that is not a racial based one, that is a test scores, and that test scores is just showing the reality of something you don't like.
Right. Well, and this, the problem I always get is because when they bring up systemic racism, it's okay, if you want to try, if you think that there's all these problems because of the histories of racism that create all these socioeconomic conditions and shittier access to educational resources and all these other things, you could, the goal then for Birdman and people like that should be to focus on fixing that, fixing getting those, getting people to get higher test scores, getting people to have better resources. Not to say
SAT prep classes.
Right. Not to say well, why don't we just lower the standards so that people who are not performing as well should be able to get in? That's stupid. And also, I think they've shown that
better.
It's actually worse for those students because usually they don't do as well in the school anyway.
No, they get in and they realize, oh my God, everyone in here has a perfect SAT score.
Right.
How the fuck am I going to compete? Holy shit.
I just want to point out here.
Thomas Sowell pointed that on one of his videos.
I didn't notice this until you pause it here. This guy, Edward J. Blum, born in 1952 into a Jewish family. All right, so we have a Jew here. I just want to point this out for all the JQers, right? Here we go. We have a Jew pushing. The Jew was pushing back against racialized admissions into colleges. Okay, take that. Take that, Groypers.
Because it's probably against him when he was born. When he was growing up back in the 60s.
Probably.
Blum, who has dedicated his entire career to dismantling progress in racial equality and specifically black representation. Bush versus Vera,
Chad.
a Supreme Court case against redistricting in Texas that sought to increase racial minority representation in Congress. Fisher versus University of Texas, another Supreme Court case regarding affirmative action in a college. Shelby County versus Holder, a Supreme Court case concerning pre-clearance, or the right of the federal government to approve of voting law changes of certain states that had a history of racial discrimination, i.e., the South. This one was important because it resulted in a landmark decision that allowed historically racially discriminant states in the South to fuck with voter ID laws.
I mean, if this guy was like racist, why wouldn't you just be like, well, here's his manifesto where he talks about, you know, the white nation or the white people dominating the blacks or something. Like, you're like, well, he was a lawyer in a bunch of cases that if you actually believed in a colorblind society, you would actually agree with. I don't think that's really good evidence for the case here. Birdman.
Also, as far as like the voter ID thing is concerned, I think voter IDs were originally brought in like around about the Civil Rights Act to make sure black people actually vote, because you can see it with their ID. So to go from ID is required to show that black people are actually capable and do vote to now it's a tool to dissuade black people from voting is fucking retarded.
Wait, I never heard that
So-
before. What was it?
Yeah, I can't recall who said this,
Mhm.
but I think the reason why voter ID laws or like voter IDs were brought in originally is to
Mhm.
show that black people are actually voting, because that's what the ID showed.
Hmm.
So that, yeah, I don't know if that's
I
actually
don't know.
true. Yeah,
I know I'm familiar.
but it's quite weird because you need ID to do a whole bunch of other shit like drive and smoke
Yeah.
and buy alcohol. So like, why can you have ID for that but not vote?
Yeah, I think
The-
I've always thought the voter ID thing is stupid. I mean, people, it's not that
It's
burdensome
very
for a
annoying.
person to get an ID. Most people have ID. I think most people should have ID. So I always thought that argument was kind of ridiculous.
Moving the most effective protection against racial voter suppression. Doesn't that sound familiar? The legacy of
No.
Edward Blum. That's this guy's entire goal, to roll back civil rights protections, especially those that affect or benefit black people. Just like I pointed out in my last video.
I mean, this
it's
is just so ridiculously bad.
Yeah,
faith.
no. A lot of
You think
character
Asmongold
assassination.
wants all black people to stop voting? Come on, get the fuck out of here.
Well, it's interesting because you said like, oh, was he discriminated against? Those kind of. This is what his Wikipedia says. It says, in the early 1980s, he became involved in the neoconservative movement. In 1990, he realized that the Democratic incumbent in his congressional district, so I guess he was running, Craig Anthony Washington, was running unopposed, so he decided to run against him for the Republican Party. During that campaign, Blum and his wife, Lark, went door knocking and realized that the boundaries of their district erratically divided streets based on ethnicity. While the suspected purpose to gerrymander a majority African American district in order to grant increased voting power to minorities. Blum eventually lost the congressional race, but he and others filed a lawsuit against the state of Texas, claiming that the racially gerrymandered districts violated the 14th Amendment.
He
so
went
yeah, so
door
he-
knocking and got some doors slammed in his face because he was Jewish and white.
Well, that's the way. I mean, that's interesting. So he did try to run. He lost, and then he realized it was because everything was gerrymandered, and then he sued and won. That's good. That's the American dream, baby.
Yeah. Birdman doesn't want, he wants those gerrymandered districts. He's
Yeah.
like, we got to have everyone
Yeah.
voting along racial lines because segregation is bad.
Strange coincidence, everything Zach promotes is backed by some white guy whose life goal is to shit on black people.
Oh my God. This guy's the worst.
Interesting.
So this is why Zach said white and Asian Americans in his tweet. Because like most people that promote white supremacist rhetoric, he's
Dude,
Oh
Zach
my
doesn't even know
God.
who the fuck that guy even is. What are you talking about?
No, you don't understand.
weaponizing Asian people.
He's
Go on.
very deep in the Richard Blum. Okay, he knows all
Uh,
about that guy, or Edward Blum. He knows all about that guy. He's got like a poster of him in his like right behind him, right off screen.
He brought Edward,
Yeah.
Birdman brought Edward Blum into this argument, right? Zach didn't bring
Yeah.
up Edward Blum.
Yes.
So it is kind of ridiculous to be
Yeah.
like saying, oh yeah, this is Zach's daddy right here.
Yeah.
This guy he's never heard of before.
Yeah. and never mentioned.
Black,
He just
brown, and Asian solidarity. Like, that didn't work out before.
God. So you're so bad, Spoon. Jeez.
What? It's just literally the dude on CNN said this.
Oh.
Did you not
Well,
see
against
this black,
There was,
brown, Asian solidarity?
No, there was a thing a couple of years ago. You know when James O'Keefe did the
Just
sort of
your
behind the scenes interviews.
Your heavy sigh. Look, maybe you're not meaning to communicate this, but it seems like you're saying black, brown, Asian people, when they got power in society, that's when everything fell apart. That's what your little comment made me think. But maybe that's unfair.
Oh no. No. That's not the point I was making. Is that
Okay.
the last time that there was this attempt at solidarity, black people ended up kicking the shit out of Asians to the point where they didn't want to. They
okay.
basically
Yeah.
tried to downplay that because it's like that's actually who was fucking.
Are you talking
causing
about the
problem for
COVID
Asians.
thing or the rooftop Koreans or something?
No. This wasn't like this was
That
was
makes more
during
sense.
Biden's term. Yeah. I can't
Right.
remember, but there was an epidemic of like Asian discrimination, and
Yeah,
the
it
news highlighted
was
for like 5 seconds until it wasn't because of COVID. It was just
thought
like
it was.
basically a bunch of black people just beating up Asians.
I thought it was because they were saying that like there was attacks on Asians because people
Or
were
maybe
like,
it was
they
during
started COVID,
during for that,
and then and people were like,
yeah,
oh, this
Stop
was
Asian Hate,
terrible.
yeah, that was it.
Right, and then it turned out like, well, most of the suspects I think were black, and then the media didn't like to talk
Yeah,
about
and then
it
it's
anymore.
like, yeah,
Yeah. Whoops.
and then we're
Okay,
like,
well.
yeah, we can't talk about this because
Right.
people doing
Yeah, it
all
was a
this.
Stop Asian Hate thing.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah,
Stop
that's the
Asian
one.
Hate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Black and Hispanic people in the United States. This is a very common tactic known as the model minority myth. Zach nor Edward Blum give a flying fuck about Asian people. Asians are
But yeah, because they don't cause problems. That's kind of the thing.
Well, I think he means like they're using them as like a shield to get their real white racism in power. Essentially, is the
It's
argument
like,
I think
what
he's
the
making.
fuck?
in the United States. This is a very
What is
I mean,
the
there is-
model
there-
minority
there is-
myth? The myth of the
It's-
model
it's not a
minority
myth.
is pervasive.
It's not a myth, though. It's true that there are better groups of people. There are better minorities. They're not all the same.
Well, I thought the model
Uh.
minority idea revolved around resentment in various communities because one minority group is praised and another minority group is not.
Well, yeah, but that's
Well,
fairly normal.
and
If
also it has to
one is
do with
better
the
than the other
fact-
one.
It has to do with the fact that some minorities come in and start businesses and establish businesses and thrive in the area, and the locals who've been there forever are still economically depressed, yet they're both minorities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So people
Well, I mean,
The
point
person
to the
there.
one. They're saying it's not a problem that you're a minority; it's a problem that you're not
I just
bettering
just
yourself.
I just find it really funny that it says, "What is the moral minority myth?" And then the person's name is Sarah Soonling Blackburn.
she's a mixed. She's a dirty mutt.
Yeah, exactly.
Or,
Like, you're
or
an
she's
Asian
married. She's an
European.
interracial marriage. There you
Well,
go.
Yeah.
he doesn't really say anything about the model minority idea at all. He just kind of dismisses it as, oh, it's obviously a myth. Look, I found
If-
this article right in here in Learning for Justice. It
Like, if
says
the
it's a
name is
myth.
anything to go by, either your mother or your father were shagging the moral minority and made you.
It's a model
Says-
minority. Not the
Model
moral
minority.
It's
Not the
like, yeah, you
moral
were just
minority.
made
Slip there.
because
The model minority refers to
Sorry.
to a minority group defined by factors such as ethnicity, race, or religion, whose members are perceived to be of achieving a higher socioeconomic status in comparison to other minority groups or the population at large. This
Yeah.
term also refers to the model minority myth because it's understood as a racialized social construct that frames certain minority groups as comparatively successful, culturally adaptable, and morally disciplined while promoting stereotypes that are ultimately harmful.
Yeah. This is
I mean,
like
this
the
is
idea
true.
that the Indians come in and buy up all the 7-Elevens. And
But it
therefore
is-
they thrive because they own
Well, but it's
10,000 7-Elevens.
it's stupid because different immigrant groups are going to be coming into the country for very different reasons, right? So like if you're a Japanese immigrant coming in the country to America, it's not like, oh, you're less likely to be from a lower socioeconomic class. You're not coming from Japan because there's a war going on and you have to flee, the roving bands, right? Where if you come in from like, Somalia or some other place,
if you're a Somali fraudster,
or you're like
you're like,
right, or
look.
you're like a Syrian refugee or something, like, well, it's more likely that you're not going to be probably necessarily of the higher economic class because there's like a fucking war and crazy shit going on there. So people are like running away. So obviously different minority groups coming from different countries for different reasons is going to create different group situations.
But if your fraudster Somalian cousin says, hey, come over here, I need you to run a daycare for me, then you're like, you're really going to be moving up the socioeconomic ladder.
Right.
Yeah.
You're going to get your $2,000 glasses when Nick Shirley shows up and say, oh, I'm completely innocent. It's so interesting because obviously people talk to one another, right? And if you're in the same sort of clique, you're going to say, oh, here's what you can get away with here. Here's what you can, like, if one person is successful in one business, they're going to tell their friends and family, which oftentimes are in the same ethnic group. Here's what you do to be successful, right?
Well, there was that weird thing too when we were talking about the H-1B visas. I think it was it Cogent? There's some like weird company that was like, we found out the entire point of the company was to like get Indian people H-1B visas.
Yeah.
Like, that's like, and we're like, why is this even allowed to exist in America? Like, this is crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
Dick,
and why didn't they go to China to get Chinese people? Because they didn't know any fucking Chinese.
Right.
Otherwise they would have.
As the model minority myth, Zach nor Edward Blum give a flying fuck about Asian people. Asians are just a pawn in their game.
Oh my God, he's so angry.
What is he
They're
talking
just
about?
pawns in his racist agenda.
And everybody, just the things he believes about all these people, they're all evil.
Did he create who created this graphic? He thinks we won't realize we're pawns in his racist agenda.
I'm sure he did. AI probably did, but he prompted for it.
No, there's some kind of watermark at the bottom for something.
Oh, there is?
Yeah.
I'm
like when he says
we're
word.
racist and have a model minority in your head. Like if you're actually racist, you just want everyone to fuck off.
Mm-hmm. But you can tolerate, the Asians well enough to just justify your racist policies.
Well,
I always like how
white adjacent.
I like how we're supposed to believe that, they always make this argument. We live in this white supremacist society and everyone's racist and blah, 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 blah. And at the same time, the racists have to use this like subversive trickery to get their racism passed. Like if we really lived in a white supremacist race society, couldn't they just go to the Supreme Court and be like, fuck black people? And they'd be like, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Right. But
It'd
no,
be
it's
like
like, no,
Jim
they have to use like
Passed.
Asians. Yeah. They have to use Asians as like a 10-dimensional shield chess maneuver to trick the law into allowing the racism. I don't know. It just seems silly.
Yeah, why do we need pawns? We would have all queens on the chessboard. We'd be like, fucking move anywhere you
All
want, bitch.
white queens.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And
Like
you would
if
have
white
all black
supremacists-
pawns and like one king.
Yeah. If white supremacists were actually running the place, why the hell is DEI even a thing?
Oh,
Yeah.
of course. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Why is Clarence Thomas
all
on the
these
fucking Supreme Court?
white-hating, all these
Wow.
self-hating white supremacists.
Actually,
oh my God.
I will
Clarence
say
Thomas
this.
is an
Do you know
Uncle
how-
Tom. Okay. Well, how could
Yeah,
they?
no- Do you know how white people are not running the place is because they're fucking women on the Supreme Court? That's how you know.
Mhm.
Yes, I'm
The
openly
white
saying that.
people
I
wouldn't
don't
allow
like
the
women in
women
politics.
on?
Get the fuck out. Yeah, I think that's like a Chad White rule. It's just
Spoon
like,
always
Really?
takes it too far. Yeah.
I don't think that's didn't the whites gave women the right to vote pretty long
I
time
know,
ago.
just the terrible white people. Just
Okay. The
disgrace.
bad, the undesirable whites
They
did
should be
that.
punished ones.
I say. Probably weren't even really
Yeah.
whites back then. Probably were some sort of
No, they're
subversive,
mutt mixed.
some subversive group pretending to be whites, right?
When we make our women jokes, it's we're joking, Spoon. I get the feeling you're not really joking. I think
No,
you-
I
think you
legitimately
really
mean
mean
it. I adopt the Queen Victoria
Are
line, which is
you
that
are
like,
you in a relationship with
women
anyone
don't
at the
belong in
moment?
politics? No.
Okay.
Do you
You
own
want
a
to
woman?
be?
I think if I told a bunch of women I don't think women should be involved in politics, I guarantee a fair few of them would agree.
That's
Oh
fair.
yeah, yeah.
That's
You could still
definitely
you could get a girlfriend or a wife believing that. It's
That's
not
true.
impossible.
Yeah.
That's true. Sam doesn't want a woman to be president unless it's AOC, which makes no sense, but okay.
What? What? Really? Sam went from Trump to AOC?
He's
What
always
is
had that
she
position.
fucking thinking?
He's always had that position.
Oh my
What?
god.
She's gonna run it here.
Is it
Because she just
she's
wants someone who's like
Hispanic?
chaotic energy. No.
Oh.
She wants because she thinks the system's so like fucked up. You need like the person to come in and like shake everything up.
Well, AOC definitely will destroy
when
everything.
You say shake it up, do you mean set it on fire?
Yes.
Yeah. She wants chaos. She believes in chaos.
Yes.
What? Oh god.
I know, it's terrible. Anyway, we're learning so much in this live stream. It's great.
One will be turned against Asians. And unfortunately, some of them are too fucking stupid to recognize that.
And then he does this thing. He's like, and here is my mic drop. You have to read it on the screen. Here's a text wall for you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not reading that shit. You guys can read it if you want, but
It doesn't say anything.
who cares about his mic drop? It's not really a mic drop.
Did you see? I guess I don't know if this was the tweet. I guess it was. It was weird. Like Matt Walsh went on this like whole tirade about like, oh my god, we've all learned to lie because the woman on the bus, the black lady on the bus, you know, she was a plant. It was not like
he didn't know that. We've all known that for 1,000 years, Matt.
I know. I was like, what? Like Rosa, like I don't know.
Did he just figure it out that
Rosa Parks, yeah. Like I mean, like in elementary school, I didn't know that, but I'm pretty sure in high school that was part of the conversation.
No,
she was part
they
of
definitely taught us
this boycott
that.
movement. Like I remember learning about that, and he was like freaking out about it, and I was like, what? I was like, okay, even if you didn't know that, like, does that change the story really that much? Like, how does that? Why does that matter so much?
I think for some of these people, they wait till they have like a certain audience size and then just sort of info dump on what they suspect is like a newer load of impressionable youth.
Ah, I see.
That might not know. So you think it's like
but
a
like,
grift?
Yeah.
But why does it? Who like it doesn't really matter.
They
Like, why
taught
does it
me in
matter?
school the truth from
Maybe
the
they just
get go.
crank the content.
They
It's like a
didn't
content.
tell me, oh, Rosa Parks was this brave woman out on her own. They were like, no, they picked her up at the Progressive Caucus.
Mhm.
But she was like the best looking one. No, it was obvious.
Oh
it
my
was
god,
not.
he's already made another video today
About us?
about Asmon.
Oh,
That's
okay.
now an hour and a
course.
half.
Well, look, he's getting mass. This one got
God.
like
What's it called?
150,000 views, so it's not surprising.
Yeah, of course. That's the reason he's doing it.
Exposing the grift, destroying Asmongold for 1.5 hours.
Exposing
Dude.
whose grift? His or
When you
Asmongold?
make 3 videos with the same fucking title, calling somebody else exposing the grift, it's like you don't see the irony in it.
It's a
at all.
series, okay? He's a grift exposer.
It's a series of grifting.
Yes. Exposes all the
He
grifts.
hasn't really exposed any grift here.
Why
I know
is it-
nothing about
Channel
Asmongold.
name Birdman, but his avatar is Blanca from Street Fighter. That's
It's
the
a
grift.
mystery of the universe.
That's the real grift. Okay, doesn't make any sense to me.
Oh boy.
Wasn't
Yeah.
Blanca like a white guy originally, or like Hispanic or something?
He's Brazilian.
Are
I
you
think.
saying he's appropriating?
That's what I'm saying.
He's racially appropriating.
Yes.
Not cool.
Mhm.
No, that's definitely. We're gonna have the AI remove that song. There's no way that's not copyrighted.
Well, whatever. There's nothing else in the video.
Oh, it's over?
It's over.
Oh, thank God.
It's
Yes!
over.
Finally.
Yes.
Finally.
I think
Now,
he's just
Sitch,
doing that
do you
hour
want to
and a half
fight this
walk.
pussy in real life or what?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna love her.
Come on. I was
Okay.
hoping we could get some brawling going.
Yes, this is Bonesaw. We're gonna go for the fight. Get down here.
Yeah, that's
Get
right.
down here, pussy. We're gonna do this on Monday Night Raw.
Yeah. And while you're down there, can you fix his internet? That would be
Yeah.
great.
Do you know a person that can fix my internet, please? It's been quite troublesome. I'm not asking you that because I think that black people are associated with fixing internets. I'm asking you that because you're an internet streamer and you have a high IQ and maybe know these things.
Oh my God, that's insane. That's great.
Well, you know, you'd make it like, what are you saying? Because I'm black, I know how to fix internet. I'm like, is that a stereotype?
Is that a stereotype? Oh, he's
familiar with
he's
that.
gonna say we're racist already. So
Well, I mean, he's gonna say Spoon's racist.
that's his go-to thing.
He's already done that.
Look, obviously Spoon is racist, but look, since we had him on the stream, we're going to be guilty by association. So.
Sure.
Oh,
look at now, he's even admitting it. Oh my God, we're sunk.
We're sunk.
Yeah, you're fine. It's not like it's news.
That's true.
Do you know what he did in my video? Right,
What did he do in your video?
If you notice one of his the tell things that he does when he does like the debunking videos, maybe not this one because he's done like fucking 4 of them already. Is he will poison the well, like the first one they did about Asmongold.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, he just went in. He just like this because he did it with Asmongold as well. Like Asmongold is uttering the words of a literal racist, like whatever, like who fucking cares. So with my one, he went through my Twitter and just like went through all the times I used the N-word. The thing is, most of the time,
oh my God,
like, yeah.
How often are you using the N-word?
Quite frequently.
Okay.
Oh my God,
Spoon.
The
reason why that's funny is because most of the time it's like at white people.
Okay, well, that doesn't really make it better, but okay.
No, but it's funnier that way.
Well, I guess it does kind of make it better. You're not calling black people the N-word, right? You're not saying like you dumb N-word, right?
No, it's like at white people. You know when the way like they would say like the N-word.
You're doing it for comedy reasons.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I'm not yelling.
Now I wish we wouldn't have asked you if you were white.
Yeah. But then I looked at the times. I think I said it like 9 times over the course of like 2 years.
9 times in 2 years. Well, look, that's not too bad, right?
Yeah,
just once a month.
I just did a video. Yeah, essentially. So what all I did is I just did a video like going through all of them. Because it's funny. Because they went like, "This is it. Like this is the best you got."
We
like,
should watch these videos.
Do a video about that.
You've evidently had some big back and forth with Birdman. I should have put your avatar in the thumbnail. Maybe he'd respond then. He'd really get wound up. He'd be like, "Oh my God,
no,
racist silverware totally destroys the Birdman."
It's not bad actually.
Bring it up.
No, I think it's just funny because he gave Asmongold shit for saying, "Oh, the video is too long to respond to." It's like I did one that's 2 hours and 20 minutes on you, and you didn't respond, Birdman. So I think the whole it was too long. Like that actually pertains to you as well, you lazy son of a bitch.
We're like 3.5 hours here now, so
yeah, I don't think he's got the fortitude.
He doesn't have the cojones to respond to a video this long.
Probably not. I mean, it is a bit tedious to go 2.5 hours. Like, let's be real.
No, don't give him an excuse.
That's a hell of a long video.
What are you doing?
What are his responses going to be when we really talk seriously and substantively about systemic racism, right?
Yes.
If he can't just bring up
he
headline.
could maybe stop.
Maybe he'll agree with you that black people are incapable of adopting white culture.
Because white culture is evil.
Yeah.
Oh yes, it is. Just terrible.
So there you go.
So he'll agree with you, but on different grounds. He'll
right.
be like, of course we can't, because it's evil and racist.
Yeah.
Yes.
It only gave you language, internet, basically Western civilization. Well, yeah, English.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, specifically.
Oh yeah.
I even like the concept of
like all language.
Yeah, wow.
No,
white people are pretty awesome. They went back in time.
I didn't just go up there and go like, "See, you're ready to speak. We gave you that. Thank you."
I see. That's true.
No.
We're all just grunting before the British came along. Rhythmus for $6. Thank you. Rhythmus says, I'd argue that group temperament plus environment produces culture. Temperament is genetic, which is why there are outcasts in a culture that don't mesh with the group temperament and don't value the culture. It's difficult for groups, not necessarily individuals, to adopt different cultures if the temperament for the group doesn't mesh well with that of the new culture. But temperament can change over generations due to randomness, which could explain the rise and fall of various civilizations over the ages. Individuals can assimilate, especially if they are from similar cultures or are outcast from different cultures, but an entire group will struggle.
I don't see how that's not
I would have
collectivist
that.
thinking.
Well, I mean, there's temperament definitionally is genetic or biologically based, but that's
Yeah.
individual temperament. I'm unfamiliar
Yeah,
with
what
studies
is
that
group
show
temperament?
that like a group temperament along ethnic lines exist. Because I
Gravity
remember
bucket.
why. I mean, Jordan Peterson would always cite the whole when you talk about like temperament and Big Five. He'd always say that the studies show that there's more differences within ethnic groups than like if you compare the differences similarities in ethnic groups to other groups, there's more differences. I'm trying to the way he phrase it. There's more differences in between ethnic groups than there are between like everyone as a total. So it didn't seem like there was like some sort of temperament that at least on the Big Five that you could point to and say like, well, different ethnic groups on average have specific temperaments, right? So I don't know if there's like a group temperament the way you're saying. Okay. Let me read super chats that are because I want Spoon to be able to leave at some point because I believe it's like 1 a.m. where you are, right?
It's 1:30, yeah.
Okay. I was close. Look at that. Robert Calamari for 2 hours says, I spit on the crown, America #1. Wow. Look at that. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, I'm not from.
Huh?
My country doesn't have
Get
a
mad.
crown, so I'm not.
Get mad.
Which one are you sitting at?
Get mad.
Why?
Okay. I'm just teasing you.
I don't get mad very easily.
Okay. That's good. That's a good quality.
Except on Twitter, in which case I swear and say the N-word repeatedly, apparently.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
I do say the F slur a lot, actually. On like a daily
okay.
basis. Yeah.
Sulla for $5 says, ask Spoon if he was joking about advocating for murdering foreigners. I DM'd you the receipts. Uh-oh. What is this about, Spoon?
When did I advocate for murdering foreigners?
Let's see. He sent me a tweet here.
Which
from
one?
2025. Carl Benjamin said, explain to us why foreigners ought to be able to wield power over the British public. Chris, what's your reasoning? Then you replied, foreigners are like poison to the blood supply of the English heart.
Oh, yeah, I stand by that.
Not re-immigrated, not slowed cold. Jesus. Spoon. You're getting pretty mad. That seems pretty mad. This is pretty mad on X.
I don't think that's mad. That's just reality. Like poison. It's very kind of Nazi-esque, but
oh, okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's emotionally driven. That's just like reality.
So you were not joking. The answer to the super chat. Okay.
No, that doesn't mean that you should be killed. You could just remove them. I'm not saying, hey, look, everyone that isn't white in England should be genocided, for fuck's sakes. Like, I'm not that psychotic.
So also gave me, or someone replied to you saying, I don't think you're going to get many people to agree with just killing people like that at a moment. And then you said, want to bet.
Oh yeah, like if it continues on a trajectory to the point where people feel threatened, like their country's going to go to hell, and they see no other way out, like that will become inevitable.
Okay.
Like an extreme solution will become more viable the more the problem gets worse.
I see. You're saying if they keep letting the immigrants in, then they're going to want a genocide.
Yeah. What was it? Was it Kennedy's one that those who don't make peaceful solutions possible make violent revolutions inevitable? Something like that.
Look at you pulling the Hassan quoting Thomas Jefferson. How dare you?
Yeah. I can't remember. I can't remember who. I want to say it was Kennedy, but I don't think it was Kennedy.
Or Kennedy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there was
Jefferson. Yeah, right. Oh my God. I got schooled by a non-American. Terrible.
Don't worry about it. You're fine.
It was Kennedy. You know, it's funny. Hassan brought that point up and he was all trying to smugly put in people's faces. Kennedy was saying that in order to push back against socialism. So I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Done. Okay, wait, let me send that question. Let's see. Any questions for Spoon, guys?
Who was it that said one of the things that Tyrant does is favors the foreigners over his own people?
I don't know. I've never heard that before. Who did say that?
I mean, someone in the chat will know.
Cameraman for $10 says, as an example of this happening, Jews fleeing to the Levant brought more wealth and improved the local conditions that did not equate to greater acceptance by the local Arabs. That's true. That is an example of that happening. Yes. Now, they will counter that saying, well, there's a lot of resentment because they were like buying up land, right? Because there were a lot of people, a lot of Arabs living in the area that I think were like, I guess I don't know if sharecropper would be the right word, or people that were like farmer, like they were working land that they didn't really own or something. And then the owners would just turn around and sell the lands to Jews, and obviously they got mad about that. So, Dalmas for $5 says the multi-arrested and released criminals thing doesn't help anyone. True. Yes, just arresting and then releasing them doesn't help at all. Kino Flex Reviews for $5 says Birdbrain's head is scrambled. He tried to sue me. What? And cried about me making response videos to him despite his entire career being response videos. He tried to sue you. For what?
Yeah, there was a thing going around that he did try to sue someone in his chat.
Interesting. What was the basis of the lawsuit?
My fees are hurt.
It's also annoying too
I
because
can't
you just type
imagine
in
more complex than that.
if you just type in Birdman, you know, on YouTube, you get like the movie Birdman. You don't get this retard. So
I think if you type in like with the 3, the way that his name is spelled.
maybe I'd have to do that.
Yeah.
Well, Birdman, if you need to serve Sitch, I'll give you his address. Don't serve me though.
Jay Davis in the chat says he sued him for money, Sitch. Duh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Very informative.
I know. G-Bus Milk for 5 Aussie bucks says, can anyone become African American? No.
Yes. What are you talking about? You just
a white person can become African American? How does that make sense? Oh, okay.
You just get that. What do they call it?
Shoe polish?
Blackface.
I mean, if I were to get American citizenship, wouldn't I technically be one?
Oh, well, I would say no, because like African American really refers to skin color. It doesn't really refer to where you're from. I think. I don't know actually, because like if you're like
I'll
a
give
Black
it to
Caribbean person, be like an African American. I don't know. Who knows? We'll say yes. How about that? We'll just say yes. You have to be from Africa. How about that? There you go. AKA Patosai. Everyone's lineage is from Africa, therefore, bing bong boom. Everyone African American. Okay. You know what? I take it all back. You're right. Anyone can become African American. I love it.
We're African American.
Yes.
Via Europe.
Kino Flex Reviews Jar says, are Sitch and Adam pushing blank slatism? I'm not, no.
No.
Blank slatism is the idea that people are literally born with no programming or no affinity, nothing. Like it's just like every part of their personality, every facet of their personality or intelligence or who they are is all just learned, which I don't.
And they're infinitely malleable.
Yeah,
you can turn boys into girls and girls into boys.
Yeah, I don't think that's remotely true. I think people are born with very strong innate personality types and interests and skills, or at least I should say like the capacity, because obviously like you could be born to be really good at like shooting or coding or basketball or anything, and if you don't really like practice at it, you still won't be that good at it. But what I'm saying is I don't believe that there's a pattern based on people that then can map onto an ethnic group. They could like zoom back and statistically and say like, okay, if we take an ethnic group and we could somehow like distill it based on like personality differences that are born in the people, you're going to see some sort of like statistical map that has significance along ethnic lines. That's what I'm saying. I don't think.
If you have a culture though that idolizes like chess or something like that, or idolizes math or engineering or things like that, that culture is going to produce people that develop an aptitude for that just so that they can ingratiate themselves in that culture, right? But I don't think there's not like a racial component to that. All the races are biologically wired to take in whatever local culture it is to succeed biologically the best as possible. So that's why I think if you took a group of people and they were starting a culture from scratch, I mean, who knows where it would go, but I don't think you could take a group of black people or a group of white people and they would form the same black culture or white culture that is predominant in the cultures around the world that are connected to those races now. They probably form some completely different culture.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Orguni for 19 months says, thank you so much for being Fruits here for 19 months. Says, there's more genetic diversity in Africa than the rest of the world combined. Wow, I didn't know that. What does that say
Yeah,
about
that's
how
probably correct.
people spread across the planet? I don't know.
It
What
says
does
that
that
they
say?
used boats.
Yeah, I don't know I don't know what does that mean. I guess I'm not understanding what they're trying to say.
Yeah, because sub-Saharan Africa is quite
Well,
diverse.
I mean, it could mean that people are constantly returning
killed a
home to
lot.
Africa.
Or
Right.
that, yeah.
Okay. Vaman Go for $5 says, question for Spoon. Would I be safer as a tourist in Africa in a country with all black people versus South Africa with racial hostility?
Oh God, probably depends which one you go to. Because I imagine you would be like safer if you went to like Kenya than the Republic of the Congo. So yeah,
We were going to
I think that's
vacation in
probably more region.
Congo. You don't think we should do it?
No. The unusual destination to choose for a holiday.
Is it true they have lions in Kenya?
I don't know actually. You'd be alright in South Africa if you just know where to go.
Okay.
Or you know a local that probably would help.
Harrison Dill for $2 says, who is more racist, Spoon or Elon Musk?
Me.
Okay, there you guys your answer.
Not even close.
Josue Calejero for 35 months. Thanks so much for being Freedom Seeker. Says, happy early Memorial Day, everyone. Here's all who gave their lives to protect the world, defend the greatest country ever. Yeah, thank you. It's true. Take that, Spoon, you non-American.
I just asked AI, can white people vacation in the Congo?
The AI said no one should vacation in the Congo.
The answer is kind of interesting. Yes,
Yeah.
white people can legally and physically vacation in both the Democratic Republic of Congo and the Republic of the Congo. I guess there was a civil war, but it's highly complex.
It's such a PC answer.
Both countries are destinations for adventurous tourists, yet extensively face risks. Lacking infrastructure and bureaucratic challenges make independent traveling very difficult.
I just realized the AI essentially pulled the Tim Pool is complicated.
It's complicated.
Yeah. Interesting. I don't know anyone that's vacationed in the Congo, but
I think
they do have the Civil War. Look, the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of the Congo are the DRC and the RC.
Yeah.
Are both different countries now. Doesn't that just scream Civil War?
Yeah.
Sitch, I think we should live stream from the Congo just to.
I mean, you can complain about my internet problems now, right? Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
An alien, thanks so much for the 30 months being a Fruit Seeker and for the $5. $5 awesome.
Yes.
Says another guest, God, please don't be another arguing match for 4 hours again. Please just cover a topic or a video next week. These arguing with guest streams can get frustrating, especially when you guys are only doing one stream a week. S-Class. It was the best class.
Well, we tried to keep the arguing to a minimum, but we did argue a little bit.
I think we disagreed. When you say arguing, I think you mean like screaming at each other, right? That's what I think of.
Yeah.
Well, last week we talked to Dialogue Always, and I
maybe screamed a little bit at Dialogue Always.
It's Dialogue Always is frustrating because you never really have a meeting of the minds because he just won't agree with you.
He's 100% debate brain in these conversations.
Yeah.
Yes. Right.
So like we can disagree with Spoon here, but at least he understands the argument that we're making, right? And can articulate it.
It's because I'm South African and therefore I'm better.
Mm-hmm.
Terrible. Righteous Indifference for $2 says, simplify it to rationalization equals second order thought. Maybe that's a better way to conceptualize it instead of emotion. Yeah, you could be right.
Yeah. Dialogue Always is still arguing with me on Twitter too.
Yeah, I saw because I still have him
Still-
blocked. I saw there was an at with
Still
Adam.
arguing. Yeah.
Somehow I got tied into it, and then I saw dialogue always. I'm like,
Wait,
I'm not
the guy
gonna
that
see
you had argument last week is his name Dishonesty always?
That's how I call him sometimes.
That's what
yeah.
that's what the chat lovingly refers to.
I was
as.
about to say, is that his actual fucking name? Because if that's his actual name, I'm not surprised you couldn't get anywhere with him.
No, it's dialogue always, but they've
Yes.
they've dubbed him Dishonesty.
That's
always.
that's what I dub him when I'm being mean.
I don't think he's being dishonest. I think he's just being. It's physically impossible for him to agree with any point that you make, which just makes an honest communication somewhat impossible.
When as a
basically-
contrarian, Adam, you appreciate that in a person.
I am not a contrarian. Do you really think I'm a contrarian?
I mean, yeah.
How so?
You said one of the first things you said to me was, "I love telling people that they're wrong."
Well, look, that's not. I think of a contrarian as someone who will tell people they're wrong even when they aren't wrong, and I'm not one of those people. Yeah,
I see. Okay.
A contrarian is regardless of the truth factor of it,
Gotcha.
they're going to say you're wrong. Yeah,
I gotcha. Okay, fair enough.
But look, you enjoy telling people they're wrong too. This is why we gravitate towards topics where people actually are wrong. Because it's so much fun telling them that they're wrong. Look, we'll put it to. Actually, should we put it to a poll? Because I think I'm just going to get the trolls.
Probably not.
Possibly, yeah.
It might be fun though.
Zero
I don't
Fox
know.
for 44 months says Mensa. Thank you. Obviously, Zero Fox is part of Mensa. It does make
Mensa,
sense.
that's like an old meme from the show.
Yes.
Do you remember what the original meme was from?
No.
Some girl came on, and I was trying to convince her that you were like a good catch. So I made some claim about how, did you know that Sitch is in Mensa?
Oh, did you say this to
I can't remember the girl. It
my
wasn't
God.
Sammy G. I can't remember
What was
the
her
girl
name?
though.
No, was it the girl that everyone thought we were flirting even though we weren't?
Yeah, Anna Kasparian came on and was
No,
talking
Zero
about
Fox said it was Dat Katie. It was someone else.
Was it?
Oh, I kind of remember. Jesus. I don't remember any of these streams. Zero Fox got a fucking memory
I know, it's
like
great.
a steel trap.
He is
Jesus.
the archive. He is
I
the
know, that is
archivist
insane.
of all the
Okay, now I remember
streams.
it. Now that you're talking about that. Okay.
Yeah,
That's a
on
thing.
I thought it was aristocracy too.
No, it was Katie. I remember it now.
Anna Kasparian talked about aristocracy and how
Yeah,
the sexual tension on that stream.
Oh my
she,
God!
she
Stop it.
couldn't stop. I guess this is disrespectful to Sammy G. I probably
Sammy
should-
thinks it's funny.
Okay, well, the sexual tension.
She was agreeing. I was like, "What? You guys are crazy. There's nothing there." Okay. All I told her was that women shouldn't be able to vote, and she just threw herself at me. All right.
I bet
Couldn't
Zero
hold her
Fucks
back.
could give us. I bet Zero Fucks could give us some timestamps on that stream, and we could listen to it right now and
No, please don't do that.
verify.
Fruit just for 500 yen. Thank you so much. Look at that. From Japan says, "Am
Mhm.
I the only one here to get the strong bad reference?" Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate that you got that. I did it just for you, Fruit.
What was this? What's the strong bad reference?
I said it's over.
Oh, okay.
It's a deep well. Okay, don't worry about it.
I like it.
Okay. Well, there's some other things we're probably gonna watch, but we can bid you adieu, Spoon, so you can get some sleep.
Yeah, you were only going to hang out for like an hour, and you hung out for 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
This must have been super fun. Oh, did he already leave?
Oh, he left.
Did he? No, he's still
No,
here.
Oh, okay. I thought he just went to
No.
the bathroom or something.
Well, thanks for hanging out. I mean, look, you can hang out as long as you want, but obviously, Sitch is giving you an out.
No, get the fuck out of here. I mean,
Yeah.
go get some rest. Go get some
Let
sleep.
us at least throw you off the stream so we have an out when Birdman calls us.
We
a
threw
racist
this
for-
racist off
This
the stream.
racist. We kicked him from the stream. You racist! Get out of here.
I can say that Adam actually invited me, so they brought on the racist.
Oh no! The
I did. Look, and we even laughed at your racism.
I know. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Look,
Oh,
his
you know,
heart-
honesty is pretty
he's
good.
a racist, but his heart is in the right place.
Is this? I feel like
Is
it's in
it
a really
though?
bad place sometimes. Yeah, it's preservation of my own kin.
Okay.
Look at
Sure.
that.
I'll grant
Positive
you
spin
that.
on it.
I
Yeah.
don't think your
I mean-
racism is any worse than the Birdman's racism, right?
No, I think mine actually
The
has
Birdman
punch.
seems pretty racist too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did you not see the way he like had a massive go at white people?
He did in this whole thing. What are you talking about?
No, like there's like a history of like tweets where he's like actively saying like white people are like the plague to the world.
Oh my god.
No,
Like
I didn't
historically,
know.
they've been like the
Yeah.
most violent people to ever live.
It does not surprise me in the least bit, though.
Which is
He
basically
does.
just saying I'm horribly offended and I cry at night because white people conquered and basically made the entire world I live in. It's basically
Yeah.
what it read like.
Mm.
But,
Did you delete
You're,
him? I saw
you're
one.
saying it's a lot of cope.
oh yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Mm.
have you fucking listened to the guy?
Don't you know
He
black people
screams
built
cope.
America? Come on.
Yes, I did. At the end of a whip.
God.
I just typed in. I went to Birdman's X account. I just typed in white people, and
Uh-huh.
like the second
Oh,
one. First of
God.
all,
It's like
it's kind of hilarious.
10,000 references. Come
well,
on.
first of all, it's hilarious. Just like this is like the simulation. Like the first ones that come up
Okay.
is he's arguing with some South African guy. That's not Spoon. Okay.
Whoa, wow.
Arguing with some other South African guy, and this tweet is so funny. I don't know what the context is. Birdman's response is, "Are you suggesting you are even remotely more educated or intelligent than me?" LMAO.
Yes.
That's
not
the
Han.
response. Oh my god.
How
Begins
is
in Africa. Yeah, obviously.
how does he know? Is a guy
Because
is
Adam, he
guy
has a 141
anonymous?
IQ, and therefore naturally he's much
Oh,
likelier
okay.
to be.
Yes.
It was just like
higher IQ than
statistically,
basically everyone.
Statistically, the guy has to be dumber than me because
Well, if you're arguing with the
Yeah,
Birdman
'cause-
on X, statistically, you probably aren't that intelligent.
I was arguing with
Wasting your
dialogue
time.
always today. Come on, give me
Hey,
a break.
Sam Point, baby.
Give me a break.
There you go.
I think.
Well, I blocked
think
him.
Birdman blocked me after one tweet at him. I was told by my audience he is notoriously thin-skinned.
I could
So,
believe that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like when you
I'm
start
gonna-
blocking your own fucking comment section.
That's
I'm gonna
pretty bad.
tweet at him
That's
right
kind of a
now.
giveaway.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Oh,
see if I
God.
can get myself
say-
blocked.
My IQ is 145.
How do I find this guy's Twitter? What is it? The
Just type in
Birdman?
the Birdman.
It's got the 3
Just,
for the
just say something very simple like, "There's no way in hell your IQ is over 140."
The bird. Oh, is it?
No, you should say your
underscore
IQ
the
is
Birdman?
140 is 150. So you're wrong. Anyways.
Yeah,
Anyways, thanks for
I
coming on.
agree.
Spoon.
Give her one. Don't worry about it. It's fun.
There's another
But,
Birdman, but it's not him.
Is there? Why would? What is he a copycat?
How did you find it, Sitch? Send me the link. I searched and it doesn't say. It's like, I don't know. Is it one word, the Birdman?
Yeah, it's with
Oh, I see it.
It's with Th3.
All right. Locked and
Yeah.
loaded.
Okay.
There you go.
Sam
All right.
just came in and gave me my dinner.
Did she?
What a good waifu.
Really? You didn't even have to smack her around to get her
Actually
to
said
do
that.
it? Insane. You've totally got her trained.
True. Okay.
Be docile.
All right, Spoon, take care.
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah,
want
man.
us to, do you really want us to throw you out, or
Well, you guys said it for a comic effect, so
are you gonna
Yeah,
leave
sure,
on
why
your
not?
own accord, or are you gonna stick
Oh, you
around?
guys can
Once
throw
we
me out, I don't care.
look, once we start this video, you gotta stick around
fine.
for the whole thing.
No. Listen, this video,
Uh.
it's too racist for Spoon. Okay, got it.
What is the video we're watching?
That's like, I feel like this is like baiting me to stay.
What is it?
I think that's too
This is
racist.
this is a race and IQ video, right?
We're watching the race. Yeah. That's exactly it.
Oh, wait a
That's
second. The
exactly
Birdman has blocked me. What the fuck?
Yes, he told me.
I'm
What's
not blocked.
this?
What the fuck?
That is
That's so
because of this
weird.
stream.
I'm not
Oh,
blocked
you're
at
not?
all.
Nice.
You can
That's crazy.
publicly view. Is it the Birdman 15? Is that him?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
Oh my God! I'm already blocked. I can't even fucking tweet at him.
That's
this
hilarious.
is bullshit.
Why did he block? He didn't block me. He blocked you, but he didn't block me.
Yep.
That's hilarious.
Well, probably because you're Jewish and he doesn't want to be accused of anti-Semitism.
Oh, okay. I like
me, just a regular old white guy, a regular old straight white male. He's like, oh my God, sexist, racist piece of shit. Blocked.
That's kind of ironic, considering the conservative guy who had to go out in his video was Jewish.
So he doesn't care?
Yeah.
Look at that.
No.
Well, I mean, that
wrong.
maybe that's now. Now it's like fashionable for lefties to hate Jews. Like it.
I was
maybe
going to
back
retweet
in
his
the day.
video, but look, I guess I can't. Impossible.
Yeah.
I can't even, reply to anything. Can't call him a fucker.
Okay. Take care.
Yeah.
Why can't you reply to this? Oh, take care, man. Look, come back sometime. We got to get you.
Yeah.
We're going to get you to give up your Nazi robe, just like
We're
Daryl
gonna
Davis.
get you sorted
There
out.
is
Right?
no way in hell that's going to happen.
No, we are going to do it. We know all the tricks. We're nice to you, and the next thing you know, you're like, you got a black wife, and you're you're like raising little mulatto kids. It's
We're gonna
great.
Daryl Davis you.
No. No.
That's all you need, Spoon. You just need some nice hot black titties.
Right in your face. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm
24/7.
No. Stick with the Europeans.
Okay.
That's the same
okay.
choice. Less drama. And violence.
Oh my God. Get out of here.
There you go.
That's great. Okay.
All right.
Let's see. Should we? Okay,
I
maybe we should.
How did I get blocked by the Birdman?
That's pretty funny.
I don't remember interacting with him.
Okay, I guess we
I
should
may
stay
have, though. I'm not sure.
on the topic of Asmon.
I might have been asking about vacationing in the Congo, and he responded.
I'm assuming this is going to come up in Birdman's response to Asmon. Because right after this happened, Asmon said something that was a little sus.
Mhm.
Got him in a little sus trouble here. So I thought we should probably cover it.
Asmon did a racism?
He did a sussism. You go, is this racism?
Suspected racism?
Yeah, he did a sussism.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But the first two things are on Twitter. So I
Well, I don't have Twitter.
I'm sorry, X. I sent you an X video, Adam.
Okay.
Okay.
Why?
Kind of-
Yeet is like taking over Twitter, right?
He's the guy.
This Yeet account?
That Yeet account, he's the guy. But the first one, if you in the Hasanabi Productions account, if you scroll up to the top, there's like a 25-second clip.
Oh, okay. You sent me two then?
I sent you two X post.
Oh, okay. Hasanabi account.
It's a Hasanabi fan account.
Not Hassan, though.
Right. Well, it could be. I believe it's secretly a song. That makes sense to me.
So your argument is that black people are not genetically inferior, but every other possible socioeconomic explanation for a difference in statistics is cope? You try to dog whistle that there are genetic components, but this time you accidentally let it out.
Yes.
So this is in response to Asmongold.
That's the bottom of the thread chain. The top is like is a clip
Right.
we can watch.
Asmongold is saying, he's saying, look, you let the mask slip, motherfucker.
Yes. So that's
Now
the
we
accusation.
know. Okay.
And we're going to investigate because that's what we are. Sitch and Adam here. We're we're racism investigators. Okay.
We are. We're social justice detectives.
We are. Listen, we
We're
investigated.
hot on the case.
We investigated Spoon and we got the racism out quick. All right. So I think we can do good here.
Yeah, exactly. We gave him the friend treatment and he spilled the beans so fast.
That's right.
He
That's
just came right out and said, yes,
Yep.
he's 100% racist. You can take that to the bank.
That's true.
And Spoon is his legal name. So
That
if you
is
want-
his legal name. He's legally an actual utensil.
So
Yeah.
if you want to look it up, you can
Right.
find him in the yellow pages.
Mhm.
Ready?
Yep.
So I guess this is 5 minutes and 55
This happens
seconds.
like
What the
probably once.
No. The first. Oh my god.
How are we gonna do that?
The first video clip is 25 seconds. The
Where-
second video clip is 5 minutes and 55 seconds.
There was no video clip with this though.
Oh my god. Hold on.
What you sent me didn't have a video clip.
I said it was at the top of the chain.
Don't give me your oh my god.
I said okay. Here, I said your direct link.
No,
It was at the top.
I got it.
Do you?
Yeah.
Do you though? Do you?
Oh, I get it. You wanted I see.
I was
what
gonna
you-
read the rest of the chain once we listen to the clip. But
Okay, we'll listen to the clip first.
okay.
If we have time. I mean, it is 25
Special treatment
seconds.
through
I
DI.
know, so long.
Okay, here we go. 25 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
Commercial treatment through DEI and affirmative action at the expense of white and Asian Americans. Socioeconomic conditions is a cope, and everyone knows it.
Yes, correct.
I mean, this is the Elon Musk style. No, they are genetically inferior, and socioeconomic conditions are a cope.
They are. It's a fact.
Of course, we're going to be watching this video as well from the Birdman.
The
my
Birdman,
goat.
right?
Commercial treatment.
Did he just say that they're genetically inferior?
Well,
That's
now you see where the oopsie is. You're like, wait a minute.
He just said they're genetically inferior, right?
That's what it sounds like, doesn't it?
Mhm. Well, that's some Nazi propaganda. Where's my
Right.
clip?
There's okay. So here, wait, just for context, we can play the clip again from 10 seconds, so you can hear that
Okay.
again.
You want to really?
Well, it's part of the investigation.
Okay, we're investigating.
We're
here.
investigating.
Let's see. Did I really hear that correctly? Well, let's find out.
The Elon Musk style. No, they are genetically inferior, and socioeconomic conditions are a cope.
They are. It's a fact.
Okay, so he could be responding to the socioeconomic conditions are a cope and not the genetically inferior part.
Right.
He could have misspoke. He could have been responding to the last thing he said and not.
Got to
the
be
genetic-
careful though, right?
Yeah.
If someone's like you support that guy because he's a pedo and was wrongly accused of shoplifting, and you're like, correct, and you're like, I only meant the last part.
Yeah, exactly.
I only meant the last part.
Okay.
Yeah, be careful.
It's a good thing
Okay.
we listened to it a second time because I just heard the most incendiary part the first time, and he was like, "Yep."
So okay, so let's see. So first, I'll read. So Asmon actually responded to this,
Mhm.
and he got it back.
Oh,
and forth
thank
with his
God.
account. Okay, well, don't be too thankful just yet.
Because the response was terrible. Holy
He
shit.
says, so the text of the tweet was Asmongold responds to Hassan and claims black people are genetically inferior in socioeconomic conditions is just cope, quote, they are, it's a fact. Okay.
Mhm.
So the guy is highlighting the part he wants people to pay attention to, right?
Of course, yeah.
That he's claiming that Asmon said black people are genetically inferior. Okay. So Asmon responds saying, socioeconomic conditions are a cope. Even when you control for income, you have dramatically different racial crime rates. The same thing is true for men versus women, not genetically inferior. Another pathetic attempt to get me banned over inconvenient truths.
Okay, so he denies the genetically inferior component. You did the right thing, Asmongold.
So then the guy responds, you said, quote, they are, in response to Hassan saying you claim black people are genetically inferior. There's no way around this. You want to tap dance around the issue by saying all the other factors leading to more crimes committed is cope. Just say it with your chest. To which Asmon responds, deliberate misunderstanding classic, and he puts the leftist discourse just pretending not to understand things. Then another meme was posted in response, and Asmon says, I was referring to socioeconomic conditions, not the retarded accusation that they were genetically inferior. This is obvious because it's exactly what I said 10 seconds earlier in the same clip you posted. To which the response was, so your argument is that black people are not genetically inferior, but every other possible socioeconomic explanation for a difference in statistics is cope. You try to dog whistle that there is a genetic component, but this time you accidentally let it out.
Yeah,
To
he's not letting him.
To which
He's not
Asmon
accepting
does
the
not respond.
explanation.
Okay. So then,
which is the time to stop responding. Obviously, he clarified. He clarified enough for me.
I think he did a bad job clarifying, though.
Oh, okay.
Because it feels kind of like the Hassan dog collar thing to me, because it's kind of like, and we'll see in this clip, and you could bring up the 5-minute clip here because I think it kind of highlights this. Because the problem you get into that is like you say, okay, and by the way, I don't think Asmon is racist or believes black people are genetically inferior. But if you're in this situation,
the clarification is okay.
Well, I think the reason it's a bad clarification is
bad
because
communication. I
think it's bad communication, or maybe it's intentional.
I got it.
I think it's bad communication because it's like, if they're making an argument, someone's saying, well, the reason that the crime rate is higher is socioeconomic conditions. And then you say socioeconomic conditions are cope, but you don't give like the what it is then. And then someone responds to you saying, oh, well, you're saying it's cope, so it's genetic. And then you say, right. And then you say, well, I was only saying the socioeconomic cope, like without you saying, like, why is he not saying what it is, right? I'm not saying it's genetic.
Argument. Yeah.
Like you would say, oh, I'm not saying it's genetic. I'm saying it's X, right? And whenever you don't say what the X is, people are going to be like, what is it then? What are you saying? What are you trying to say exactly?
If it's not socioeconomic, I mean, look, I think it is socioeconomic. I think the socio part of socioeconomic is the excuse industrial complex. How is that not socio?
Well, usually when people, I think people use socioeconomic.
No, they want to say, oh, they have a culture of crime. That's what they're talking about.
No, I think like people use it to just mean, and I think Asmon just used socioeconomic to mean like if you're poor or not. I don't think he even means like social, psychological factors involved, right? Because socioeconomic is like a massively broad category.
They should take the socio out then. They should just say economic conditions.
They should. Yeah. But so if we can we'll play the 5-minute clip here, and you'll see kind of goes into it.
Almost 6 minutes. Just start talking if you want me to pause it.
Yeah, and we'll pause it if we need to.
3, 2, 1, go.
This happens like probably once a month or so, and I figured I'd respond to this because, you know, it's kind of like it's one of these deliberate misunderstandings that people do, and it's just another example. And Asmongold responds to us on and claims black people are genetically inferior and socioeconomic conditions are just a cope. I said that black people are genetically inferior. Wow. So this topic again, I know they're doing it again. Can you believe that? Oh my God.
Treatment through DEI and affirmative action at the expense of white and Asian Americans. Socioeconomic conditions is a cope and everyone knows it.
That's correct. Correct.
I mean, this is the Elon Musk style.
Yes.
No, they are genetically inferior and socioeconomic conditions are a cope.
They are. It's a fact. So you see what they did, right? So 2 claims were made. They were genetically inferior and socioeconomic conditions are a cope. I immediately respond after socioeconomic conditions, which is the thing that I had mentioned earlier in the tweet, and they're trying to frame it as if I said it's about them being genetically inferior. Let me tell you guys something. Even if I thought that, I wouldn't say it on stream. So it's retarded. Yeah, inferior is subjective, violent is subjective. This is the clip, regard proof.
But yeah. He's done.
I mean, I don't like that claim. Even if I believed that, I wouldn't say it on stream.
Yeah, it's not.
Why would you say that?
I mean, listen, you know.
Why would you say that?
Right, not great.
Anyway, I paused it. I'm at 123.
We continue.
He's done a lot of this stuff, right? Yeah, like this. It's true that blacks experience systematic racism. They benefit from it. Blacks and other the other minority groups enjoy preference.
Let's take bets on whether there will be an argument that's presented. Okay. I'm going to bet that there won't be.
Treatment through DEI and affirmative action at the expense of white and Asian Americans. Socioeconomic conditions is a cope and everyone knows it.
Yes, correct.
I mean, this is the Elon Musk style. No, they are genetically inferior and socioeconomic conditions are a cope.
They are. Yes. It's a fact.
But yeah.
So there it is. Yeah, I wasn't even talking about that. No, I wasn't. That's it. Sorry, spite-specific setting. It's not even worth betting. I already know the answer. Never makes a point. An intentional misunderstanding. Ooh, what a classic, right? And yeah, I didn't even bring up genetically inferior. What are we even talking about? And also, by the way, you know that this logic is not what I would use, because if it was, then I would also be assuming that men are genetically inferior. If you use this reasoning, because men commit more crime. No, but they're not. The reality is, just because people and cultures are different doesn't mean that they're genetically inferior. That's something that's made up. And so, to be honest, this one borders on defamation. It is close to defamation, but it's definitely not. Like, defaming a public figure for something like that is, like, really, really, really hard to do. Black people aren't genetically inferior? No, I mean, of course not. Like, but anyway, this is what these people like to do. They like to make up bullshit. And the only reason, really, that I respond to this kind of stuff is because, generally, I don't want to get, like, banned on Twitch or something. And so, I don't want people to create a narrative that, like, this is what I said, and then I get in trouble for it. If it
Pause. It seems like he is saying that there is a genetic component to culture, which is just a thing most people have a problem with, and I don't think is true or accurate. I know a lot of people do think it's true or accurate, but
I'm curious. Why do you? Why?
Well, if you took babies from one culture and took them and transplanted them in another culture, and that culture didn't take to that baby, I think you'd have an argument that there's some sort of genetic component, right? But it seems like 100% of the time the culture takes, right?
Right.
Which just makes me think, okay, well, that's a bad argument. It seems like any person, regardless of their genetics, can adopt any culture. There's nothing preventing them from adopting.
Why do you think,
culture.
or what did he say that makes you think he was saying that culture is genetic?
It's kind of the totality of all he's saying. He's not really saying it explicitly, but it's kind of implied in his response here.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, do you disagree? I would have to talk to him and ask him, like, I mean, this is kind of the conversation we were having with Spoon, right?
Right.
I'm just trying to get to the root of that idea, right? The belief is that there is a genetic pattern that is incapable of adopting a certain culture, right? And I know why people want to make this claim. They want to make this claim because they want to say, look, we have a culture. This culture is a good culture. We all agree it's a good culture, right? Obviously, it's our culture. And there are these people that can't assimilate to that culture. So really, it's a fool's errand to try to get them to assimilate because they're genetically incapable of assimilating, right? They want to make that argument. It's an anti-immigration argument.
Right.
I don't think it's true. I don't think there's evidence for that. And I mean, I would present the baby thing. Like forever babies have been transplanted from one culture to another, right?
Right.
Right now they're stealing babies in Ukraine so that they can adopt a Russian culture, right?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, the white nationalists would argue that, they're so similar, though. You can't do it from any culture, but I beg to differ. I think you can. All right. I'm at 318.
Sure.
Do you want to respond or?
But, well, no, I was going to say, well, yeah, I want to say, I think the reason that you kind of intuit that he's saying that, and I think this is interesting from like a communication.
Oh, I think it's totally interesting. Yeah.
I think it's because at first he doesn't explicitly say, I don't think that black people are genetically inferior, right? Which is what you would assume would be like the opening salvo in this situation, right?
Yeah, not if I did believe that, I wouldn't say it.
Right. I'm just saying, like, assuming you don't believe it, you think that'd be where you'd start. You'd say, well, obviously I don't think that black people, like, you'd be very upfront with that, right?
Yes.
Which
I don't remotely believe that. It's like kind of offensive to me that people do believe that. I'd like to think they're naive and not evil, but
right.
So
now
if you don't believe that, it's hard. You wouldn't say. I just intuitively, I don't think he would say it that way unless he does believe it. And look, maybe I'm biased, but it seems like maybe he does believe that they're genetically inferior.
Well, and it's interesting because he did say, like in the last 20 seconds, he said that they're not genetically inferior, and he did say it with like kind of this weird tone of voice, like a kind of a dismissive tone of voice, right?
Oh, you think it's the tone of voice that I'm picking up on?
Well, I think it's that he didn't start with it. I think it's the tone of voice when he finally does say it, and then I think it's also the fact that and again, I'm not going to say I don't know if this is intentional or not. He said the whole like it's silly to say like there's like a was it like that their culture is inferior superior sort of mentality, because that's like one of those things we hear.
Bull fucking shit. Now you're a cultural relativist. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude.
No, but that's also one of those things that we hear, like, remember from like the Richard Spencer days, they'd be like, oh, I'm not saying that like they're like they'd all be like, I'm not a white supremacist because I don't think white people are superior. I just think we're different, right? Like, remember that was sort of like the line of argumentation that was going around for like a while on the internet.
I do, but it's ridiculous. Like, you're literally adopting a cultural relativist perspective if that's what you're saying. Like, if there's a culture of pedophiles, no, that's not a better culture. All right, cannibals, that's not a better culture.
Right. Now he did say, like, I think the closest thing he came to like a full-throated refutation of that being his belief was when he said, you know that the logic is bad because I would then have to say that like men are bad because men are more likely to commit crimes. Right. That was like kind of the most full-throated like thing. I guess to me this is interesting because I notice a lot of like conversations, especially online, is a lot of it is like tone and like the totality of the tone and the way in which people perceive what you're saying, as opposed to like individually like cutting and listening to every single like individual thing you're saying and then trying to like interpret it that way, which I think is too, like, I don't think that's the way that people naturally listen to speech.
Yeah, this is why I would never make heavy accusations from some video clip. I would have to talk to him and ask him, right? We'd have to have some sort of dialogue that you really want to understand their position. It's interesting the argument he makes with like men being more violent. You wouldn't think of their more men being violent as some sort of genetic inferiority. I mean, that's just like a weird thing to bring into it, because look, obviously as a society, we don't, I mean, obviously men are more violent, but we think of good men as men who can control their violent tendencies, right? And to use them in productive ways like law enforcement and fighting invaders and stuff like that. There's a time for violence. So that's why that nature persists. But I just, to frame that in the racial inferiority, it's like a completely different thing, because when you're making the racially inferior argument, you're making the argument I was talking about earlier, where they're incapable of adopting a culture that you think of as a good culture.
Right.
That's really the argument you're making. So those two arguments don't really mesh with one another.
No. Yeah. Okay.
I'm at 318. Yeah.
Okay.
Ready?
Yep.
Go.
If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't even really respond to this kind of stuff, because I think everybody knows what I'm trying to say. They take stuff out of context. They do. And of course they do. And you don't want to get banned. Yeah, I don't want to get banned, right? And that's the reason why I would respond to it and make sure people know that's not actually what I meant. Obviously, it's not what I meant. But, you know, you do have a lot of people that do this, and they try to come together and, you know, and this is the thing that these people do, right? Is that the reason why they're doing this is they want to get me banned. They want to get me banned because they don't think that, you know, basically they know that what I'm saying is true. I think that all of these people know that what I'm saying is true, that it's not just socioeconomic conditions. But because of that, they know that they can't actually argue against any of the other factors. So what they try to do instead is they try to get anybody banned, suspended, or removed in order to hopefully get that person to not be able to have a conversation so they don't have to address it. And that's it. And so, again, the more this happens, the more I think it becomes evident that that's what the goal is. They want you banned because they can't succeed in the free marketplace of ideas. Yes, exactly. And so that's it. And this is it. Like, as we all feel genetically superior was not even what I said. It. So, and this is it is frustrating for me. It definitely is. Whenever you have people that deliberately try to misunderstand you and then reframe what you say in a way that's completely inaccurate and totally wrong. But, you know, again, I think that's just what happens whenever you get into this space, right? You can't sue for an opinion. You can only sue for an obviously false statement. Well, and they also have to know that it was false. But I think this is the main reason why you have so many problems here with Twitch. It's because so many of these people are going around and doing this. That's the reason why. It's a small community that are pushing these narratives. They're forcing these narratives. And why, and I've thought about this before, is that if I wasn't on Twitch, I think that 90% of these attacks would go away. I do. Because I think that the majority of these people, the reason why they're doing it is because they think that, you know, if you can lie about somebody enough times, maybe they can get motion and have that happen. You know, I'm not going to get banned on Kick for saying something like that. I'm not going to get banned on Rumble, for example. And so, like, when would be the time that I would get banned? Well, it's going to be the time when, you know, it's a platform that bans people for saying the wrong thing, right? And so if they can intentionally try to take something and turn it into the wrong thing, that's that's the victory for them. That's what they try to do. And so that's the whole point.
All right. It's over.
So I don't think it was I don't think it's actually fair for him to say that someone intentionally misunderstood what he was saying. Because I think most people heard that and they assumed that that's what he was saying.
Yeah, I
sounds
did
like
at
that's what he was
first.
saying. Yeah,
And
you did too.
If I hadn't gotten back and like fully
Right.
interrogated, I'd just walk away thinking, yeah.
Right. Right. So he's really going to give a lot of ammunition to Birdman
Yeah.
for the
also-
response video now.
Also, I mean, the narrative that these detractors have is that all right wingers are racist.
Mhm.
If not secretly racist, openly racist. So this plays into their stereotype. This is evidence of the worldview that they want to promote. So
Right.
I'm sure they believe he really meant it, and then he's just like backpedaling because he got in trouble. For
Right.
saying what he actually believes.
Right.
So,
Right. That would, well, yeah, that's going to be the argument. Right.
well, he's framing it as, oh, they know I'm not racist, but they want to get me banned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I don't think he did a very good job defending himself there.
No, I didn't
No.
either. No.
I
not
think
at all.
you got to come out full throw in the beginning of the statement and
Mhm.
say, I do not agree or believe this.
And you got to say why.
Yeah. And then say, you got to fill in the gaps.
But look, he's going to get a lot of pushback when he does that, because a lot of people are going to be on the other side of that argument. And
well, that's when you start and that's, when I start thinking, I'm like, is the bad response just an oversight, or is it because he doesn't necessarily want to
he
alienate
needs
people's
the
audience
wiggle room. Yeah.
that do believe that? Because I know I've criticized Asmon in the past for, he'll watch like some Nick Fuentes clip and he kind of does something similar where like Nick Fuentes will say a bunch of like crazy racist shit. And then at the end, maybe he'll say something that's like not racist. And then Asmon will pause it and be like, yeah, this is totally right. And you're like, okay, well, I mean, I think you should clarify that all the other things he said you don't agree with or think are wrong before you just saying he's right.
Yeah. You'd want to hope he doesn't agree with that Hitler was cool thing. And
right. So, but that seems like a very common pattern. So I don't know why that's a common pattern. I don't know if it's intentional, unintentional.
There's a lot of people in this audience that think Hitler is cool, maybe. There's a lot of overlap with
maybe
Nick Fuentes' audience.
So today.
Okay, here. So
what's going on?
Watch a little bit of this other response here.
Got another video?
Yeah.
Which hindered black people from getting the better resources. Even talking about the black people that served in the military. After returning home, a lot of them were denied their GI Bill.
Which is disgusting and horrible, and obviously we should undo that. Everybody agrees with that. That's bad. Like, I think, and this is the problem, is that it's very clear and very easy to say that there were obvious, completely evil racial injustices that existed inside of the history of America. We all know this. You know this. I know this. Everybody knows this. But how much longer are we going to pretend like something that happened after World War II is the reason why somebody robs a 7-Eleven last week? At what level does personal accountability not take effect? This is crazy.
Able to.
So
well, in their worldview, there's a correlation. So
right, but I think it's a much better way to handle this from a communication standpoint.
Oh, way better, yeah.
Because it's hard to hear that and be like, well, obviously that guy is secretly racist, right?
Mm-hmm.
From that interaction, for that response.
Whole time you get it fucked over even worse. So Asmongold responds to Hassan and claims that black people are genetically inferior and socioeconomic conditions is just a cope. They are, it's a fact, is what he said. And let's take a look at the clip.
Social treatment through DEI and affirmative action at the expense of white and Asian Americans. Socioeconomic conditions is a cope and everyone knows it.
Yes, correct.
I mean, this is the Elon Musk style. No, they are genetically inferior and socioeconomic conditions are a cope.
They are.
So he's doubling down and not denying it. And you know,
what's the doubling down on what? Wait a minute. Doubling down. I think that you've revealed the like. How can I double down on something that was only being said once? Number one, if I'm doubling down, maybe I'm talking about the thing that I was referencing in the original tweet. I said at the beginning, and then he also said that I said immediately after that, they are. How could I double down on something that was only said once? It doesn't even make sense.
Asmongold, I want to say that he's putting.
I mean, that's not great because they're saying he implied it. So the double down would be you implied it and then you signed off on it explicitly. That would be the double down.
Right.
So, but
on a character. Y'all know I don't like to make excuses for these races. If they racist, I truly believe they are. But I say this because there is a specific clip of Asmongold where he says some real shit. And let's take a look at it. I had it in the last video, but I had to cut it out because of copyright issues. But let's just watch it.
And this might be a controversial opinion. People might not like this opinion, but I do think that black people now are still experiencing ripple effects of Jim Crow, slavery, pre-civil rights era, and also other forms of segregation and discrimination. I think that there are ripple effects of that now. Let me give you one example. And if you agree with this, that's fine. If you don't agree with this, that's fine. There are almost no black people in America that have had more than 2 or 3 generations of people that were properly educated because of segregation. This is true. I think that growing up in a family that speaks proper English, that understands the English language, this guy is good, bro. Like the guy playing Fortnite. You a tremendous, insurmountable advantage over people who don't.
Yes. Like I state, a lot of these people, they know the truth.
So let me explain the difference, because I can see why he'd be confused about this. So I agree that black people have been, disenfranchised in that way. And I think that it's disproportionately affected them. That's absolutely true. But I think the way to solve that problem is the way to look at the actual problem itself. Is the problem because they were necessarily black right now, or is the problem because they don't have access to those same institutions? So the goal should be about giving everybody an equal chance. And the way that you do that is you look at that historical disenfranchisement, you look at how it manifests itself. The primary way that it manifests itself is financial and economic, and you look at ways to basically solve that problem through economic, improvements. So things like, for example,
but his example is social, and the culture today is like, oh, so you force them to adopt white culture, you force them to speak English language like white people do. I mean, so the culture is caustic to the example that he even put forward, right? this wouldn't be viewed as a positive in the current cultural climate, that having someone that spoke proper English for 3 consecutive generations. That's just like the whiteifying of the black community. That's the way they look at it now.
Right.
Which is, I look, how do you deal with that? How do you deal with that? How do you deal with that
stupid.
When you present, here is how you put the black community on an equal footing, and the example that you give is like they perceive as some sort of social injustice.
Right.
Like, we're so fucked. We're so fucked, man. And it is the racial grievance complex that has really just fucked us all, completely fucked us all. So I don't know how to deal with it.
Affirmative action for people that are low income. And if you approach affirmative action and you approach, for example, financial aid.
She's like, look, what you got to do is you got to make them on equal footing economically, right? That doesn't matter if they don't want to fucking speak your language, if they don't want to communicate with you, right? If they perceive you as racist, even if they have the same economic status as you and they hate your fucking guts because all this shit has been filled within their heads, and what you're saying doesn't matter at all. You have to fix the culture. You have to completely fix the culture.
And other advantages that people have for being low income, you will disproportionately affect and improve conditions for people that are minority groups. And that is the goal that I have. So the funny thing about this is that I actually agree with him on this problem, but I just don't agree that the problem should be solved based on the basis of race. I think it should be looked at based on the basis of actual income. Because, for example, Obama's daughters have more advantages than people that grew up in trailer parks, even if they're white. So what you should do is you should look at the economic effects of this. This is the whole quote from the clip. Well, let me see if I can find this. So that's really what the
grievance culture is driven by race, though. That's the thing. The problem is created by the racial rift.
Mm-hmm.
Do you disagree with any of this, Sitch? I mean,
no.
I'm not at this point. I'm not sure the economic conditions are really what's driving the thing. I think because obviously a lot of black people are in good economic conditions and they're still fucking racist. You think Birdman is in bad economic conditions?
I think a lot of the economic conditions of black people that are in poor economic conditions disproportionately to white people is because there's a more prevalent attitude of
grievance,
of excuse making.
Right.
Yeah. And I think the problem is excuse making is the natural human reaction to a situation.
Totally.
Yeah. And it's important. The question I asked Spoon, which I guess I didn't really expound upon, which I think is important, is I said, what is the point of culture and tradition? And you said this: the point of culture and tradition is to create a set of rules or behaviors that essentially can be passed down because they're not passed down biologically. Because if they were passed down biologically, you wouldn't need to have like a culture or tradition to pass them down, right?
Right. And it's easier to change the culture than it is to change the biology. So you can always be tweaking the culture for improvement.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And cultures change, over time too. Like, it takes a very, very long time for biology to change on average. But, I think, I think that it's very important to have, or I think if you were to look at like human societies or human cultures that thrive, you're going to see ones that within a culture or within the cultural memes of the society is a very strong pushback against excuse making, because excuse making is the norm. So you have to have a very strong tradition, a very strong culture pushing against that.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of a motivating way to get people to actually take charge of their lives.
The natural state of human affairs is excuse making. You have to have a culture that is like no excuses.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And I think that's true in a lot of, at least in America, a lot of Asian cultures in America, the whole Tiger Mom thing is that
of course,
pushing back against excuse making. It's,
it is.
right. no excuses. You're going to succeed, and I'm going to whip you until you do.
Right. But if you have parents that come in, you know, they've adopted the grievance culture, excuse making industrial complex, and they're going to be making excuses for you.
Yes.
They're not going to be a tiger mom.
Yes. And a lot of it is, and this isn't like a racial thing. I mean, this is across all races. There's, I think ego and pride is so damaging here, because there are a lot of people too who like have the reverse attitude. Like, I think the correct attitude, if you're a parent, is you want your child to have better than you had it, or to be better than you were. But a lot of people, it seems like, are like, if they're in bad conditions, they have like a reverse opinion where it's like, well, if the child does better than me, it's like a reflection of my shortcoming. Because if your child fails just like you, then it's like, well, it wasn't your fault, right? You know, there's nothing you could have done. They failed too. But if your child succeeds while you failed, it's kind of like, well, maybe you could have tried harder. Maybe you could have done better.
Yeah, that's a threat to your beliefs. If you think the reason you failed was because society was against you, but your child succeeds, that like proves you. Well, you'd have to admit that you'd admit society changed. You'd be like, thank goodness society changed.
Yeah, well, maybe you could, right? So, but that'd be like a nice, and this is why I've been so dead set against CRT and multiculturalism and a lot of like the woke shit, is because like it's really just such a toxic ideology that traps people in failure by creating the excuse making culture.
Yeah. Gotta fix it. How do you do that? I don't know. Especially when biologically all humans are just, they thrive on excuse making. Oh my God, it comes naturally, like almost subconscious.
I think the Republicans should, I think they do need to adapt like the bootstrap meme and actually like run with it. Because they kind of like the left kind of was bludgeoning the right with the bootstraps meme as like an insult. And I think they were kind of shy. They kind of wanted to like shy away from it. But it's like, it's a useful, the bootstraps thing is like a useful fiction. And what I mean by that is like, yeah, sometimes even no matter, you can try super hard in life, you know, could still be unfair and like knock you down. But it's a useful fiction in that if you believe it, you're far more likely to succeed. So it's a useful fiction.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to close doors.
I think the right really does need to be the party that kind of runs. Yes. I think the right definitely needs to be the party that runs with bootstrapping and with, you know, an end to excuse making, which, I mean, they kind of more were they were a little bit more there. It's kind of interesting because now I feel like unfortunately, I think, how to word this? Unfortunately, everyone reacts in a war, especially a culture war. Well, they kind of react to the weapons the opponents are using. And I think the left was so effective at weaponizing grievance that the right has now adopted a lot of those same weapons of grievance just to their aims, as opposed to pushing back against using grievance whatsoever.
Yeah, it's kind of the argument that works now.
Mm-hmm.
That's persuasive.
Differences. So I don't like this. That's my full thoughts about this. Is this the full quote? Let me see what it says. Like what are we doing trying to act like there's nothing that's they've never been negatively affected by this? Of course you should look at it. That doesn't mean to just give them all of our money with reparations. No, I think our obligation to any minority here that's an American citizen is to provide them with an equal and fair opportunity that every other person has been entitled to. That is my resolution to it. My resolution isn't affirmative action. It's not reparations. It's giving them an opportunity to make up for that lack of opportunity in the past. That's right. But I do think that it exists. I do. And I think it's so obvious that it exists. Like a good example is that like my and I can go into this more, right? But like, yeah, I'm just talking about this. It makes a point. Yes. So this is like, I even agree with you that this is a problem, but I'm saying that in order to address the problem, you have to look at addressing the problem and not a corollary. because every single person that lives in the projects and Section 8 housing, in shitholes and trailer parks, every single one of those people are disenfranchised and they are disaffected and they're disadvantaged. It doesn't matter if you're white, black, or whatever the fuck. Man, woman, anything. You are disenfranchised if you're growing up there. You got bad spawn RNG. And I think that we need to focus on solving that problem for what it is, which is income and access to education. And if that disproportionately helps black people, then I wouldn't be surprised because of the historical effects. But that doesn't mean that you should be adding things in that are exclusively done on the basis of race when the real genesis of this problem isn't race, it's income.
So I think when you listen to this, it's pretty clear. Asmon does not genetically think black people are inferior. This is a much better answer,
right,
than the one he gave the other day. So,
I definitely agree with you there.
Yeah, leaps and bounds better than the other response here.
That's what I really think. I feel like this is obvious, but
their audience don't really.
Okay, well, we get up there. It's really more the same, but so that's good because I did see that first tweet and I was like, oh god, and then I saw his reply. I'm like, oh, it's a really bad reply. And then I saw this. I was like, okay, I feel better. I feel better now.
I wish it was obvious, but I do.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people buy into the genetically inferior argument, which is sad.
They do.
Yeah.
They do. I mean, we were just talking to Spoon. Obviously, he buys into it. So
yeah.
There was this video. I don't know if it's worth watching the first 5 minutes of it or so. Maybe not. It's called The Rise of Online Content. And it's this whole guy's kind of talking about how the internet, was like a much nicer place back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And how everything's kind of become like interesting to me because I kind of agree with that. I agree with that observation. It definitely feels like the internet was nicer back in the day. And now it's like a lot angrier and more cruel. It definitely seems to be true. But
yeah, we attracted a lot of
Guy,
psychopaths.
yeah. Well, I knew that I'm listening to the video. I'm like, oh, okay, I agree with all this. But then I'm like, uh-oh, because he says like one of the first acts of like the change to cruelty was Gamergate. And I go, oh god.
Yeah, those cruel gamers.
Yeah, Gamergate. And I go, oh god. And I guess my only point, and we don't really have to watch the video, my point when I was like, listen to this guy go on and on, is that, and I think this is very important for people to understand, is I think the left, starting in 2014, was so effective at weaponizing empathy that people felt like they had to not be empathetic at all in order to fight back against those ideas, the woke left ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think that the left weaponizing empathy, and also the left is generally, I think, the party, or I think people that are like more like left wing ish, I do think are more like, I don't want to say empathetic, but more along the lines, or we're supposed to be more along the lines of like hippie, lovey dovey, like protecting that aspect of society. Like we all just need to love each other. And all those people disappeared and were replaced with like hyper insane, hyper hatred driven cancel mobs who wanted to fucking find anything that you said that was offensive and try to get you in trouble for it. And so it's like it's like the empathy was weaponized, and then the people that were like the classical guardians of empathy, finger quotes, disappeared and were replaced by like this fucking hateful mob. And now we live in this environment where obviously empathy doesn't really exist to that extent anymore for those reasons. And it's sad.
But it exists for like homeless fucking drug addicts. So
yeah, that's what's weird. That is what's so weird too. And I like the psychology of that.
Wish
like there's infinite empathy for like
for the homeless drug addicts, right?
Right. There's like infinite empathy for homeless people and for criminals, seemingly, and illegals and immigrants, but there's like very little empathy for anyone outside of that group. It's very interesting. Because normally the way tribalism works is like you have a lot more empathy and charity for your in-group and less or none for the out-group.
If we could get the homeless drug addicts labeled conservatives,
then they would not like them. Right. Yeah. But these people, they don't perceive as like the homeless or the criminal as part of their in-group either, which is what's fascinating. So
obviously those low status homeless drug addicts, no, they're like pets that we need to take care of. They're innocent animals.
Right. Well, I mean, now obviously, like, there's a lot of people like Hassan who are just doing it for the virtue signal. Like, I don't know if they really believe or not.
Oh, yeah.
But
the guy who shocks his dog does not care if you euthanize the homeless.
No. No.
He's like, of course.
That was, like, it was funny because what you said about, like, if we could just convince them that the homeless people were conservative, that was, like, one of the best tweets of all time was something where the person was like, all men are rapists or something. And then the response was, like, even George Floyd.
Yeah, exactly.
And the person got so fucking mad. They're like, what's wrong with you? And I was like, that is like the perfect response to that situation.
Oh yeah. Oh man. I'm super interested in how this Scott Pratt thing turns out. Because it's getting local politics are getting interesting here in Southern
Spencer Pratt,
California.
you mean?
Oh yeah, Spencer Pratt. I don't know why
mayor
do I keep
race.
calling him Scott Pratt. I think I had a friend named Scott Pratt.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
It's already in my brain. The Scott Pratt is. Yeah, Spencer Pratt.
Scott Pratt is an author. Maybe you've read some of his books.
If the far left person dropped out, Spencer Pratt would be way ahead in the polls, but
Ooh, interesting.
yeah.
I hope he wins.
Three-way race.
It's like Hassan and all these lefties, they're part of the reason they're like super in favor of Mamdani and super in favor of the guy in Maine and super in favor of this lady in LA is because they're very worried that in 2028 that the Democrats are going to try to run someone who's like more centery or centricity. And they want to make they feel like if they can win a bunch of mayor races or a bunch of Senate races or whatever with like a literal socialist,
yeah, they can show.
Then it will show, that those ideas are popular. So the Democrats should run some kind of wacky AOC socialist type or something.
The far left voter base is there. That's what they want to prove.
Right.
They're there and they'll show up. You have $6 gas in Los Angeles for long enough, we're going to have a full-blown communist.
Well, it's funny because it's literally that's what caused the problem, right?
Yeah. Look, I don't know how people are. Shit is so fucking expensive now.
Mm-hmm.
I do not know how people make ends meet. It's crazy. Your internet is like still shoddy too. Just I'm trying to ignore it and pretend it's not happening, but
Okay, I sent you an article we have to talk about, obviously. This is very hilarious.
I love talking about articles. It's one of my
Hassan Piker has been subpoenaed by the federal government.
Oh my God, this is so amazing. Yeah.
Hassan Piker.
Yeah.
Getting subpoenaed.
Yeah, it's over for him.
Says Fox News here. Investigation part of a broader dragnet involving as many as 40 American citizens who joined Marxist convoy to Havana. Federal officials have served subpoenas to Marxist political influencer. First of all, thank you, Fox News, for labeling him correctly as a Marxist political influencer.
Hopefully it sticks.
Yes. Marxist political influencer Hassan Piker and Code Pink co-founder Susan Medea Benjamin as part of a wider investigation into whether U.S. organizations and leaders violated U.S. laws and sanctions in supporting Cuba's communist regime, Fox News Digital has learned. So this was about, and this is funny because this came up when Hassan and all those people, they were staying at that hotel. And remember, people were like, why are you staying at this fancy hotel? And he said, well, I have to. It's the only way we could stay in Cuba is, to avoid sanctions. And then some internet sleuths were like, wait a minute. It seems like saying that hotel would actually violate the sanction. And now the federal
Wow.
government's like, maybe it did. Maybe it did violate the sanctions, Hassan.
Criminal activity. Wow.
Oh, interesting.
34 felonies by staying in a hotel room.
Hilarious. Piker and Benjamin are among those caught in a federal inquiry in whether activists who traveled to Cuba in March violated U.S. sanctions laws for the financing, coordination, or delivery of goods to Cuba, including potential contacts with Cuban government personnel or entities on the island. So that's even further. I guess that's just giving them stuff whatsoever.
We
And
gave them
talking to
their
people.
money, right?
Yeah. The administrative subpoenas were sent to the pair by the Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control. The administrative subpoenas, called requests for information, or RFIs, seek financial, logistical, and communication information revolving around trips the two widely bragged about making to the island nation in March with delegations of the Nostra America Convoy, or Our American Convoy, from a global network of communist sympathizers. Oh, thank you, Fox News. Activists and influencers who brought supplies to the country's ruling Communist Party of Cuba, according to sources familiar with the matter. I love how they frame that. They brought supplies to the country's ruling Communist Party. I love it.
They probably did. Probably had a
Of course
bunch of
they did.
gifts and shit.
Yep. And also, let's see. If you scroll down, it's funny. They have. Well, this is crazy. If you scroll down, you see there's like a picture of Hassan, and he's got Kaya, right? And then you see like there's the first picture where he's like pointing for Kaya to go in. But if you scroll down, you see there's like that second picture, and it looks like he's letting his dog shit on the grass outside and not picking it up. Do you see that?
Is that button the shot collar button? Or is that his phone?
That's a good point. Who knows, right? Who knows? But doesn't it look like he's letting his dog shit on the grass and he's not going to pick it up? What's up with that?
He doesn't have a bag?
He doesn't have a bag. No, look.
Well,
He's got
the
no
handler probably has a bag.
Oh, you think, well, who's this lady?
That's the dog handler, right?
She's the dog handler? Who is? I thought
she's in the other pictures with the dog. I don't know.
Hassan doesn't walk his own dog. He's too good for. He loves his dog so much. I
mean, I'd bet you $100 this is his dog walker. That this is a lady that walks his dog.
Now, there's something interesting that some people noticed. Okay, if you look at the lady, the dog walker lady. Okay, do you see what she has around her neck there?
I was wondering what that was.
She's got the remote. She's got the little collar remote.
That's what that is around her neck?
That's the little buzzy remote. That's what it
Really?
looks like. Yeah.
The shock remote?
Yes. Well, now, but here's what's interesting. So people looked up because she's wearing this like super obvious remote and it's red. Okay. Now people looked it up and they discovered that the red remote is actually for the vibration one only. So it is the model that people were like the one that looked the closest. It's the same model for the one that Hassan was claiming was originally, right? And he actually has the remote, or this lady has a remote for this one. So what I think happened, but it's also interesting too, because you notice the dog is on a leash. And the whole point of it is that the dog
not in the pictures with Hassan.
No, I know, but when the woman's walking it,
yeah,
there's like 3 pictures and he's got the leash, right? So it's like they just took the leash out for him to just go back inside. Which kind of defeats the whole point.
Are these in order?
I don't know.
It looks to me like he brought the dog down.
I think they're in
the dog
reverse
walker
order
to take away.
Yeah, but no, I think they're in reverse order. I think he's coming back. But so I think what happened was Hassan, in order to try to like make the lie reality, he went out and bought the actual vibration one. It is now trying to train Kaya with the vibrational one so that he could say, see guys, I told you it was the vibrate. Like watch, like a year from now, they'll have the dog.
Totally agree.
They'll have the dog like trained on the vibration one and say like, see guys, here it is. Here's the remote. Here's the cot. Like he'll like show everything in like HD. And you're like, why didn't you show everyone this at like 2 years ago in HD? Why are you doing it now like a year later? He's gonna be like, no, I'm just showing you now for no reason. I didn't completely retrain the dog on the vibration collar. Nope.
He's a lying piece of shit, man. He probably thinks to himself, God, why did I get this fucking dog?
Probably.
I'm sure he'd love to get rid of the dog, but he can't now because...
He's kind of stuck with it, huh?
Yeah. What can you imagine if he got rid of the dog? Everyone would be like, what happened to the dog?
Where'd Kaya go? What's going on?
Oh, we sold him to a puppy mill.
To a glue factory.
He's like he's siring other puppies now.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how would you get rid of that dog? I mean, we gave it to a family member. I thought you said you loved the dog.
Well, no, here's what you do. We have a family member who's very sick.
Mm-hmm.
And they're
don't give them any ideas.
They're homebound.
Man.
Here you go, Hassan. I'll give it to you for free. If a family member is very sick and they're homebound and they need a friend, and they just always loved Kaya so much, they always said, "You need the dog more than us. It pains me so much." And he starts playing the Titanic song. Near, far, wherever you are. It pains me so much, Kaya, to have to let you go, but I will. I will for the good of my family member.
The dog's an emotional support animal at the children's hospital now.
That's right. He starts playing like a slideshow of like Kaya with like a clown nose running around like cancer children or something.
And he's like crying. Oh, I miss the dog desperately. I miss him so much, but he's doing it for the children.
Then when he uploads those pictures to X, it says like the automatic AI filter like detects it. It says,
oh my
this picture
God.
was made with AI.
Of course. Really, Kaya's at the pound.
Yes. Billy Kaya's dead, sadly.
Oh man. This one picture's hilarious. He's like, no, get in the house. And Kaya's like, nah, I want to stay out here. Funny.
Yeah, I didn't even know I made a funny little meme picture of like Kaya calling the FBI on Hassan. And yeah, when I uploaded it, X automatically detected his AI, which I was like, oh, that's useful. Like, I'm glad it exists. I didn't even know that was like a feature.
I was listening to CNBC, which is the financial news, and they were talking in the morning show about Hassan Piker being anti-Semitic. And they compared him to Tucker Carlson, who they also called anti-Semitic, and someone else, but I can't remember who the third person was. I think it might have been AOC.
Was it Candace Owens or something?
Oh, it was Candace Owens. You remember? Yeah, because I messaged you about it. I was like, oh my God. Yeah, so it's two right-wingers, Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. And they're saying both these people are Looney Tunes and anti-Semitic as fuck. And they lumped Hassan Piker in there with them. And they were like talking for a while, using them all interchangeably and shit. And I was like, wow. Holy awesome. Shit. Because this is like mainstream, totally mainstream. All the boomers listen to CNBC.
Right.
And their first introduction is like, hey, that was that fool they were talking about on the financial news. So look, I think his reputation is... I don't think Hassan has any chance of being the Joe Rogan of the left.
No.
Look, and if that's the first time you've ever heard of Hassan Piker, and he's being lumped in with Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, wouldn't you just think he's a right winger?
If you were on the left,
why would you think he was on the left?
Right.
You just think, oh yeah, he must be a right winger.
Mm-hmm.
Because Tucker Carlson is obviously the most famous out of that group. And he's obviously on the right wing. I was thinking that too, because it's like, aren't these people probably all like Tucker Carlson?
Well, I don't think like left-wing boomers won't know who Candace Owens even is.
Right.
Anyway.
CNBC is like mostly right wingers.
Oh, okay.
Because it's like, it's a stock chain. They talk about stocks and investing and shit. Yeah. Not MSNBC Now. Or what is it now?
Ms. Now? MS Now?
MS Now, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that is technically their affiliate channel, but you know, it's got like Jim Cramer on it and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I mean, it's definitely, they're constantly, it's obviously very right-wing coded. They have the left-wing politicians on and they just fucking savage them. And they have the right-wing politicians on and it's like, you know, puff pieces.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me send you. So there's this interesting, this is a 41 second clip going around. So if you didn't hear about this, there was a very short period of time where Destiny was unbanned on Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
And when Hassan hears about this, he looks upset and uncomfortable. And so people are wondering, and then shortly after that, he's on his phone, and then shortly after that, Destiny is rebanned. So obviously,
oh my
that
God,
sends the conspiracy theories abound about, well, wait a minute, did Hassan contact someone at Twitch and tell them to reban Destiny?
Right. He finally went in for that dick sucking of the CEO of that Clancy guy. He finally decided to go out on a date with Clancy.
He did, yeah.
All right, here it is, 41 seconds. We all know the truth. I don't even need to see the clip.
Yeah.
Depressed base, which led to reduced turnout.
They did? He doesn't know? They did? Twitch did? That's insane, but I mean, Twitch is in the fucking pooper anyway, so who gives a fuck? Whatever,
Like,
let's continue.
there's a lot more to say about this. There's a lot to say about inflation. There's a lot to say about Biden's age. There's a lot to say.
Twitch was like, we have to get this sex pest who's written manifestos on being able to say the N-word back on the platform, please.
About doing the switch without actually having a process and, having, depressed base, which led to reduced turnout.
Okay, where's the phone bit?
Oh, no, it's for like the next 15 minutes. He's like looking at his phone.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
After this.
It's interesting to me. He went back deep. He went all the way back to the N-word manifesto.
Yeah, I know.
I hadn't thought about that in years. If people probably don't even remember. There was some weird, that was so funny. That was like to me, that was a very clear example of like Destiny. This is what I think happened. I think Destiny was afraid that someone secretly recorded him in a private conversation saying the N-word.
Yeah. So he had to have some manifesto to prove.
So he had to defend
the
it.
N-word in private was like some sort of social justice positive.
Right. It was well, the whole thing was like, oh, it's okay to say the N-word privately in a joking setting, which I mean, I agree with, obviously, but it came across like he was terrified that someone was going to like blackmail him.
Someone was going to leak his.
Right. Which now that we know about all the sex pesting stuff, that maybe makes a little bit more sense, doesn't it?
Right. Maybe he accidentally recorded himself saying the N-word.
Yes, exactly. But it's interesting that Hassan went all the way back to that. I hadn't thought about that in ages, in a long time. Totally forgot about the N-word manifesto thing. I could 100% believe that Hassan did contact someone at Twitch and told them that they should keep Destiny off the platform.
Oh yeah, I think
like
it's
100,
infinitely believable.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be stupid not to, because obviously he wants to be like the big lefty cheese on Twitch. He doesn't want to compete with Destiny, even though they have somewhat different audiences.
It's terrifying to him. If Destiny comes up and has a bigger audience than Hassan, oh my God, Hassan's gonna fucking kill himself.
Yes. So I 100% believe the conspiracy that Hassan did contact someone. Now, I don't know if that was the sole factor that got him rebanned, but I believe he 100% contacted someone and said, get this guy back off.
Get this N-word off the...
Yeah, if I recall,
I guess that's like Destiny's.
That would be funny if he said...
That's Destiny's thing.
No, he probably said, get this cracker or get this gusano
off
the platform. That's probably what he said.
Yeah, he threw the cracker slur in there.
So it's funny because like for all the like recently unhinged things that Destiny's been saying, like that like he got banned from Twitch for it's like pretty minor, like relatively minor. I can't even remember what the comment was.
You think Destiny recorded himself sucking a black guy's dick, and that's when he said the N-word?
He said, "I love." He said, "I love N-word."
You think that's the video that's floating around?
I choose to believe with
that's the
all
case?
my heart and soul that is the video.
I mean, it
Yes.
is curious, right?
That's the video.
Mm-hmm.
That's the video. Yes, I love it.
I mean, look, if you're sucking the guy's dick, I mean, doesn't it kind of all even out?
I would say that if you're a white person and you're sucking a black penis, you're allowed to say the N-word.
Yeah, well, that's
that
like
context.
the ultimate N-word pass,
Yes,
right?
I would agree.
Especially if you're saying you love N-word. Because it's done out of love, right? It's not malicious.
He's taking it back. Okay, he's taking it back, right? What is a greater way to take back than such an act of selfless love, right?
Oh my god. Oh my god. How come
That's
the
true.
Destiny subreddit never clips this stuff out, man? This is like comedy. This is where their clips should be.
Yeah, there you go. So obviously, everyone, you heard it here first. That is, I'm glad Hassan brought this up. We've solved the mystery of the N-word manifesto after all these years. Obviously, that was what happened here.
Oh, okay.
Go.
So yes, I believe Hassan did this. Hassan is petty enough and afraid enough. Oh, it's been terrible for his ego that Asmongold is bigger than him now. So if Destiny, someone on the left, became bigger than him, oh my god, suicide watch at the Hassan home.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Someone sent me this clip. I haven't watched this clip. I don't know what this is. Someone sent this to me. Destiny
Another clip.
Destiny and Counterpoints clash over Destiny's age play with Groyper wife allegations. What is? That's okay. Let's listen to this. What is this? We gotta listen to this. What is this?
Yeah, this kind of piqued my interest.
So apparently, Destiny was on a stream with Counterpoints, who we've never had an aggressive interaction with.
At this point, I mean, it's like friends of the show, right? I don't.
Yeah,
I
that
don't
was a
know,
while ago.
I don't know that I have any bad blood with Counterpoints.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Destiny and Counterpoints are arguing on some sort of giant panel here. All right, let's listen to this.
2 minutes and 30 seconds. If you want to talk, just tell me to pause.
Yeah.
Go.
Connor, you are on the internet talking about sex.
You are age playing with a Groyper's wife. You are age playing with a Groyper's wife.
I am not, and I have
You
not.
are
I
age
am
playing
not. If you
with
repeat
a
it, yes, and that
Groyper's
same telegram
wife.
Connor,
Did you hear that Destiny is age playing with Groyper's wife?
Okay. What's happening here? What's the download here? I gotta find someone. Tell me this.
Yeah. We need more information than just the statement. You are age playing with a Groyper's wife.
Maybe
over
you'll
and
get
over.
in. Maybe you'll get into it. Okay.
Okay. I made it to 19 seconds and I couldn't help myself.
That's fair.
I'm like, oh my God, is he going to say it again?
Yes.
Come on, elaborate for us, Connor.
Right.
We get it. This is the hook. Go.
Grow up.
Respectfully, you have no idea what you're talking about. Okay.
No, I
know
do.
that you- I know that
I
you-
got the
Connor,
logs
that's
from
great
him
that you
and
think
from
that-
her.
That's great. Okay. The thing is, I don't want to out their business on the internet, okay? But you don't know what you're talking about. I promise
Yes,
you. Okay.
I do.
Number one. Number
I
two.
have screenshots.
Connor,
I know what I'm talking about. So how about you just go, damn, Connor, you're right. I shouldn't be accepting sexual videos from a Groyper and his wife who wants to murder me. I need to chill the fuck out.
You said you have screenshots. Who sent you the screenshots?
Connor, are we...
I'm not sending you the screenshots of the fucking Groyper who wants to murder Destiny. But trust me, I have them. And the reason why he can't deny it is because he knows it's fucking true.
Is Destiny in
because
a
you
diaper or
have
something?
fraction of this story that is absolutely not worth.
Oh,
it
I'm
on
sorry.
the internet.
What-
So I
what
guess we
could
should
you
explain
possibly
for the
tell
non-innocent
me?
people. Like, age play is like when you pretend to be someone pretends to be younger, usually like a minor in some sort of sexual situation. Right.
Right. Yeah,
So-
we don't know who he's implying that Destiny is the one age playing though. So Destiny is the one in the diaper with the pacifier.
Right.
And the wife is like, "Oh, you're such a bad little baby."
So somebody has posted some, I'm trying to find on X because I don't really know anything about this. Is from last year. Maybe this is old. So there's a Discord message from 2023. Destiny says, "How do you feel about age play stuff?" And then says, "I've had huge fantasies lately related to babysitters, either MMF or FFM. It goes something like older baby sister starts messing around with a younger person. Then they teach them, get them really good at sex.
Oh my god, that's
And start bringing over
horrible.
to mess around with them. So say it's a younger guy, girl finds out he's got a nice."
This is
Teaching-
stuff Destiny has said.
Yes, on Discord.
Oh
It
my
starts
God.
teaching him how to eat out and everything, then starts bringing over her girlfriends to fucking.
So he's the one being babysat though, right?
Yes, he's like,
Okay.
he's trying to find a girl. He's like, "I want you to pretend like you're my babysitter." And then you find out that even though I'm underage, I'm really good at sex. So you bring out your friends.
No, you as the babysitter teach me how to go down on a girl. Terrible. What a fucking degenerate. Like why would you be on the internet soliciting this from people?
Oh my god.
Ugh.
That's so funny. Jesus Christ.
It's so crazy.
Okay.
I'm
I don't
at
know what I'm crazy.
1 minute 15 seconds.
I'm curious as the groper why. Yeah, I did it.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to tell, that's going to be like, oh shit, Destiny was right. He should have sexted the Groiper and his wife.
I'm not.
Oh my God. This is brilliant. What information or context could you possibly share with me that would change my opinion on this?
I am not going to out parts of any conversation like this that I have with another person or people. You're fucking insane to even ask me to do that.
No, I'm not.
Online.
One more. You know Lauren wanted to get back with you?
Really?
Yes. She loves you. She wants the best for you. She thinks...
Okay, I can't take this anymore.
What's Lauren Southern? What's happening? What is this music?
This is too painful.
It's like, who's playing this music? Where's this music coming from?
I'm just picturing Lauren Southern having a like heart to heart with Connor.
I see
over how much she loves Destiny.
That's hilarious.
Oh my God! Please make it stop.
Mm-hmm.
These are things. This is like TMI for me. These are things I don't want to know.
Yes.
I really don't want to know this. Please, no.
Well, I guess that's why the music was playing. It did feel like it was like a teen romance movie.
Yeah.
Like, don't you know Destiny? Lauren loves you. And then like the music starts playing. She's
Someone's
like
trying
outside in
to
the rain.
meme it
Like,
up.
Destiny,
Yeah,
take me
exactly.
back. Music
Yeah.
swells. They hug.
Yeah.
I see. It's funny. In this tweet, the first reply is Wick. And Wick says, "This was a conversation that should have been held in private."
How old is this clip? Is this like a recent clip?
It was recent. It's today.
Wow.
Or at least it's the I think the conversation was yesterday, but the clip's on X today.
Is he still talking to Lauren Southern? Because look, we covered our first introduction to Connor was when we covered that live stream where Lauren Southern was totally sneak attacked by Lance of the Serfs, right? And he made all those incendiary claims about her and then dipped out of the live stream.
Oh, was that about the
child
the
graves
school?
in Canada?
Which he turned out to be completely wrong about. She was
Yeah, and
completely
Lauren
right
Southern
about,
was
yeah.
completely right. Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
Yes. And Dylan, what's that guy's name? The Ukraine guy?
Dylan Burns?
Dylan Burns, yeah. Dylan Burns basically set the serfs up to to sneak attack Lauren Southern. It was completely unfair. We covered it. But
Well, he says he didn't because we asked him, right?
no, he was like no comment.
Oh, was he?
I remember asking him, but he was
Right.
basically like, "Oh, I don't know."
Hmm.
It seemed obvious he knew what was going on, but
Okay. Hmm.
we were nice about it. We didn't
Right.
like put the thumb screws to him. But look,
Right.
we're not. I'm not judge and jury of the internet here, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this is weird. I don't know. Well, I guess I'm at 152. We'll see this thing through.
Oh, okay.
Oh, do you want to quit? I'm down for
We
quitting.
can quit. I can quit. The rest of
Lauren
it.
Southern loves you still.
Yeah.
She still wants you right
I don't
now.
know. I don't know where that music's coming from, so I don't want to get hit with something.
Let's finish it. I want to hear the dirt. Now I'm kind of.
Okay, now you're invested
Where's
in the
he at?
drama.
I know. Where's he at with
Okay.
Lauren Southern?
All right.
Is Lauren Southern somewhere masturbating to Destiny right now?
Oh God.
Please tell me no.
Thinks that underneath all the sludge and bullshit of your fucked up little life, there is something redeeming about you. And I agree with her.
My God, what the
Oh my
fuck?
God. I can't. Okay. I can't make it to the end.
What is this?
I tapped out and I agree with her.
What is this?
I mean, I can't.
This music was who was playing? I have to know.
This music
Please.
is definitely copyrighted. We're
Please,
gonna have
God,
the
tell
AI is
me.
gonna have to sniff this music out. Otherwise, we're not gonna have any ads
know.
on this.
Please, God, tell me someone. There's like 1 million people in this fucking call. Please tell me someone in this call was smart enough to play this fucking music when this was happening.
Oh my God, that would be good.
This teen drama is unfolding.
That didn't
and this
happen.
music. Someone's like, I gotta play this music.
Yeet did this. This is an afterthought.
I don't know.
Yeet edited this in.
Because at first I thought it was Destiny because like he always he plays music when he gets mad,
Mhm.
like in these conversations. But usually
But
he's him
he
playing
usually
piano.
plays on the piano. It's
Yeah,
different,
right,
yeah.
right.
All right,
you have
let's
to
go.
hear the next few seconds. Someone chat said.
Let's go for the. There's 29 seconds left.
It's so cringe. We have to keep like stopping. Like we have to like stop and like
Well, look, I have to
clear our
I have to
minds.
get. I have to build up my fortification here for this cringe. This
Right.
cringe could be deadly in too many doses. Okay, I'm telling you. All right, here we go.
God.
Let's see if we can make it 29 seconds.
Okay.
But you are such a fucking asshole that it is impossible to be your friend. It's impossible to be your partner. It is impossible to tell you that you're wrong. It's impossible for you to take a fucking L. So take a fucking L and take a goddamn
If I
lap.
was Destiny, I'd be like,
Connor, if you want a fucking L,
I love you.
me and Lauren have been dating for like 3 months.
Doesn't it sound like Connor?
I love how you can't even hear Destiny at all.
Doesn't it sound like
Destiny's
Connor's
"Wah,
like?
wah, 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 wah."
It sounds like Connor's like proposing to Destiny.
It
now.
does. It sounds like he's ready. He wants.
Oh my God.
He wants the recording.
Yes. Oh
I-
jeez.
I hear that Connor's actually single now. So
Oh no, really?
yeah,
Oh, that's
in
unfortunate.
reality, maybe this is
Okay.
maybe maybe this is him.
Maybe.
You know, subtly trying to say I'm interested.
Right.
Maybe he's trying to set up a three-way with Destiny and Lauren.
Lauren Southern. Jesus Christ.
Oh my God.
Oh no. It's just taking a dark turn. Far darker than I thought.
Why Connor? It's so easy just to distance yourself from Destiny. Look, you don't have to go through this abuse.
Mm-hmm.
Why is he even going through this abuse?
I don't know.
Well, I didn't make it to the end. There's still 7 seconds left, but
We can listen to the last.
you
7
want to try?
seconds.
Where are you
Yeah.
at? I'm at 2:23. Where'd you pause?
The same place, obviously.
Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let it end.
agreed not to tell you because you asked her out while we were in the middle of dating. You have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
Oh my
Connor,
God.
You are on the.
Did you hear that? Look, you can barely hear Destiny.
Okay, so Destiny said, "If it's so quiet."
Connor
Destiny said,
asked out Lauren Southern while they were dating.
"Well, Destiny and Lauren Southern were dating. Connor asked her out.
Yes. So he is going for the three-way.
He is going for the three-way.
He's like,
holy
dude.
shit, holy shit, guys! That's
I'm
wild.
glad we got to the end. Oh my
Oh, we
God, we
did.
would have missed the best part of the drama.
Thank you, Chatter, for telling us to get to the end because that was, oh my God. That's crazy.
Wow. Connor is single now, so he could go. Lauren Southern, technically, he could go out with Lauren Southern.
I like how angry Destiny is, because like he went full on Cope see the response, because if you listened, he said, well, he said, how about this for an L? And it was just like an insult to Connor. Like, it's not really related to what Connor was saying. It's just like a way to like try to diminish his status publicly. It's like, you're so lame. You asked a girl out that I was already banging. Like,
I mean, I think it worked.
It probably does work, but I mean, it's like, it's just a tactic. It's not really, it's a debate tactic. I know Destiny loves so much.
I don't think Connor looks good when I don't think his little diatribe there was very flattering.
It was fucking terrible.
It's like, terrible. Just look, I agree with everything he's saying, but our attitude has always been, why do we want to deal with Destiny? He's like a fucking toxic piece of shit, right?
Yes, he is, yeah.
But Connor's like, you're such a toxic piece of shit, but I want to be on a live stream with you all the time.
Yes. I mean, at first when he was just screaming, you age play with like Riper's wife, I was like, oh, go for it, Connor, you got it. But then we started going into the other stuff. I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
It's like, maybe not.
Yeah, because look, wasn't someone in chat says, so Connor is just as big a dirtbag as Destiny. I was thinking, wasn't he married when he asked, wasn't Connor married when he asked Lauren Southern out? That is kind of dirtbaggish, obviously. Although I think Destiny was married at the same. Was he married or he just? Destiny was married, right? They had
he was married twice.
Yeah, but he was married to that cute girl they had an open relationship, right?
Yes.
The one that left him for the guy who didn't want an open relationship.
Yeah.
Like, that's usually the path of an open relationship, is like sooner or later, I'm going to give monogamy a try. How about I dump you?
So apparently, okay, well, this is interesting. So someone had a clip of, or a picture of Destiny in his own chat. Apparently that was not true. He lied. He's not dating Lauren Southern.
Who's not dating Lauren Southern?
Destiny.
Destiny's not dating Lauren
No,
Southern.
so no. Because here's where I was confused. Because I thought what he meant was whenever they were dating in the past, Connor asked her out. But no, what he meant was, or what he meant was that supposedly Connor asked her out recently, and Destiny was like we're dating or something, and you asked her out.
Oh, so Destiny's still dating Lauren Southern.
Well, no, but apparently that's not true, because then right afterwards in his own chat, even though he didn't say it in this conversation for some reason, Destiny said, sorry, fuck me, I misrepresented. We broke up like 1 to 2 months ago. I hate that I'm even outing anything of her personal life. LMAO, holy fuck, Lauren has gotten so unbelievably fucked by men in her life. So he lied in that conversation. It seems like maybe Destiny lied in that conversation just to make like Connor look bad, or just to be like nanny boo boo to Connor, even though it's not even true.
So Connor wasn't married. Connor, look, I only know Connor got divorced because I listened to 5 minutes of a live stream, and it was like the opening salvo of the live stream. He was talking about how he's not married anymore, and then he's got a girlfriend. And I was like, wow, okay. So, yeah.
So Destiny's response to all this was to post on X, I'm making large changes to my life going forward, though, thanks largely to Connor's suggestions. I'm going to create a cock watch council that will appoint 6 people, 2 of my own choosing, 2 vote on me by chat, and 2 vote on my closest friends group before I engage with any individual or on a sexual friendship level. I'll have the council vote upon this engagement and require at least 4/6 of them to approve it. So obviously not a fan. And then he blocked Connor. Look at that. So sad.
Destiny blocked Connor.
Yes. The bromance is over.
Hopefully that helps.
Yes.
Connor, you just got to get away from these toxic relationships, man.
Sometimes when you're in an abusive relationship, you just need to leave, Connor.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
You need to find your own way.
Yeah. So you can see how bad they really were once you're free of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
it's great. There is a happy ending. Maybe Lauren Southern will date him.
There you go.
She's pretty cute.
Yeah, look at that.
I never saw Mrs. Counterpoints, so I don't know. She tried to. She was mean to me on Twitter one time, but that's it.
Oh,
okay. Didn't see the photo.
There was this weird clip.
I thought it was unusual. I think I blocked her. It's like people's wives coming after me. Holy
You're
shit!
Like, what is happening?
Yeah.
Right. There's this weird
Joke's
clip.
on her. She's an ex-wife now.
Right. So I don't know if you saw this. Ashley St. Clair claimed that Elon made some sort of like vague reference to doing something to help sway something maybe not legal. It was very vague the way she worded it and the way the post was worded, that Elon did something that maybe wasn't legal that helped sway the election for Trump.
Really?
Yeah. Now, Ashley St. Clair, if you forget, she was the person who, like, I don't know if she was really dating Elon, but like they had sex and she was having his baby. Because Elon does this weird thing where he just like has babies with women, but like doesn't really want to be like raising them or to be in a relationship with them or something.
I think he tried to get custody of the kid. What are you talking about? It was like, yeah, she said that she was gonna trans the kid, and Elon was like, "No, I'm taking that kid away from you."
Yeah, once that happened,
trans my kid.
Right, once that happened. But what I'm saying, like, I thought Elon had this. I think this was the other thing too, where he like would have babies with people, and then like he would just pay them, and that was like there was some agreement. I thought that was the whole thing, that there was some agreement that he was gonna have a baby with her, but not be like the father. Am I misremembering that?
So look, one of the women that runs one of his companies was looking for a sperm donor to have kids, artificial insemination. She wasn't married, but she wanted to have kids, right? And Elon approached her about, well, maybe I could be that sperm donor. So he did jack off into the cup. And the doctor did come in,
right,
and put some in the oven,
right.
But they never had sex.
Mm-hmm.
But later, once they started playing family together, right? I think they actually did develop a relationship and start having sex. Yeah, exactly.
So was he playing? Because maybe I misremember. I thought,
but this is one woman. Making it sound like, oh,
I thought it was multiple women.
He's got 5 women lined up in a row.
I thought that's what was going on. Yeah.
No,
I believe it with Elon. With some rich guy, right? You can just grab him by the pussy and they don't mind.
He had the first wife that he was married to.
Yes.
He had the second wife, which was Grimes, the famous singer Grimes, right? Mm-hmm. Talk about a fucking basket. She's got some good music, but she's definitely like weird. And then this woman, who I believe Grimes was actually having Elon and her second child, while the other woman was like in a different room in the hospital having the artificially inseminated child.
Wait a minute. The AI is saying that Elon Musk has 13 children.
Yeah.
With how many different women?
Well, ask it. There's 4. Ashley St. Clair, first wife, Grimes, and the CEO.
Okay, so it says that the AI says his first wife, Justine William, he had 6 children with. Holy shit.
Okay, there you go. Look, that's half the battle right there.
Okay. Then with Grimes, he had 3 children, including the one that has the name that's like symbols.
Grimes had 1 child naturally, and it was so painful for her that she's had 2 more children with him and had a surrogate mother.
Okay.
Yeah.
What the fuck's wrong with Elon? The children's names are XAEA, X, and then that's 1 children. It's like, it's not even it's like XAEAXEE.
Even with Justine, they have the weird names.
No, Justine, they have normal names.
Yeah, it's
This is the
Grimes. It's I told you, it's fucking Grimes.
Okay.
What do you?
Then the second
her
child's
name is Grimes.
I know. I thought isn't that her last name or like her stage name or something?
I think it's her stage name. But look, they want to come up with interesting, unique names.
Then the second child's name is Exa Dark Sidereal. A fucking
my god
anime character. It's Exa Dark. It's like that sounds like a Sith name. Lord Exa Dark Sidereal. You must purge the separatists.
And you can't even name your kid Lucy. Look at you.
No, Lucifer.
I know.
I'd be fine with Lucy. Lucy's fine. Okay.
But it's Lucifer is short for Lucy, or Lucy's short for Lucifer.
Doesn't have to be. Lucy's a normal name.
What, you
it's
want
not
to name him
Exa-Dark
Lucille?
Sidereal. Okay. Exa-Dark Sidereal.
You want to name him Lucille?
No, that's terrible. It's like an old lady name.
I know, exactly.
Exa-Dark Sidereal. That can't get over that. That's fucking
So
absurd.
look, how many baby mamas are there? There's 4, right?
Wait, then the third kid's name is Techno Mechanicus.
Well, that name rocks. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, mister, is there a Techno Mechanicus in class? Here, teacher. It's me, Techno Mechanicus.
Who doesn't want to be named Mechanicus? Oh
That's
my
a
god.
fucking retarded name.
That's incredible.
That sounds like Mr. Mistopheles. Okay.
Techno Mechanicus.
Oh my god. That's you just like it because it sounds like a robot name.
It does.
A gritty cyberpunk future.
Look, he's testing out robot names for his robot army. I love it.
Oh no, everybody, get out of here! It's Techno Mechanicus. Die, human scum.
Look, if Elon perfects humanoid robots, who do you think is going to rule over them? George or Techno Mechanicus? Get the fuck out of here. You know the truth.
Obviously, yes. See, that's how you're gonna control the robots, right? If the robots are gonna go around and like, if you don't have a cool name, they're gonna assassinate you. We got a cool name, they're like, oh, obviously he is our true master.
Yeah, of course.
Mhm.
Of course. Optimus is going to know the true power of Techno Mechanicus.
I thought someone had a child named Optimus. Who had the?
Optimus is the name of the robot line.
I thought someone had a child named Optimus too.
Thousands of children, Sitch.
Probably. Okay.
They're all
then
robots.
Then the Neuralink executive that you're talking about.
Yes, Neuralink. There you go.
Zillies. She had 4 children.
Right.
I don't know.
Were any of them natural though? Because I know the first ones were artificially inseminated, but I think she went through the natural childbearing process. And that last one might have been actually they did.
No, all of them were.
fun way.
Well, I mean, she had them, but all of them were through IVF.
So she didn't. The last one wasn't even the fun way.
I don't think so.
She's definitely had sex with Elon by now, though.
I mean,
because they were a couple.
Were they?
Yeah, they became a couple
Okay.
for a little
Their
bit.
Kids have more normal names. Strider. I mean, they're still a little interesting. Strider and
Look, the woman
Zerg.
carries the kid for 9 months. You can't give it some crazy name. Grimes comes in. Look, she wants to name it a crazy
Well, you said
name,
she had
so-
one of the kids, right? Like naturally.
Yeah.
Which one? Was it Dark Real?
Look, you can have a kid naturally
Dark
and still do
side.
IVF.
No, I know, but I'm saying like she carried the kid and then named it, Asriel Sidereal Luciferian or something. Technomechanicus.
Grimes didn't carry the kid. Grimes carried one kid, the first
Right.
kid. What is that kid named?
Let's see, Grimes' first child.
You know that the woman that actually carried the child is pissed off that they named it that wild name. I carried
The first
this child
child
for 9 months. And you named
the first
it
child
that.
is named the worst. The first child is the XAEA12.
Yeah, because look, she said it was a horrible experience. She never wanted to do it again. Of course,
So as punishment, she named.
that's right.
As punishment for
I'm going to name you a bunch of numbers and symbols.
I was so
fucker.
tired after you were born. I just gave a bunch of random numbers and letters to the people that named you.
It was disenchanted scribbles on the birth certificate.
Yeah, it was just scribbles, and then the nurse had to like interpret it as
What is this here?
Right. God, what the fuck? So here's the explanation that Grimes gave. X is an unknown variable. AE, my elven spelling of AI, love and or artificial intelligence. A12 is the precursor to SR-17, our favorite aircraft. What? Fuck you.
JMac for $20 says, wife and I are planning on doing the implantation for our third kid, and the name, if it's a boy, we settle on is Odysseus. Odie for short. That's a great name.
That's cool. I mean, I hope the movie's good, right? You don't want to. Maybe
Oh,
you should
yeah.
wait till the
However,
movie comes out before you do that.
The super chat continues. However, with how Nolan's Odyssey movie is looking, we may reconsider.
Yeah, there
Laughing
you go.
emoji.
Be careful.
He beat you to the punch.
Be careful. Yeah. Okay. Look, he's a smart guy. Like, I
If
would
you-
be a little worried.
But look, if you're doing the implantation, you get to pick what gender the kid is. You have them put. They know the gender of the embryo. You have them put
Right. Right.
Sometimes they put multiple in because they only want to do the procedure once, and sometimes only one will take. Or if you put 3 in there, you're definitely going to get one that takes.
Mm-hmm.
But then they're like, okay, well, if all 3 take, you might have to abort a couple of them, which is.
Oh God, that's terrible.
I know.
Is that how that works? Yeah, I don't know how.
That's exactly how it works.
Wow.
I'm
okay.
sure JMac is not gonna. That's not gonna be acceptable for JMac. JMac
Right.
is gonna do the one at a time thing, or he's gonna end up with triplets
Right.
because he's just gonna say, let them all roll. But they can pick if you've got. Well, look, it depends. I mean, you might have a bunch of boy embryos. Like if you get 6 boy embryos and 1 girl embryo, they're going to be like, okay, well, chances are you're going to have a boy.
How do here's you like jag off in the little cup. How do they how do they choose? So like out of these million ones, they just random grabbing random ones. Or like, what's
No,
that?
they do a bunch of genetic testing on it to make sure that they don't have
interesting.
certain genetic illnesses like Down syndrome. They can
that's
check for all
cool.
that stuff now. Yeah,
Wow,
exactly.
wow.
So they check the sex of it. They check for all these genetic diseases,
How
and
the
then
fuck do
they
they do
select
that?
the embryo. They can't check for eye color or anything like that yet. Someday maybe they will be able to.
I'm
Look,
curious
that's
as to what
it's the ultimate form of eugenics, right?
right. Well, so far until we have the Gattaca future, which we'll eventually live in.
If we make it before the robots
Before
take
the robots
over,
take
yeah.
us.
I don't.
Yeah.
It's hard to say. You still haven't read that book, so
No, I mean,
you
I
don't
did
know
watch.
how
Adam
bad
sent
it's
me
gonna
this
get.
video. That was this guy basically saying that like we're all going to.
We should watch that video. That video is
be taken over
terrifying.
by robots, and I'm like, yeah, it's very highly probable or likely.
It could just be like Y2K, right? Where they were like, the world's going to collapse and nothing happened.
And then nothing happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's really dependent on, like, we're all kind of assuming there's going to be this kind of linear progression, right? That like in 10 years, we're going to have some kind of like data robot that's like indistinguishable from people. But what if it does? What if it just caps out at like ChatGPT 6 and never gets smarter or something?
Well, and there are a lot of people that believe fundamentally it's only just remixing knowledge. It will never be able to, they're looking for the fountain of youth. That's why they're dumping so much money into it. They're looking for immortality. The same thing every person has looked for forever.
Right.
So, and this is what Sam Altman, I'm sure, is selling behind the scenes. Like, he doesn't want to come out and say, oh yeah, of course, we're going to make you young forever. But he's behind the scenes, he's probably saying, oh yeah, of course, this artificial intelligence is going to come up with all these new gene therapies that you can just stay young and vital forever and ever and ever. And people are like dumping all of their money into it. But if it's just remixing studies that have already been done, just word studies. It's hard to think, how is it going to be able to do that?
Well, I think it could, in terms of that. And I'm trying to remember. There's some article I read where they did use AI
to fold proteins. Is that the one you're talking about?
No, they used it to. Didn't they use AI to like cure their dog's cancer or something?
Oh yeah. What did you look into that? Because I'm highly suspect of that thing.
I didn't look
that
into
claim.
it. No.
That seems like well, don't look into it. But I cured my dog's cancer.
I don't know. I didn't look into it, but no, like it might be that it's just that you could use AI basically to run so many like theoretical tests so quickly that you could sort of like, test everything until you find something that works. So you kind of like brute, because I mean, wouldn't it be what you do? It's not that the AI like comes up with some new idea. It's that the AI brute forces its way to finding some sort of like medical breakthrough or something.
Yeah, but how do you do a hypothetical drug trial?
Well, no, it would just come up
to have people do the drugs.
Well, yeah, but it would give you the thing that you could test, right? I'm pretty sure they've already done stuff or they're already doing stuff like that.
Can you imagine? I don't even trust it to come up with basic things like electrical wiring for my house. Why would it's like, here's a miracle drug that will make you young forever.
I know. I wouldn't listen.
Would you try that? Would you try that drug?
I'll let someone else try it first. Okay. I will not be in the first run of this experimentation. So
yeah, that seems highly. Look at this J-Mac coming in here with more super chats. A great guy. I can't read $100 super chat. I'll butcher it.
J-Mac for $120. Thank you so much. Says, we have 3 embryos and we told them to just choose the healthiest. There's 2 boys and 1 girl. We're donating the other 2. So there may be some little J-Macs out in the world in the future as well. I'd love to tell you guys about it. Sometimes it's a super cool process. Sure. I am like interested, like the mechanics of like how do they test, to figure out whether it has Down syndrome or whatever.
So yeah, no. Oh, I guess there's another super chat. Maybe
he also
my
says,
immediate question here.
I don't know if you guys saw, but there was an embryo that was 30 years old that was implanted just a few years ago. Was the oldest baby ever to be born. IVF is quite amazing. It's only getting more advanced. I did see that article about that. Yeah.
Normally, though, and this might be because you are so anti-abortion, like normally they give you a dozen embryos. Like they're like, we'll just make a dozen embryos and choose from them. But I'm wondering if you only have 3 embryos because you want your embryos used. You don't want your embryos discarded. So 3 embryos is just doesn't really seem like the norm.
Okay.
You don't have to super chat. You can answer just in the normal chat. But yeah, and that's why a lot of people are against IVF is because they're like, oh yeah, we'll just come up with a bunch of embryos and discard them. There's like this waste process that offends a lot of people, which is understandable, right? Obviously, if you think you're creating a soul inside each of these little embryos, you don't want them to be discarded.
Sure. Makes sense.
Yeah. I know it's uncomfortable if you're going through the process because you are thinking, yeah, that's like fucking my entire lineage there that just got thrown in the garbage, right? That's like 6 kids I could have had.
Right.
No, it's because me and my wife are older. Oh, okay. So, that's hilarious. So he's like, yeah, they tried to do the 12 thing, but look. All they could get out of us is, oh, that's right, because obviously the woman has to donate the eggs. Yeah. So if they can only get 4 or 5 eggs or 3 eggs out of the woman, then you only have 3 embryos. I forgot about that process.
Right.
Yeah. Sammy, you could probably get a cool dozen just out of one procedure. Sammy's probably.
Come on, Sam, we got to hop to it.
Sammy's probably got like.
Let's get busy.
She's probably got a couple dozen left, ready to rock and roll.
So funny. Her mom is like, whenever I see her mom, she's like,
Mhm.
I can feel her mom like pointing to her watch and looking at both of us. Pressure's on.
It's fascinating because a woman has as many eggs as she's gonna produce throughout her lifetime, and she just does like the 1 a month thing.
Yep.
Kind of rations them out 1 a month.
There was
until she hits menopause, and then she runs out.
There was some weird
Menopause is like when you turn your pockets out and you're like, "Look, I got nothing."
There was that's terrible. There was I don't know if it was Japan or China. There's someone who they're trying to create some sort of thing you could take that it would like make it so like the woman would only have a period like once every 3 months, essentially to make it so that there's a much longer window that they could have children.
Isn't there one that makes them have a period once a year? I've heard that too.
Oh, maybe.
There's some birth control that makes them have a period once a year.
Well, I think isn't it when you're? I mean,
I guess that would ration the egg, right? Because they're just storing those things up. That
when
can't
you're
be
on
good,
birth
though.
control.
Talk about having an autistic.
I mean, I dated a girl on birth control. She still had her period. Like she was still
expelling
the eggs.
Yeah, you're dumping an egg once a month.
Yeah.
Even though it's just like I don't know how it actually works with birth control. But if you're dumping one egg a year, I mean, you're stockpiling, man. You'd be in your 50s and still cranking out kids.
I would assume there's some point where even if you had eggs, your body would probably not respond well to pregnancy. Like if you're like 60 years old or something.
Vanessa says, you guys probably don't need IVF. Get to work, Sitch. I'm going to pin this comment. This comment deserves pinning.
There you go. You know what? I agree. Pin it up.
We should actually end the stream here because you should get to work. Like right now, right this minute.
Right this very second.
God, it'd be great to have a little Sitch running around.
There you go.
Oh, man. It'd be awesome.
You hear that, Sam?
Mm-hmm.
We're ending the stream early.
Yeah, get ready.
She said she's gonna hit me.
Put your Tifa outfit on. It's time to go to town. It's time to go to Pound Town.
Oh God. She's gonna be like you gotta put the wig on.
Oh my God. Oh, she's got a costume for you too.
There you go.
Wow.
Of course.
Wow.
Fat Brown Buffalo for $20 says you guys should check out Brad Palumbo's recent debate with Dan Tubb, the Lotus Eaters podcast, on whether Chud Builder is a modern day Rosa Parks and whether the U.S. criminal justice system is systematically racist against white people. I'll check it out.
Sounds interesting.
I think I saw a clip. Like I randomly saw a clip of that seemed completely batshit crazy. So I should check that out. Brad's been like killing it with these very interesting debates.
Oh, you sent me the Hassan clip with I didn't actually listen to this clip.
Yeah, this is a very weird clip here. I'm curious. Do you know? Well, I'm curious to get your in the chat's read on this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's play this clip. So that's Ashley St. Clair. She went on Hassan's stream.
Oh yeah, okay. I know. Yeah, I know her. Of course.
Okay.
She's Elon's baby mama.
Right. So here, yeah. Do you see
and
this?
Look, she is shameless, right?
Right.
This is definitely a woman that has no sense of shame at all.
That's true. That is true. Yeah.
Like having Elon's baby is like the ultimate clout chaser move, is it not? It's like, oh yeah. You think you're desperate for clout? Right. I had the richest man in the world's illegitimate child. Talk about thirsty for clout. Jesus.
That's a real step down, right? Going from like the richest man in the world to Hassan.
Oh my God. You know, Hassan is so fucking jealous of Elon Musk.
Mm-hmm.
I actually, the thing that he said in that other video we watched, where he's like saying, "Oh yeah, this is just an Elon Musk genetic inferiority thing." I looked that up. I was like, has Elon Musk ever said black people are genetically
Yeah, I was
inferior?
like, I don't think I've never heard him say that.
Never, never anything close to that. So obviously Hassan just wants to take a swing because he's got the little itty bitty bank account next to fucking Elon Musk. Oh my God. Elon Musk is launching rockets into space. He can't even get his
Elon Musk has many very phallic objects that are launching in directions. Is that what you're saying?
Elon Musk has like 14 kids. Hassan can't even get one kid, right?
Well, maybe
Hassan can't even get his dog to go to the right place.
Maybe Hassan is going to get
room.
a kid, Adam. You haven't seen this clip.
Hassan can't even get his dog to stay in frame. Elon Musk is landing rockets on a platform
What's it here
in the Pacific Ocean.
Press play on this clip. Okay, maybe it'll change your mind. Hassan maybe he's getting a child soon.
From the baby mama grifter?
Yeah. Press play.
Okay, 40 seconds. Here we go. Yeah. It's better be good.
What is this? This is a hoodie.
You got me a hoodie?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put this down here. Oh God, what's gonna be in this hood? This is gonna be. Let's see.
You ready? Are you ready, chat?
Oh God. Oh no. I'm not even gonna see it first. Chat's gonna see it before I do.
Holy fucking shit. Holy shit.
I've been.
Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my God. You said, oh my God.
This is insane. So look, the shirt that he's holding up says, "I'm not the stepdad. I'm the dad that stepped up." So look, this appears that Ashley St. Clair is calling Elon Musk a deadbeat dad and auditioning Hassan Piker as the stepdad that's going to step in and raise Elon.
So there you go. He said Hassan's not going to have a baby. Well, he is. It's going to be Elon's baby.
He's going to have Elon's baby. Oh my God. This major cuck vibes going on here. This is the definition of a cuck.
Oh no.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
That's why I saw this clip and I was like, and I was looking at Ashley St. Clair. I'm like, is she like trying to troll the shit out of his son? Like, why would you do this publicly? It's going to be perceived. I would assume it's going to be perceived negatively. Like people would make fun of Hassan, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But then it was so weird because I saw all the lefty accounts were like Elon Musk seething right now. And I'm like, is he? What do you mean?
Look, Elon Musk would be seething if Hassan is transing his actual son.
Right. Maybe that's what they meant. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just thought it was like
look, Hassan is going to beat the fuck out of that kid.
That's true.
that step kid is going to be beaten.
If they were actually, this would be my 2 cents. Okay. If I was actually dating a girl and she had a child and she did, especially a child of some famous person, and she did this to me publicly without me knowing, I think I'd probably break up with them the next day. This is a crazy thing to do.
Are they dating?
I don't know. I have no idea if they're dating.
Look, if they are
crazy.
Yeah. If a girl did this to me, I would be like, no, you're gone.
Yeah.
I would not. In a million years, you wouldn't be dating this woman. This woman is a fucking grifter.
Yes.
Oh my God. She is the definition of gold digger. She probably captured Elon Musk's semen in a condom and shoves it up in there. Oh my God. This is this is all kinds of levels of evil. Well, look, Hassan is, Hassan does look happy to be in the cuck chair. He does he looks very thrilled.
I don't know.
About
I think he looks like awkward happy. Like he knows that like he's gonna get made fun of for this.
Really?
I think so. Yeah.
I'm on 31 seconds, and he looks like he's in heaven. I mean, he just.
I don't
looks
think he had read the shirt yet.
Oh, okay. Let's. There's a little bit more. It's like 9 seconds left. Let's see what happens here.
Sent by Benjamin Netanyahu to get his Twitter account banned.
This is. Oh my God. What is this?
I don't know if that was helpful. It didn't seem like he had to read it, right?
Oh yeah, once he read, I don't know. I don't interpret him as being happy about it, but maybe he's happy.
I don't think they're dating. Isn't Hassan dating some other famous?
I thought they broke
streamer?
up.
Did they really?
I thought, yeah, recently.
Oh my God! So he basically screwed Ashley St. Clair, but telling her, "Oh yeah, I'll be the stepdad." Banged her, and then like, I changed my mind on that stepdad.
Right. Unless they're not actually together whatsoever, and Ashley St. Clair is just trying to grift on Hassan, right? Which is very possible too.
This just makes her look so desperate.
I know. It's like,
oh, I'm so desperate for a dad for my bastard child.
You know when someone does the joke like, oh, wouldn't it be so crazy like if we got together? Like that'd be so crazy, right? right? Great. Like this would be the funny joke. That'd be so crazy. You're like, yeah, that would be pretty crazy. Like, I know, like, right. Just imagine it. Just imagine if we were together, like married, and you're like, yeah.
Can you imagine it? Yeah. I've seen that movie.
Yeah.
Fatal Attraction.
So I think those are my theories of what's going on here.
I'm glad we watched this because this is
I told you. Again, we haven't seen the clip. It was like insane.
This is like a cultural touchstone here.
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna have to retweet this.
Mm-hmm. This is like Destiny's wife dancing with ABBA in the background. Levels of like, what were you thinking?
Yeah, but Destiny has the appropriate look on his face. If Destiny had this, oh my God, this is great. A black man's gonna have sex with my wife in front of me. That is not that's not the appropriate look.
Mm-hmm.
How come he puts it away? How come he doesn't?
He didn't put it on. He should have immediately
How come he didn't put it
on.
right on?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess he does. No, he looks happy about it. He looks like, yeah, I'm getting some tonight.
No, maybe he is happy. Maybe he is happy.
Would you?
I don't think that's
if
a
you were
relationship
Hassan, would you?
That's gonna last.
I mean, if you were anyone who's like remotely famous, wouldn't you avoid Ashley St. Clair for like any kind of hookup?
I mean, you would if you were smart.
Even just some fun in the bedroom seems a little dangerous.
Right.
Seems like you might be getting into trouble, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, I'm pregnant again. Oh,
okay.
What strange times we live in,
I know.
Sitch.
Done for 35 months. Thanks so much. Says if Hassan goes to jail, Sitch has to do a face reveal with the MAGA hat. If Hassan doesn't go to jail, Adam has to retire A-Team. Ooh. How do you feel about that?
If Hassan doesn't go to jail,
Yeah.
I have to retire.
Well, you have to retire A-Team. You don't have to retire.
I have to retire A-Team?
Yeah. Like A-Team is disbanded.
I mean, I'm up for some change. We could rebrand. We've had A-Team for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
You sure he wasn't saying I have to retire, and he was saying A-Team, like he's A-Team, go A-Team? I guess I didn't see the super chat.
No, because he said if Hassan goes to jail, I do a face reveal with a MAGA hat, and if he doesn't, then you retire A-Team.
What if Hassan is deported? That's what I want to. If Hassan is deported, will you wear the dress?
Deported?
Yeah.
He's an American citizen.
Well, he could be denaturalized or something.
Oh, okay. Why wear?
They could send his ass.
Denaturalize Hassan.
They could send
Why
his
wear
ass
the
back
dress?
to Turkey. Yeah.
I
What
know.
do you think?
Why would I wear the dress for that?
Because it's such a rare chance that something like that
Doesn't
could
make any
happen.
sense. The whole if Trump was like, it's like, listen, PSA Sitch, I'll denaturalize Hassan, but you got to put this dress on. Okay, then I'd understand the concept.
There's like a
okay.
logic behind it.
I mean, first of all, I'd be like, why is Trump going to put a dress on? It's a little creepy.
The chance of that happening is so remote that you should just accept it and go
Oh,
with
of course.
it.
Look at this guy. Well, what? Yeah, but then shouldn't I get something if that doesn't happen?
God, so greedy.
Oh.
You're like, what can I get out of this?
So I should make a bet where I can only lose something but not win something. Yeah, it's a great idea.
Is that how betting works?
That is how bad it works. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Don't you have like a woman to go impregnate or something?
I gotta finish these super chats first.
Oh, okay.
Roberto Calamari for $2 says, I will say I love TLDR. It pisses the Redditors off.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
sure.
What? I don't know what that is.
Girl Sarah for 49 months says, Adam is single-handedly bringing back Tuesday streams, and your S-pilling is too bad. I missed last Tuesday stream because it was copyright struck.
Yeah, what a bummer, huh? we
What?
didn't do a Tuesday stream, so you didn't miss anything.
Okay, I think that
But
was the joke.
Nothing
I'm
got
guessing it was a joke, yeah.
copyright struck.
Yeah.
Look, I finished season 50 of Survivor.
Oh my god.
I've officially binge watched like 25 seasons of Survivor.
Mhm.
So I may actually prod Sitch into streaming someday during the week.
Now that
because
I have finished
now
Survivor.
that I have it,
I officially watched 50 seasons of a fucking TV show.
I just look. The whole time I'm watching this, I'm thinking, God, Sitch, I wish you would watch this show. This show, you learn so much about human nature from this show. This show is so fucking fascinating.
Mm.
It's a premier show about social politics, and you love politics. Oh man.
But they're nobodies.
Season 52 just happened. Like they just had the season finale of season 50. So it's current.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a bunch of returning players. Oh, it was just so interesting. It was so interesting. Mr. Beast was on it. Mr. Beast went on Survivor. Turns out Mr. Beast is a huge Survivor fan.
I mean, that tracks, right?
It does, yeah, because obviously Mr. Beast has a game show that is somewhat Survivor-esque, right? So, yeah, it was funny because
is Survivor real, or you think they write them like storylines to follow?
it is. There's obviously they can mess with the contestants because they leave them advantages and immunity idols and stuff like that, so they can make the immunity idols easier or harder to find. They know who's looking for immunity idols and who's not. So, but it is. I've looked into that. I've done research on that because some seasons you're like, oh my God, this seems fake. Totally seems fake. And other seasons seem more real, but nah, it's legit. They put the people in the situations and just film enough shit to have it play out.
I always just assume all reality shows are fake.
Yeah.
That's like my natural assumption.
Yeah. I mean, I think some are faker than others.
Well, I know, like
I think by now they would have leaked. Like all the
That's a good
contestants
point.
that come
Yeah,
out
no one
say
has said
that
that,
it's
yeah.
definitely real, and they also have. I think reality television works. You know, fiction works because people are great actors, right? Reality television works because regular people are terrible actors, right?
Yes.
And they put them in situations that are like an actor would just play off. Oh, this is no big deal, right?
Right.
But they're like, ah, my, it's all over. You see it all over their face. They can't help themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just the whole game is built around like voting people out of the tribe that can beat you for the $1 million at the end. That are not. You don't want to be sitting next to someone who is more popular than you.
Right.
Or has played a better game or has manipulated people better than you. So your whole goal is to vote people out. And they blindside people. It's so one of the seasons, so many people went home with an immunity idol, which if they just give Jeff Probst, the host, the immunity idol, any votes cast for them don't count. So that it's an immediate like get out of jail free card. They go home with the immunity idol in their pocket because the other tribe members have gaslit them into believing they're not going to vote them out. And it's just like so obvious to you, the audience. You're like, oh my God, just play your idol, you idiot.
You have to play the idol before the votes cast?
Yeah.
Oh, you can't do it in response?
No, before they read the votes. He comes out and he says, look, if anyone has an idol, this would be the time to play it before the votes are read.
I didn't know that.
So, and everyone looks at the person like, are they going to play the idol? Did our gaslighting work?
That's hilarious. That's pretty funny.
Look, I'll give you a good season to watch, and just watch the first episode and see if you can see it through. I was instantly hooked because it's just so. Some seasons are better than others, because like a season where everyone gets an alliance and everything just plays out. They're basically unflappable, so they're going to keep their alliance together. They have the numbers. They have a majority to just pick people off and vote people off. Those seasons are terribly boring. What usually happens is you've got a group of like 5 people and 4 people, right? So the 5 people can just stay together and vote the 4 people off 1 week after the other, right?
Mm-hmm.
But usually people are flippable because in the group of 5, only 3 people can get to the end, right? So 2 people are on the bottom and they're definitely not going to get to the end. So the 4 people can go to the 5 people and say, look, they go to the person on the bottom and say, look, you're not going to make it. They're just stringing you along. You're on the bottom. You should vote with us, and then you can be on the, look, you moved up a spot. Or look, I like you so much, you can be my number 2. Then you're like number 2 in our hierarchy, and you're number 5 in their hierarchy. Isn't it better to vote with us? And then they start gaslighting everyone about how sad it is I'm going to go home this week. But they flip the script and they end up voting one of the other groups out. So the best seasons are when these 2 groups are like going back and forth, just gaslighting the shit out of people. That's great. So much backstabbing and lying and deception.
Oh,
it's just
man.
like real life.
Wonderful.
Yeah. No, it's a great show. Yeah.
Roberto Calamari for $5 says, mask off. I'm Libertarian Sasquatch. People like Dave Smith have ruined the libertarian label so much so that I can't use it. Wow.
That's true. That's 100% accurate.
Yeah. Sad. I would say Dave Smith has also ruined the comedian label as well.
Yeah.
Sketch XL or Sketch XR for 46 months. Thanks so much, Sketch, for being 46 months a Free Will Seeker. Says maybe if the billionaires TM use their money on those communities and accessibility resources and not data centers, we wouldn't have these problems. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen all the controversy now? Everyone's attacking data centers as being environmentally unsound, and they're all using like insanely like bullshitty like facts about it. Like the data centers are going to raise the ambient temperature of an entire state by like 1 degree or 3 degrees or something absurd.
I hate these climate activists because they're just all a bunch of fucking liars. They are.
And I didn't see if it was true or not. Someone compared, if it is true, it's crazy. Someone was saying that the water usage for like almonds is like 1,000 times, like 100 times higher than like
the data center. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Right.
It's like an almonds. I was like, holy shit. That's crazy.
Almonds are tasty. I just had some almonds before the stream and they were good.
All right. Not worth all the water.
Really?
You're fine, I guess.
What? Look at you. Oh, we don't need. We can get rid of these almonds.
Sure.
I mean,
let's see. What nut? I always get my nuts.
almonds are a
confused.
huge part of the California economy. Maybe we
That
should
is
just get
true.
rid of gator jerky.
I think pecans are better than almonds, aren't they?
No way. No, not in a million years. Almonds are way better.
Pecans.
They're in the nut hierarchy. Let's see. Pistachios, I think, are pretty close to the top. Pistachios might be better than almonds.
Well, every time I've had
Almonds
a pistachio,
are kind of your workhorse.
I feel like every time I've had a pistachio, it's like chili pepper. Like it's always like I don't know what it tastes like on its own. It's always got like something on it, and it tastes good, but I don't actually know.
That's the
what it
way I
tastes
usually eat almonds, but just
okay.
a little salted pistachio. Pistachios are great.
Oh
just
no,
as
I take it
is.
back. I think cashews is the superior nut.
Cashews are way overrated. They're expensive.
Look at this guy over here.
They're expensive and they're not that good for how expensive they are. The trade-off is not there.
I don't think I've ever
macadamia nuts are better than
Really?
cashews by
Well,
a long shot. They're in the same kind of expense class.
So I don't think I've ever bought any of these nuts. I'm just saying when I've been at like some party or something where they got, the mixed nuts, or you're like in like some place where they got the nuts. I think
You don't like nuts in your mouth?
No.
You
I
don't
think
buy-
cashews,
you don't buy
I would
nuts?
say no.
You're not a regular enjoyer of the
I'm not.
nuts?
No, I used to eat peanut butter all the time, but like I don't know, my stomach stopped liking it, even though I liked it. So I stopped eating peanut butter.
Peanuts are good, but peanuts and almonds are kind of like the workhorse.
Yeah.
Almonds are way better. Well,
I think cashews are of all the ones I've had, I think cashews taste the best. I don't know how expensive they are.
I love peanut butter and I love Kung Pao chicken, but peanuts just by themselves. I'm not really a fan of just eating peanuts. I do like just eating almonds, but normally it's with something.
Mhm.
It's like these habanero barbecue almonds are like, oh my God. And then wasabi almonds. Oh, so good.
Mhm.
But I don't know what nut I would place at the top of the nut hierarchy. I know what
Ross says
Destiny would place at the top of
that's true.
hierarchy, but
The N-word nuts.
Mm.
Gross says there's a town that was told by its emergency provider that they were redirecting all energy to a data center. And the town had a year to figure out their new energy provider.
Oh my God, that's insane. That can't be
crazy.
true.
Let me
That
see
can't
here.
be true. They don't have
here-
any kind of city planners that can come in and go, hey, wait a second here. We've got some babies in the hospital on incubators.
I mean that. Listen, I'll look into this. It feels like that'd be highly illegal because usually the power companies are kind of like built into. They're not like the government, but there's like all these like regulations and shit. Let me see here. There's an article about this. Futurism.com. Electric company says it's cutting off an entire town so it can sell all its power to data centers. The data centers scrambling, feeding off the AI boom is no longer just raising utility prices for nearby civilians. It's rerouting their utilities entirely. Bombshell news reporting by Fortune. Oh, well, let me just read Fortune article then. Okay, here we go. Fortune.
Yeah.
Nearly 50,000 Lake Tahoe residents have to find a new power source after their energy source looked to redirect lines to data centers. Lake Tahoe doesn't know where its power will come from after the next ski season. It's a major problem for the 49,000 residents who call the region home. The Sierra Nevada Tourist Hub, home to ski resorts, lakeside casinos, and roughly 25 to 28 million annual visitors, is facing an energy crisis with a familiar culprit, the data centers powering the AI boom.
Well, they can close the casinos down, but don't shut off the hospital. Come on.
There you go. And they need the casinos to pay for the hospitals, Adam. What do you mean?
Oh, I guess you're right.
NV Energy, the Nevada utility that has supplied the bulk of Lake Tahoe's electricity for decades, told Liberty Utilities, the small California company that services the region, that it'll stop providing power after May 2027. The reason? NV Energy needs the capacity for data centers, as in the energy supplier for the Lake Tahoe region is telling utility companies that it has less than a year to find another power source. Northern Nevada has become one of the fastest growing data center corridors in the country. Google, Apple, and Microsoft have either built or are planning facilities around the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center east of Reno. The Desert Research Institute, using data from Nevada's Energy 2024, found that 12 data center projects located overwhelmingly in northern Nevada could drive 5,900 megawatts of new demand by 2033. That's why we got to build all those nuclear power plants. I think more and more things like this are gonna happen because we just don't have enough energy.
I bet you've never been to Lake Tahoe.
I've been to Lake Tahoe. Why would you say that?
Have you really?
No, I've never been to
But
Lake
yeah,
Tahoe.
exactly. Bullshit. Lake
I've-
Tahoe is beautiful. I've been there a bunch of times.
Yeah, well, isn't it? It's on the border between California.
It
and
is,
Nevada.
yeah.
Yeah. I've
It's
been
right
to.
right at the armpit of California.
I think the only place in Nevada I've been is Vegas. I don't
Oh,
know if
yeah.
I've been to any other part of Nevada that I can think of.
Southern Nevada is like insane. Can you imagine a data center where it gets like 120 degrees
I
in
was,
the summertime?
yeah, I was wondering. I was like,
You're
that seems like a terrible place for a data center. What's going on here? Yeah.
But northern Nevada, Northern California, it's
not
much
too bad.
cooler.
Hmm.
Yeah. I wonder. I wonder
Hmm.
if they can use because obviously it's a giant lake and the lake stays cold. I wonder if they can use the lake water to cool the data center. I wonder if that's part of their thinking.
Well, I wonder if they're gonna put all the data centers in like Canada or something, somewhere up in the north.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I guess you have to do what's like, is it more cost effective to have it like in some obnoxious place to get to and have people work at if it's colder, or is it? There's probably some like reference where it's like, okay, it's not worth it. You just put it, near a lake or an air conditioned place or something.
Once you build the thing, it's like 8 people run it, right?
I have
It doesn't
no
really
idea.
take a lot of manpower.
I have no clue how any of that shit works. Well, we gotta get on the nuclear energies.
So everyone's anti-data center now.
Yep.
A bunch of babies.
I
How
need
are we
my
supposed to
listen.
get our robot overlords and our immortality.
How am I gonna get? How are we all gonna get our AI boyfriends and girlfriends? Okay, to have our babysitter threesome fantasies real life.
I want one I
if
want
we
one
don't-
as my slave, not my
If we don't
sex
have the
slave.
data centers, okay, your town not having power is a small price I'm willing to pay.
Yeah, exactly. The lights go out in your hospital, but I get this cool robot.
There you go. Yeah. Some of you may die, but that's a risk I'm willing to take.
Always good.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, what's going
Reddies.
on?
AKA Batosai, thanks so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. And AKA Batosai for being 50 months. Look at that. 50 months. For being a Frugal Seeker says, Happy Memorial Day. Thank you. Happy
And
Memorial
thanks for
Day.
uploading to the podcast.
Yes. Sam for $5 says, when are you reviewing Mongo and Goku? Now that would be an interesting thing. Mongo and Goku. I actually haven't seen it. Have you seen it?
I still haven't seen the Sheep
Mandalorian.
movie.
Oh yeah,
I'm not gonna
gotta
go
watch
see
Sheep.
the Mandalorian.
We gotta
Are you
watch
kidding
Sheep
me?
Detective. That's true.
The Mandalorian looks boring as fuck.
It does look boring, yeah.
I want to watch that at home when I can make fun of it. Do you
Voodoo
really
Doom
want
for
to race out and watch that at the movie theater?
not really.
Yeah, painful.
Voodoo Doom for $5 says Mahler told me to tell you guys to play mixtape. He said you would really, really like it.
What is that? He was playing that, right? Mahler was
That's
playing it.
hilarious. Was he? Oh, okay.
I think he was.
Mixtape
What is it?
is so there's this controversy. So there's this game that's it's like not really a game, it's more of like a visual novel, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not really like there's some interactive elements, but it's like really not, conventional video game. Like you can't really lose at it.
Boring.
Yeah. And it's like some weird, I don't know if it's like 80s or 90s sort of flashback nostalgia bait for like some 90s teen girls, growing up in some neighborhood where I think
Wasn't Mahler literally playing this though on his channel?
Probably,
I believe he
probably.
was. Yeah.
But no, the reason Yeah, and it looked really shitty and lame. And the reason it was, made all this controversy was because when it came out, like all the reviewers were giving this like a 10/10, like this is the best game of the year, 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10. And people were like, this is like barely even a fucking video game. And all these reviewers are giving it 10 out of 10. And so everyone was kind of comparing it to all like the games that they thought were way better, that were getting way lower scores, and how crazy it will, like how like detached from the
Whose dick
player
got
base.
sucked for these reviews?
Yeah, like how detached the player base was from the reviewers. And also, I think there was some weird thing where like someone involved in the production was like really
Slept with a bunch of game journalists.
Gamergate 2.0. No, it was like really rich or something, and there was some accusation that maybe they were kind of like paying off a lot of these companies. I don't know if it is true. So
they should reach out to us.
Yeah, but I mean,
we're not above bribery.
It looked lame, so now I'm just really playing it.
But would you play it for $1 million?
Obviously.
Yeah.
Contact me, rich man who is involved. All the music is licensed in perpetuity because one of the girls' fathers is a billionaire. Oh, okay. There you go.
Oh, and it's got a bunch of high-end music?
Well, it's got a bunch of like 90s music that would be like copyrighted.
Yeah, that's expensive shit.
Which is kind of, I think that's part of it too. People were like saying like, oh, independent studio, but it's like, well, independent studio, but billionaire backer, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
independently wealthy.
There you go. I mean, there's like there's like a bunch of like new games that came out that are actually worth paying. There's Slay the Spire 2 came out like a month ago. Subnautica 2 fucking snuck up on me, came out. Everything is Crab came out. So
see, I binge watching 25 seasons of Survivor that's warm up for actually playing a video game. Aren't these video games hours and hours and hours? Don't you spend 100 hours on a video game?
You could, theoretically, yeah, sure.
I mean, I just spend 13 hours on a season, so.
Mm-hmm. QB Madre for 125p says, I'm not sure if Sitch already covered it, but what are your thoughts on Anita Sarkeesian being involved in Slay the Spire 2? I haven't covered it. I don't know if I've even talked about Slay the Spire 2.
I think it's terrible that she's involved, obviously. She's been canceled by the internet, so she should not have a job or a source of income. She should be living under a bridge somewhere.
That's true. These are all true statements. I don't actually know. I know that she had some sort of involvement and everyone was like mad about it. I don't actually know enough about what her specific involvement was to comment. I assumed that it was just something like, oh, they said, hey, Anita, look at our game and say it's not sexist. And she said, yep, your game isn't sexist. And then that was it. Because it's like Slay the Spire 1 and Slay the Spire 2. Like, the first game had it had a male character, a female character, and a robot. And like, they look hyper stylized. Nothing looks like Slay the Spire is not a game where anything looks sexualized at all. And you would not think or expect anything to look sexualized at all. Just like the way,
so
way the
why
art
is
style
Anita Sarkeesian working on it?
Well, that's
then?
why it's weird. It's like a thing where you're like, there's nothing really sexual.
There's nothing
about
for her
it.
to complain about.
And then now in the second one, it has the woman from the first one, again, does not look sexual whatsoever. And then it's also got a woman, but she's like an undead skeleton. So she doesn't really appear to have gender because she's an undead skeleton. So, and I don't know, like this, like the story aspects of Slay the Spire are also like very minor. Anyway, it's really not a game that's like deep about story. So I don't know. I just assumed that anything that she had to do with it was just like nonsense. But you can tell me if she was involved in any sort of actual capacity with the game, I would be surprised.
If I bought you a burrito supreme from Taco Bell and you found out that Anita Sarkeesian was working at that Taco Bell, what would you do with the burrito supreme?
I would throw it in the trash can.
That is the correct answer.
Because I would assume
pass the test.
I would assume that Anita Sarkeesian is like sprinkling her period blood in every burrito in order to like it's like a virus. Like if you ingest a part of her, like you become her. Like it's part of like a host mind. She's like a parasite. So
yeah.
So that's what I assume.
No, you passed. You passed.
Yeah.
You would have got extra points if you would have written a nasty email to
Taco Bell corporate.
Taco Bell corporate about hiring Anita Sarkeesian.
I would, yes, actually. I would never eat there again. That's
A
true.
known sexist.
No, I stopped eating at Taco Bell once when I found a bug in my food, and I said, I'm not eating here no more. So,
Oh my God.
yeah.
You can't get over a little bug in your
It was on
Taco
the
Bell?
top.
Come on.
Yeah. I was like, what the fuck? Well,
Yeah, no, that would
put
sour
off
me on
the whole-
Taco Bell forever.
Yeah,
Well, at
put me
least,
off on the whole
you know, a couple months.
until I'm hungry again.
I never eat a Taco Bell, but I'm not above eating at Taco Bell.
Well, Taco Bell used to have like the niche because way back in the olden days, okay, in the dark times, before fast food was open 24/7, Taco Bell used to be the only one that was open up until 4 a.m. So you didn't have so I remember in college, you didn't really have an option. It would be like late, it'd be like 2 a.m. Taco Bell was really all that was open. If you didn't want to go to like a strip club or like a bar or something to eat.
You're like Taco Bell or nothing.
Yeah, and then all the other fast food chains realized that this was like a cash cow, and they all started staying open till like
All
4
these
in the morning.
drunk college students. What are we doing? We should just open up at 11 p.m.
We used to joke because it'd be weird because like you would, and that maybe it's just because you're like tired and delirious. Because we would go talk about like 2 a.m. and we eat it, and you're like, oh, this is really good. If we went during the day, we're like, this tastes so much worse.
This is terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're like,
You must have to be drunk or stoned.
well, that's what we were like. Is it like because you're kind of hungover, or is it because we always have the joke that they sprinkle crack at the like once midnight hits, they start to sprinkle a little bit of crack.
Oh, that's when they pull
in the burrito.
The cocaine.
Just a little bit, just to help you with the hangover. So.
Oh yeah.
Some food tastes better when you're like drunk. I don't know why. So maybe that's what it is.
Oh yeah. Food is better when you're stoned. That's why you get the munchies. You're like, oh my God,
Well,
this is fucking delicious.
That's true too.
That's how I got super into spicy food.
Mm-hmm. Really?
Yeah. I'd always get super stoned. And one day I was like, I'm going to try the jalapenos with these nachos.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh my God, the stimulation. My mouth is on fire. This is the most painful experience I've ever had. Yeah,
I've always
now I
liked
love
spicy
it.
food.
Now I'm addicted to the burn.
An alien, thanks so much for the 7 Aussie bucks, says from the start of the stream, crime creates poverty, not the other way around. Crime in the black community is a cultural issue, not from poverty. Not saying you guys disagree. Birdman is just dumb. There you go.
Yeah, I think it's I think the excuses are the cultural problem, though.
Yeah.
That the left is really pushing this excuse-making apparatus, thinking they're doing a good thing and really doing a terrible thing. So, but they're true believers, so you're never going to convince them that they're wrong.
Worm says it's the grease, Sitch. It's not rocket science. The grease.
That's what makes it so tasty.
No, when it says, why do we crave eating greasy foods when we're hung over? Desire to eat high-fat foods after drinking too much is rooted in humans' earliest, humblest beginnings, some scientists say. All mammals gravitate to eating the most energy-dense foods, says this professor of human ecology. Fat is the most energy-dense food available. It's just that sober, you won't usually give into those cravings. Oh no, that's not true. That's a stupid explanation.
I mean, a lot of fat people have given into those cravings.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Without a drop of alcohol, right?
Right. Oh, okay. Wait, here's a better. I don't know why they open with that. That's retarded. Another explanation, which involves brain chemistry. Okay, specifically a brain chemical called
dopamine.
Galanin. William Runco, a professor at the University of North Carolina, Greensboro, has studied and written about galanin and its effects on various neurotransmitters. Galanin increases appetites for fats, and the consumption of fat causes more galanin to be produced. Alcohol intake also results in increased galanin production. Okay, maybe that's all it is. Who knows?
You think she got Ashley St. Clair had this shirt made specially?
I feel like that's something you just get. Like, it seems like a pretty generic sweater you'd find somewhere.
I'm not the stepdad.
I've seen like shirts like that before.
There's a grammatical error on there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is there?
I mean, isn't the stepdad the dad that stepped up? That's not the grammatical error, but it just seems like a logical error. Why would you say I'm not the stepdad?
Because you're trying to say like categorically, like there could be a bad connotation with stepdads.
Mhm.
So you're like,
Well, look,
well,
if
I'm not
you're
the stepdad, I'm the dad that stepped up.
so is he saying I'm the biological dad
No.
that
Remember?
didn't run from my children?
Okay. Remember the scene in Guardians of the Galaxy 2
Mm-hmm.
where the blue guy was like, I'm not your daddy, but I'm your papa or whatever.
Yeah, I love
It's-
that. I love that guy, Yondu.
Right. Yandu.
Yeah,
Yes. Right.
yeah. No, that's
That's what
it's very moving.
Right. That's what that line is. It's the same
Mhm.
concept. Okay.
But Yondu was not the stepdad, right?
Right.
But look, if Hassan married Ashley St. Clair, he would literally be the stepdad
Mhm.
and the dad that stepped up. It wouldn't be
Right.
I'm not the stepdad. It would be I am the stepdad and the dad that stepped up. It would also be I am the dad who stepped up.
Okay. I guess the line was, I'm looking it up. The line was, he may have been your father, but he wasn't your daddy. So
Right.
it's like the conceptual same but reverse of the sweater.
It's a moving, very moving scene.
Yeah, but we all understand what it means.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yondu was his real dad, and Kurt Russell was really just a dick who
Yes.
inseminated his mom and gave her cancer and killed her.
Yes.
Basically, like
Correct.
beat his mom to death.
Yes. Also
with more steps.
Yes. I don't know if Yondu's like the best father figure. I mean, better than his actual.
Well, he didn't eat him. God, look at you.
Like that you that's good. You immediately went to the joke.
He didn't.
The
He
line.
didn't,
You
let,
had the line.
he didn't let the crew eat him.
I didn't let them eat you. Stop complaining.
Yeah, no. That's when Marvel movies were actually good. When they actually had likable characters that had real human interactions with one another, even though Yondu's a fucking alien.
It's true. It's too bad. I thought the third Guardians was like not good.
Oh, it was so bad. Oh, it was depression porn. I was
It
like, what the
was.
fuck? You took the funnest franchise in the Marvel Cinematic Universe and you turned it into a depressing slog about genocide and shit. Come on.
That's weird. Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Not good.
Where's the dancing at the end of the movie? This is your goofball franchise.
Why didn't he challenge the genocidal Hitler character to a dance on it?
Yeah, exactly. Rocket should have danced his way out of that fucking concentration camp. Life is Beautiful was less depressing than this movie, and it was literally about the Holocaust.
Yeah, that's a very odd choice in that
Yeah.
movie.
So this shirt should say, I am the stepdad and the dad who stepped up. That's what it should say.
I see. Doesn't have the same ring to it, though.
I am the stepdad and the dad who stepped up.
Mhm.
That's what it should say.
Okay.
That would be logically coherent and grammatically correct.
Look at Adam over here.
But I have a feeling Ashley St. Clair is not capable of either logical
I
coherency.
don't think I don't think that's a custom shirt.
Really? Okay.
I've heard that exact phrase before. Here it is. If you look it up, there's a shirt on Amazon that has the exact. There's like a bunch of shirts that have the exact same phrase.
Oh, okay. So it's like a common thing.
It's like a common
do,
phrase. Yeah.
Who wears this shirt though? You don't wear this shirt
The
if you're
stepdad.
not if you're the stepdad, because you are the stepdad.
No,
Like,
you're
where you
not
say,
getting
I'm
it,
not the stepdad.
Adam, you're not getting it. I don't know
You
if you're
are the
memeing or not.
stepdad.
I don't
You
know if it's like a meme or
are
not.
the stepdad.
Okay, Maury. Okay. Maury, let me explain it to you.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not gonna explain it.
So
We're moving
look,
on.
if you're,
You're just tired.
I know, I get it. I understand what they're saying.
Okay.
They're saying, look, I know it's don't call me the stepdad that I am. Call me the dad that stepped up.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Fat Brown Buffalo, thanks so much for the $5. Says Vivek preaches the bootstrap meme a lot and the populist right despises him for it. Is it just the populist right? Well, the populist right, I guess we have to separate them. Obviously, the Groypers fucking hate Vivek because he's not white.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess, yeah, the populists really don't like the bootstrap meme whatsoever because they kind of, that's why I'm talking about like the grievance, like a lot of the populist movement, the younger populist movement is kind of like a grievance towards the boomer generation. So,
well, look, if you're handing out DEI jobs to all the foreigners and then telling your kind to like pull yourself up by your bootstraps, that's a little.
Well, that would be different because I mean,
that's
obviously,
a little hard to take.
Yeah, but obviously, Vivek's position is to get rid of DEI, right? He's not in favor of that. He's saying everyone should be.
That's a good point. That's a great point. He's like, we got to get rid of these DEI jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Righteous Indifference for $5 says he gave the dog the shock collar and the trainer the vibrating collar. Oh, maybe. Oh, wait a minute. Jack is some trades for 37 months. Thanks so much. Says Connor pleading with Destiny, but it's a Midwest emo intro. The whole Midwest emo intro is a meme. Oh, okay. Interesting. Insensitive for $10 says, I formally request that you guys watch the entire Connor Destiny fight, at least in private. It's extremely funny from multiple perspectives. Lauren Southern thirsting after leftist is funny. After that clip, I am curious to see this entire train wreck. And I feel like we just watched the actual crash. And I'm like, how did the trains get here? How did this occur?
I wonder if we could get Lauren to come back on the show. She's been on the show before. And I mean, I've talked to her in DMs, but before any of this really blew up.
Right.
Before any of this fucking nonsense.
Anonymous Cow for $5 says DGG is fracturing and Hassan subpoenaed. All is right in the world. Wow. What are they fracturing? Fracturing over that? What are they fracturing?
Yeah, look, do tell. Come on, obviously.
Mm-hmm. What is the
they've had nothing but like bad things to say about us. If they're breaking up, if they're crashing on the rocks of life, come on, give us a little schadenfreude here. Come on, work with us.
An alien for 2 Aussie bucks says I'm an hour in and it's not an argument fest. Yeah. Well, there you go. You're welcome. Roberto Calamari for $2 says I hate you so much, Destiny, and I love you. Cringe.
Yeah.
True.
We're just on the hate side of that equation, right? We've tried to cover a Destiny video and oh man, it's fucking painful. It is painful.
Connor didn't delete his Twitter. I literally just checked it like a second ago. What do you mean?
Well, maybe he just deleted it.
No, I just opened it. Stop tricking me. Insensitive for $10 says Lauren Southern figured out that right-wing influencers are overpopulated by federal agents and homosexuals, and is saying that going after leftists, serial cheaters, and degenerates had a better outlook. LMAO.
That is the saddest fucking thing in the world. You encapsulated it perfectly. I feel. Right. Look, even Destiny's willing to admit, oh my God, she's had terrible luck with men. They're all using her and abusing her.
Mm-hmm.
Which is sad. I watched that video that she talked about her husband, and it sounds like her husband was a real user too. Very unfortunate.
Kubi Madra in the chat says they're calling out Destiny for doxing, and Destiny insists he only does so because he's defending himself. Oh, he's defensively doxing.
See, that what sucks is that he would probably dox us and say he's doing it defensively because we're talking shit about him.
Who's he doxed, or who is he defensively doxing? That's hilarious. I'm defending myself. I'm defensively doxing. Like what does that mean? Does that mean somebody doxed him, and then he's like in response doxing them? Though, doesn't everyone know where he lives? I thought he was pretty open about. Well, maybe not his exact location, but I mean, everyone knows what city. He lives
No,
in,
he doesn't. He keeps his location under wraps.
No, he was
Sure
no.
of
What
it.
he was like? Well, he used to live in Miami Beach. I remember he's doing all those. When he's doing the collab with.
Yeah, but he moves
all
into
the
a new
Red Pill
place.
people.
It's not public knowledge immediately.
Yeah, I don't think like the exact.
He didn't
address or
buy
anything
a
is known,
fucking
but-
condo.
Sure.
If you're just renting a place, there's no way people would find out your address.
Right.
You could just move to a new city and move in anywhere. It'd be a long time before people could actually get your location.
Right. Well, that's like I was a little worried because I realized. Oh wait, never mind. PC for $5 says, Adam, number 1, get a Costco membership. Number 2, buy their gas. It's 25 to 50 cents cheaper per gallon. Number 3, get the Visa, 5% back on gas up to 8,000. Number 4, praise capitalism.
If you think I'm going to wait in that Costco fucking line that winds its way all through the southern side of the parking lot for like 2 hours just so I
Wow,
can
is that
save
bad?
50 cents on gas, you're crazy. You're
That's
insane.
is that bad, huh?
Give me convenience or give me death. That's the way I look at it. Yeah, I drive by the Costco regularly because it's on a main thoroughfare.
Mhm.
And every time I look at the line for gas, I'm just like, how do these people do this? It's fucking insane.
They want
There's
that
like
50 cents.
It's like they got a lot of pumps. They probably have, they have them double stacked. They have like 2, 4, 6, 8. They have like 8 pumps. But at any given time, they have like 100 cars in there.
I feel like that's not a lot. Isn't that like normal amount of pumps? 8?
8? Yeah, I guess you're right. It's not even a lot. It's not an
Or do you mean
exorbitant amount of pumps.
8 on each side? Because that'd be a lot.
No, they have 8 total.
Oh, well, yeah, I feel like that's like the
They
normal
have
amount.
they have 4 rows and they're stacked. Well, I guess they are stacked at at a normal gas station, everyone pulls in whichever way because it's like there's always a pump available. So you kind of jockey your car around to get to the pump.
Sure. Right. Yeah.
You can't do that at Costco because there is a line of 100 cars. So it's like, and it's so torturous when 2 cars pull up at the same time to fill up, but one's a big old SUV and one's like a small economy car. But the small economy cars in front.
So they finish and then there's an empty space.
And they pull away and that
Yeah,
empty
right.
space is there. And you're waiting for like 2 hours for the SUV to fill up before both cars can pull in to get. Oh man, that's your Costco experience. And you got like a picture window of that happening when you're way back in line. You see it happen like 6 times before you even get to the pump. You're like, this is torture.
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't drive that much, so filling up the gas is not really a huge deal for me, but I do think it is for a lot of other people. And the people who $6 gas is really painful for, you think they're going to spend, what is it, $150 for some Costco membership just so they can get cheap gas?
I mean, it depends because, like, obviously, like if you have to commute, you have to take a 30 to an hour, long commute, or 2 hours maybe with traffic. Like, yeah, then the gas is going to kill you.
I just think Costco's a better deal for upper middle class people because Costco's a good deal because they have stuff that you buy in bulk, right? It's cheaper because you're like, I'm going to spend $100 on macaroni and cheese.
But isn't that the whole point? It's supposed to be like you're saving money because you're just buying such a large amount of something.
Yeah, but I don't think economically depressed people do that or have the money to do that, right? They can't go to Costco and spend $500 so that they can save.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. I've never been inside a Costco in my entire life.
You never do the membership shopping?
I've never had a membership. I've never been with someone who had a membership. It's a mystery. Whatever goes on in those Costco's is a mystery to me. Okay. Some sort of dark magic ritual is probably happening inside there.
I mean, it's cool.
Okay.
I think technically I have a Costco membership, but I just never go. Because I think my wife has a Costco membership. So I could just go on. I could say, hey, let's go to Costco. Use your membership. I should make my wife go fill the car and bring it back to me. Go take the car.
That's
the
hilarious.
problem is my wife, oh man, she'd like
Excuse me.
she'd like run into the pump or something. Be like, oh, I filled the car, but there's a little dent on the side of it.
Mm-hmm. Growth for 29 months, thanks so much, says Moore's Law commonly gets attributed to why we can assume technology will double next month, but in reality, it's breakthroughs back to back. I guess we'll find out.
Let's hope.
I missed it. JMac for $40. Thank you, JMac. Says, just so people are in the know, we did IVF because my wife has a degenerative muscular disease and we want to select eggs that didn't carry that genetic marker, which is why we did IVF in the first place. Well, that totally makes sense. That 100% makes sense.
Well, that would eliminate embryos too.
Yeah. Well, they can't. No, can't they test the eggs first before you make
They
embryo?
test the embryo. Oh, maybe, I don't know. If it's the wife that has it, maybe that's a possibility. Yeah.
That's what he
So
said. He
they
said
don't.
select
They
eggs.
don't even.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah.
And then JMac also said
That's got
Hassan
to be
isn't
why
getting
they
it.
get less eggs too.
Right.
So like
JMac
half
also said
of them are
Hassan.
bad with a genetic defect.
Jesus. Hassan isn't getting a child. You can't get a woman pregnant by letting her peg you, silly Sitch.
Don't
That's
tell
true.
Hassan that. He's
Why
having
don't-
so
I
much
mean-
fun trying.
So it somehow worked in one battle after another, right?
Oh, you're right. Yeah,
The old guy.
the protagonist of the movie is a product of pegging.
Sean Penn was getting pegged and somehow the woman got pregnant. So, it works. The Lord works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, so weird that he said
Yep.
you shouldn't talk about your mother that way when he actually was the mother,
Right,
the
there
butt
you go.
mother.
Oh, it's like the Cartman twist. Eric Cartman's mom is actually his dad. Dun dun dun.
Yeah.
At least
I'm gonna binge watch South Park just so I get all these jokes.
That was
How long is it gonna take me?
the very first season of South Park.
Nice.
It's like the first or second season of South Park. There's like at the end, I was like, who? Because his mom's such a slut. They're like, who is his father? And then it's like, no, actually, Eric Cartman's mom is a hermaphrodite. So she's the father. And they're like, who is Eric Cartman's mom? And then I was like, fuck you. I don't think we ever found out.
Wow.
Lethal
That's
Strain
some
for
good television.
I know. South Park's a good show. Lethal Strain for $5 says the socialist, of course, thinks he can raise a billionaire's son better. LOL. Of course.
Mm-hmm. First, he's got to tax the billionaire and use his money to raise this.
There you go. To get a stipend. Dr. Dealer for $3 says, Birdman. The guy made a video where he went into the comment section of an EFAP video and debunked a bunch of 2 upvote shitters to expose the fans as grifters. No, that isn't a joke, and I do think it's pathetic.
Really? Oh, that's so bad.
That's some good stuff, man. Solid for TR says there's a video showing Asmongold watching a Nick Fuentes interview and nodding when he talked about Hitler. He might have been just acknowledging what he was saying without agreeing, but I don't know. Pretty bad.
I think
Dr.
we watched a clip where he was talking about Nick Fuentes. and
Yeah, I
agreeing
don't remember
with
if it was
him.
that club, but I do remember there was one of his clubs. I think I had the same thing. I was like, he would do that thing where he just will be silent when he's saying all this crazy shit, and then he'll just agree at one point at the end. You're like, well, you got to be more specific here, right?
Yeah.
Dr. Dealer for GR says this feels like Spoon laundering his enemy onto you too, so he can shadow box behind you. These two fighting as a retard on That's funny. We've covered Bird Brain a bunch anyway, so
Yeah, no, I was
I
down.
welcome it.
He didn't ask to come on. I invited him.
Right.
So
Yeah, I think it's weird that he just randomly DM'd you that video though.
maybe he's trying to get us to put on the robes. He's trying to reverse Daryl Davis us. We're trying to Daryl Davis him, and he's like, "Oh, I'm reverse Daryl Davising you."
Makes sense.
I'm not joining the KKK though. You do whatever you want.
I don't know how they feel about Jews. So.
Oh, I mean, you can keep it a secret.
Yeah. No, I should show up, have like a yarmulke.
A lot of them, I think, are married to Jewish women. So
I bet you the KKK is so hard up for membership, they'd completely welcome it.
Yeah, I've heard that.
We need someone else. Solo for 2 hours says, Asmon said, quote, "Who gives a shit," when asked about what he thought of the 2 civilians who were killed during the Venezuela raid. Yeah, that's I mean, he's been really big on pushing sort of like the death of empathy stuff. So I guess that's not surprising, sadly. Arithmus for $6 says, I had to step out for a few hours following up my previous chat. How do you explain vastly different political leanings in different countries or ethnic groups if there isn't some sort of group average temperament? Moral Foundations explains most political beliefs as I understand it, and those are almost certainly heavily influenced by biology. Cultures are formed by people interacting with each other in the environment, but the environment can't be the only factor because cultures have survived moves to new environments with different pressures. I don't have data to back this up, but it feels intuitive that there's a biological element to cultural development.
Culture is about getting people of wildly different temperaments all on the same page. That's the whole purpose of culture. It's to take the people who want to do their own thing and say, no, fuck you. You're going to do it this way. Right?
Right.
Yeah. And to take the people at the other end of the spectrum who are like, no, we're all going to do it this way. And say, well, maybe we should have some cultural diversity here. Maybe doing it the same way every single time is not the best. It's like orienting everyone on a game plan. Yeah.
I mean, I guess to the answer you say vastly different political leanings in different countries and ethnic groups. Well, I mean, I can just use that with, if we look at the people we're familiar with in America. I mean, if there was some sort of like group temperament, right? Or group political leaning, why is there such a divergence in America in terms of like, there's a bunch of white people that are like hyper woke lefty types, and there's a bunch of white people that are very anti woke right wing types.
How are those people all the same cultural temperament? Right.
Or I mean, I've never looked into it, but it's just like, is there some deeper ethnic breakdown? And you're like, well, actually, all the lefties are, genetically more aligned with some country, and the right wingers are more genetically aligned with some other country. Like, I'd be very skeptical if that's the case.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, it seems a lot of it becomes locationally dependent. Like, people want to fit in and stuff. And that's why you get a lot of pockets of like blue and red areas.
It's my definition of morality fits culture as well. Morality is a set of rules that binds individuals into a cooperative community so that they compete for resources and members. The culture does the same thing. It orients people, combines them into a cooperative community. That's what it's all about. Different cultures do this differently by having different rules, different sets of rules that orient these people. But just this idea that it's just, and on the face of it doesn't make any sense. Like all white people have the same temperament. All black people have the same temperament. No, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. I think
people have wildly different temperaments.
I think the reason, well, I mean, you could look into it. As I said, I don't have offhand whatever the study was that Jordan Peterson always cites, where he's saying that the differences within groups are greater than differences in between groups. That's what he'd always say. Because that would be the thing you'd want to disprove, to push this idea. But I mean, I think, and the reason that some cultures can survive when they move to new environments is because once the cultural memes, like culture it's not like a conscious thing usually. right? It's not like every person who's participating in the culture is like, we must forever maintain this idea. Like it's kind of just something that like is kind of self-replicating. I guess there's this idea of like we can't, buck away from tradition, right? But I think it's more thought of from like a traditional perspective or more of like a second order, like, this is the way we've always done things perspective. I don't think they're really looking at it from this kind of like evolutionary sociology perspective. But
No,
once the
not at
culture
all.
like hardens, once it like gets in place, it's very difficult for cultures to change once they get in place, even if you move environments. Because that's the whole point of culture. It creates all this cultural gravity that kind of keeps self-perpetuating.
Yeah, I mean, how much change the culture is going to permit is kind of part of the culture, right? Obviously, as American individualist types, we have much more acceptance of change and kind of cultural drift, and we have many members who are outright suspicious of tradition, right?
Right.
But in other more conservative cultures, it's like the people who have the intuition towards tradition are, I mean, they're running the show, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everything is, I mean, they could be driving off a cliff and they'd still be down with it because this is the way we've always done it.
Right. Right.
We've always practiced cannibalism.
We've always sung to the pigs. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Oh my God.
What?
It's just, I was thinking of that, the culture that Jonathan Haidt points out, where it is like a pedo culture, where it's like a rite of passage for the boys to suck off the older men in the tribe.
Right.
I'm like,
terrible.
Like, if that's a cultural tradition, oh please. Yeah, we should definitely invade. We should definitely disband that tribe immediately.
Empathy dies in a world with no justice. I agree with that. That's definitely true. People need to have a sense of security to be empathetic. It feels safe to be empathetic. That's definitely true.
Yeah.
The Maasai. Oh, is that the name of them? Maybe. Anyways.
Oh, right. On that note, this was a great stream. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was
Glad
good.
to see.
It was good.
Glad to see Hassan dating Ashley Sinclair now. So if anyone's going to kill Hassan in his sleep, it's Ashley St. Clair.
There you go.
All right.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Spoon, for joining us. And thank you, Birdman, for your very silly commentary. Hope you all have a fantastic week. Fantastic Memorial Day. You who made to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true anime isekai protagonists who will always make sure you abolish race caste systems in the new isekai world that you go to bring to the country a Western liberal democracy rooted in based individualism. And we'll see you all next time.
Bye-bye, y'all. Have a good night.
Time to make some babies.